जेनेसिस का डे 1 तो बहुत ज़्यादा अनप्रिडिक्टेबल था। कुछ चीज़ें लगी बेहतर हो रही है, बट चीज़ें कुछ हद तक साधारण भी हमें देखने को मिली। चलिए विस्तार में जानते हैं, वाइपर हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। क्या अलग हुआ, क्योंकि हम जेनेसिस को ग्राउंड टच करते हुए देख रहे हैं, 2 खिलाड़ी मैच से बाहर हो जा रहे हैं और 2 प्लेयर्स के ऊपर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डे 1 में बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गई थी।
आज तो मतलब यही थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन में लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा ही चौक हुआ, कॉज ऐसे ही हो रहा था कि 2 बंदे मर जा रहे हैं और 2 बंदे जिंदा रह रहे हैं, तो उस चक्कर में लाइक थोड़े बहुत मैचेस बेकार गए। बस लास्ट वाला थोड़ा डिसेंट ही गया।
बट अभी आने वाले मैच में क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है, क्योंकि इस तरीके से तो आदत नहीं है जेनेसिस को देखने का, स्पेशली ग्रेविटी की आईजी लीग में बहुत भरोसा है। क्या अलग अप्रोच रहने वाला है कि ये जो मिस्टेक्स हुए हैं वो आने वाले मैचेस में ना होए?
बस थोड़ा मतलब ग्रेविटी थोड़ा कंट्रोल करके खेलेगा प्लेयर्स को, लाइक थोड़ा जब ऐसा लगेगा ग्रेविटी को कि लोग आगे जा रहे हैं, बहुत ओवर एग्रेस कर रहे हैं, तो पीछे से रोक देगा हम लोग को, जो वो करता है हमेशा से वही करेगा अभी भी।
ग्रेविटी को कंट्रोल करने की ज़रूरत है, जैसा आपने बताया। बट देखिए 6 मैचेस में 45 कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट्स आप निकालने में कामयाब हो चुके हो। मैचेस ज़्यादा खेले हैं, पीछे से भी बहुत सारी टीम्स रहेगी जो आने वाले समय में आपको परेशान कर सकते हैं आपके रोटेशन में, आपके ड्रॉप्स में। तो उसके लिए कुछ काउंटर सोच के रखे हो या फिर बस सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग आप रेडी हो हर चीज़ के लिए?
जो होगा देखा जाएगा।
जो होगा देखा जाएगा। वैसे एक फन फैक्ट है, वाइपर का नाम जो है, मैंने पूछा था इनसे कि आपने अपना नाम वाइपर क्यों रखा था, क्या आप ऑडियंस को बताना चाहोगे?
यार मैंने मेरा नाम वाइपर इसलिए रखा था क्योंकि देखो पहले तो मैं वो टाइम पे बहुत बच्चा था, ठीक है, और मतलब मैं स्टार्ट से ऐसे फ्लेक्स नहीं कर रहा, बट स्टार्ट से ही अच्छा खेलता हूँ, ठीक है।
ओके।
तो लाइक क्लासिक में मैं बंदे मारता था, तो बंदे वाइप करना, तो वो मैं वाइपर लिखना चाह रहा था, WIPER, बट वो अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था।
ओके।
सो मैंने उसमें वी डाल दिया। फिर बाद में मुझे पता चला कि वाइपर एक स्नेक का भी नाम है। सो
तो अलग अलग कहानी है हर प्लेयर की, मेरा भी आप लोगों को कहानी पता है। बट अगेन हंटर आज के दिन पे बिल्कुल नहीं दिखे, क्या गलत हो रहा है? क्योंकि हंटर अगर नहीं चल रहे तो वो टीम को कहीं ना कहीं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में थोड़ा इफेक्ट कर सकता है आने वाले मैचेस में।
ऐसा अगर कोई भी, सिर्फ हंटर नहीं, अगर कोई एक प्लेयर हमारा ऐसा चोक करता है या स्टार्ट में मर जाता है, तो टीम के ऊपर फिर बहुत बर्डन आ जाता है आगे के मैचेस में, मतलब जो मैच चल रहा होता है। सो भाई थोड़ा कम करने का ट्राई करेंगे, और हंटर्स का तो होता है बीच बीच में, बट वो हो जाएगा कंट्रोल, खुद से हो जाएगा।
तो एक्शन इसी तरीके से यहाँ पे चलता रहेगा, क्योंकि जेनेसिस के आने वाले समय में और ज़्यादा डोमिनेट करेंगे। कितने पॉइंट्स निकालेंगे ये जानने के लिए आप मैचेस एंजॉय करते रहिए।
फील्स ग्रेट फॉर BMSD के लिए वापस आए हैं सब ऑफिशियल। फॉर्मेट तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि चांसेस हैं अपर ब्रैकेट वाली टीम्स को कि हाँ वो टॉप 12 में नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तो उनको क्वार्टर फाइनल से खेल के भी कर सकते हैं। तो चांसेस तो हैं, फॉर्मेट भी अच्छा है कि रेगुलर मैचेस है जिससे मोमेंटम ब्रेक ना हो, तो फॉर्मेट तो बहुत सही है। ट्राई तो हम यही करेंगे सेमीफाइनल में क्वालिफाई कर लिया डायरेक्ट पहले उस राउंड में ही, कि ईजी रहेगा। ट्राई करते हैं कि हमारा बस मेनली ये है कि हम पर मैच हमारा एवरेज निकालें या फिर चिकन कन्वर्ट करें और क्वालिफाई कर लें जल्दी से जल्दी। हमारा हमेशा ऐसा ही है कि हम जो राउंड्स होते हैं, जैसे राउंड 1, राउंड 2, राउंड 3, उसमें हमारा मोमेंटम हम गेन करते हैं और फिर सेमीज़ में और ग्रैंड्स में अच्छा करते हैं। देखते हैं, हम बेसिक मिस्टेक ज़्यादा कर रहे थे, गन पावर में लैग था, ऐसा थोड़ा मोमेंटम ब्रेक था, थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस लो था प्लेयर्स का, तो जो घुस के मारते थे वो घुस के मार नहीं पा रहे थे। तो वही बस यही सारी चीज़ें थी। ऑडियंस का प्रेशर, मतलब आप ज़्यादा लैन खेल लेते हो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि आपके पास कुछ प्रेशर आता है कि ऑडियंस का कुछ प्रेशर आएगा। बस अपनी परफॉर्मेंस का ही रहता है कि जब तक परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी आ रही है तो कुछ प्रेशर फील नहीं होता। सही बताऊँ, हमारा सबसे बड़ा जो कंपटीशन, हम खुद गलती ना करें, जो हम खुद मिस्टेक्स करते हैं, जो हम सीख के आए हैं वो हम अप्लाई करें। बस वही है कि खुद पे ज़्यादा वो ट्रस्ट रखना है हमें, वही सबसे बड़ा टफ काम जो रहता है। एक्सपीरियंस है इंटरनेशनल का, पर इंटरनेशनल की लॉबी और उनके खेलने का तरीका और यहाँ पे खेलने का तरीका, मतलब कुछ कुछ चीज़ें जो सीखी है वो थोड़ा अप्लाई कर सकते हैं। बाकी तो इंटरनेशनल में ही वो हम एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर सकते हैं जो हम लेके आए हैं। उधर एक्सपीरियंस मतलब हमने जो खेला है अभी तक, जो हमने इंटरनेशनल खेला है वो हम इंटरनेशनल में ही यूज़ कर सकते हैं। एडवांटेज तो है क्योंकि हमको बहुत टाइम हो गया है, हमारी जो हम मतलब जो सिनर्जी है हमारी और ऑब्वियसली बेटर है। हमने एक इंटरनेशनल एक्सपीरियंस भी करा है, हमने एक टूर्नामेंट भी जीता है। अभी रिसेंट में थोड़ा मोमेंटम डाउन है और कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन है हमारा था, मतलब अभी हम ब्रेक में थोड़ा प्रिपेयर होकर आए हैं कि हाँ BMSD में अच्छा करना है क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट भी है। फिर KRJP का भी नेक्स्ट जो टूर्नामेंट आ रहा है उसके लिए भी तैयारी तो है, देखते हैं कैसा आता है, गॉड्स प्लान। 3-4 फैक्टर्स हैं। वो टीम्स इंटरनेशनल में एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट प्रैक्टिस करती रहती है, उनको मतलब उन पर एक्सपीरियंस ज़्यादा होता है। मेनली तो उनमें गेम सेंस एक्सपीरियंस उनका बेटर है, मतलब हमको टाइम मिलेगा कि हम प्रैक्टिस कर पाए और थोड़ा गन पावर में भी इम्प्रूवमेंट हो। मेरे को लगता है कि हमको ज़्यादा टाइम मिलेगा प्रैक्टिस करने को, तो मोस्टली हम थोड़ा इम्प्रूवमेंट हमारी ज़्यादा होगी। हम जो परफॉर्म करके आए हैं उससे बेटर परफॉर्मेंस आ सकती है हमारी। इंडियन लॉबी और इंटरनेशनल लॉबी है, उसमें बस एक छोटा सा फ़र्क है। वो छोटा सा फ़र्क ये है कि उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन, उनकी यूटिलिटी की जो यूजेज है एक वो, और जो उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन है वो उसका मेन फैक्टर ये है कि वो स्टिक ज़्यादा करते हैं। उनकी एक टीम ऐसा नहीं कि एक टूर्नामेंट के बाद चेंज हो जा रही है, वो एक लंबे टाइम तक स्टिक करते हैं। उसकी वजह से उनकी सिनर्जी बेटर होती है, कोऑर्डिनेशन बेटर होता है। इसलिए वो जो स्प्लिट्स होते हैं उनके, और जो होल्ड करने का जोन, होल्ड करने का जो तरीका होता है वो फार बेटर होता है इंडियन टीम से। एंड उनकी रोटेशन इसलिए बेटर होती है क्योंकि वो चारों एक टूर्नामेंट नहीं, 2 टूर्नामेंट नहीं, 3, 4, 5, 6 टूर्नामेंट स्टिक करते हैं इंटरनेशनल टीम। तो मेरे हिसाब से तो एक यही मेन फैक्टर है कि इंडियन टीम ज़्यादा स्टिक करेगी और इंडियन मेटा में चेंजेस थोड़े कम होंगे, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल में मेटा में चेंजेस थोड़े कम होते हैं, मतलब वो सब सेम होता है, थोड़ा थोड़ा धीरे धीरे अडाप्ट करते हैं वो। यहाँ पे फटाफट चेंजेस होते हैं, टीम चेंजेस मान लो, मेटा चेंजेस मान लो, खेलने का थोड़ा तरीका मान लो। बस ये फैक्टर्स हैं जो मेरे को लगता है इंडियन और इंटरनेशनल को थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट करते हैं। जो 2 टीम्स मुझे लगता है कि BMSD की ट्रॉफी उठा सकते हैं और इंटरनेशनल अच्छे से रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, मतलब अच्छा परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, मुझे वो 2 टीम्स अभी रिसेंट परफॉर्मेंस के हिसाब से, एक K9 एंड एक OG जो अभी रिसेंट टूर्नामेंट विन करा है उन्होंने, मुझे लगता है ये दोनों अभी थोड़ा मोमेंटम होगा उन टीम्स पे, तो वो अच्छा कर सकते हैं।
देखिए राउंड बदलता है, सिचुएशन बदलता है, लेकिन इतना बदल जाएगा ये हमने उम्मीद नहीं किया था। व्हाइट वॉकर्स भाई, आप आखिर में कम बैक करते थे, K1 में आप कैसे डोमिनेट करके चले गए?
अभी वही है, मतलब माइंडसेट चेंज किया है, फाइट्स पे अभी थोड़ा ज्यादा फोकस है। मतलब जोन प्लस फाइट्स वैसा ही सीन है, जितने मतलब फ्री फ्रैग्स मिल रहे, थोड़ा हाई रिस्क की मूव बना के खेल रहे, तो वही है। जब तक हाई रिस्क हाई रिवॉर्ड पे ही चलेगा, वरना फिर तो वही लास्ट डे पे सेम प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी।
मतलब आपका कहना ये है कि सब माइंडसेट का खेल है, अगर आप लोग सोच के आ रहे हो तो चीजें उसके अकॉर्डिंग हो रही है। उसके अराउंड कुछ प्रैक्टिस या बस सोच के आए थे बस कि आज डोमिनेट
सोच के ही है, माइंडसेट पे ही है पूरा गेम। अभी तो ऐसा कुछ प्रैक्टिस करके नहीं है, माइंडसेट ही स्ट्रांग रहेगा तो ही मतलब गेम में कर पाएगा। अगर माइंडसेट वीक रहेगा तो फिर तो वैसे ही हो जाएगा कि लास्ट डे पे माइंडसेट स्ट्रांग करके आना पड़ेगा, फिर वो बहुत हाई रिस्क हो जाता है उसमें। हुए तो हुए, नहीं हुए तो फिर जाना पड़ेगा वापस, वैसा ही हो जाता है फिर उसमें।
देखिए स्टार्ट अच्छा था व्हाइट वॉकर का आज के दिन में, फाइट्स अच्छे तरीके से निकाल रहे थे, बट आखिर के मैचेस में थोड़ी मोड़ी वो गलतियां हुई है,
थोड़ा ओवर एग्रेशन हो गया था।
मतलब वो आपको एक पॉइंट तो ढूंढना होगा कि हाँ यहाँ पे रुकना है।
हाँ, हमको रुकना पड़ेगा, मतलब इतना ओवर एग्रेस करके भी नहीं खेलना है, बैलेंस बना के खेलना है। ओवर एग्रेशन में भी नुकसान हो रहा है और पैसिव खेलने में नुकसान हो रहा है, तो वही है कि हमको मतलब थोड़ा बैलेंस गेम प्ले रखना पड़ेगा।
अर्जुन को आपने कुछ समझाया, क्योंकि वो चल रहे तो बहुत अच्छे चल रहे, नहीं चल रहे तो अर्जुन टोटली गायब हो जा रहा है, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
नहीं, अब ऐसा डाउनफॉल तो हर एक प्लेयर का थोड़ा बहुत मतलब आता जाता रहता है। वही अभी फ्लो सब पकड़ेंगे तो चलेगी टीम, वही सीन है, अभी फ्लो पकड़ेगे तो मतलब मोस्टली फर्स्ट वीक में ही करने की कोशिश है, अगर फ्लो नहीं आएगा तो फिर वो ये ना हार्ड हो जाएगा टॉप 8 आना।
आइजल साहब के बारे में बताइए ना थोड़ा, क्योंकि उनके लिए भी बहुत कुछ यहाँ पे साबित करने का उन्हें जो चांस मिला है, वो कितना ज़्यादा समझा रहे हैं इतने इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस में जाने से पहले, और क्या अप्रोच रहा है मैच में एंटर करने से पहले?
मैच में मतलब यही अप्रोच रहा है कि जो फाइट मिल रही है लेना ही है, मोस्टली मतलब माइंडसेट के ऊपर ही है कि मतलब फाइट लेना ही लेना है। वो एकदम ऐसी बहुत कम सिचुएशन हो गई जहाँ हम रिटर्न फॉल बैक ले रहे, बहुत रिस्की, मतलब जहाँ ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी 0 पॉइंटर आएगा वहीं से सिर्फ फॉल बैक ले रहे, वरना मोस्टली सब फाइट्स तो ले ही रहे। और आईजीएल का भी वही है, मतलब हम इतना ज़्यादा गेम का वो प्रेशर लेते नहीं, डिस्कशन जितना करेंगे उतना ओवर प्रेशर होएगा। वही क्योंकि अभी हमारा तो फर्स्ट लाइन है ना सबका, ये टीम का, तो वही ज़्यादा प्रेशर लेंगे तो फिर परफॉर्मेंस तो कुछ आएगी नहीं, तो वही सीन है अभी।
तो ये जो आपने बताया अभी कि पहला लैन है और ऊपर से ऑडियंस भी सामने बैठ रहे हैं, वो चिल्ला रहे हैं, वो सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो वो गेम प्ले को और ज़्यादा बूस्ट करता है या फिर थोड़ा लगता है कि ओके ये क्या हो रहा है?
नहीं, बूस्ट तो करता ही हो गेम प्ले को, ऑब्वियसली बात है। कोई मतलब ऐसा कोई मार देगा, कोई चिल्लाएगा, वो तो कॉन्फिडेंस तो बहुत बूस्ट होएगा ही उसमें,
ठीक है,
तो वो तो बहुत बेटर चीज़ है।
तो आने वाले मैच में मैं चाहूँगा कि हैदराबाद में जो भी इनको सपोर्ट करने आ रहे हैं सपोर्ट करते रहिए, व्हाइट वॉकर और ज़्यादा डोमिनेट करेंगे। आने वाले मैचेस और भी ज़्यादा मज़ेदार होने वाले हैं, आप एंजॉय करते रहिए।
क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन 2025। आज है डे 3, द डे ऑफ कमबैक। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट जीशान आलम एके मेजी, और आज का दिन इसलिए भी जरूरी है क्योंकि आज सारी टीम्स वो अपने 12 मैचेस कंप्लीट करने वाले हैं, और कल आखिरी बचे हुए 4 मुकाबले, और फिर पता चलेगा कौन सी वो 8 टीम्स होंगी जो जाएंगी सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। पर इन सब चीजों के बारे में बात करने के लिए हमारे जो एनालिस्ट हैं वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार हैं। चलते हैं उनकी तरफ, शुरू करते हैं आज का दिन, डे 3, द डे ऑफ कमबैक।
All right, the day is set. It is the day of comebacks and consolidation. Once again, folks, welcome to the English broadcast of BGMI Showdown 2025. I'm Fixus, joined along with these two young, handsome gentlemen, Necro and Johnny. Of course, now let's get back to what has happened in day number 2, actually, of the semi-finals. We saw few teams really stage their comeback, and then there were teams like Godlike who really struggled.
I mean, I think a lot of big names still are there, still in the fight for qualification. No one, apart from K9, I feel, has been able to secure a spot for that grand finale. And even K9 are not safe. We are expecting the cutoff to hit 105, 110, and still teams have to cover up some distance.
Of course, they will have to. But then again, you know, we've been talking about so many other teams. But before we talk about all of that, let's take a look at the top players that we have in front of us. Likitha Esports, Necro. Yeah, they showed those glimpses, but still, they are struggling massively.
All the way at the bottom of the overall standings. For Likitha Esports, for some reason now it feels like Survivor stage is much more earlier than actually making that comeback in the overall standings. So I'm pretty sure for teams like Likitha Esports, they better be ready for what's going to be coming in the future. And then you've got a few more names like 8-Bit, who did manage to perform extremely well yesterday. For Seoul, they were there consistently getting those points on the board.
Indeed, they were getting, and Blitz Esports, this is again another team that we need to touch upon. Day number 1, they started off extremely well. Day number 2 was kind of dicey because not have enough matches to play around. But K9, Johnny, you've been talking about them a lot, and for all the right reasons, because they are almost about to hit that 100 marker in terms of that overall standings. We also did see TrueRippers, they've been playing fantastic as well. So this is what I was talking about. Look at the difference. Not that high, but then you've got Group C, who hasn't played enough games because all these teams have played 9 games each.
And Group C has only played 6 as of yet, but today is their opportunity to shine. Today, Group C is going to be playing 6 matches. But as we were talking about the matches from yesterday, as Necro mentioned, 8-Bit yesterday has a phenomenal recovery because look at that, 9 matches, just 12 placement points in those 9 games, but 43 finishes. And that aggression that we saw being brought to the board yesterday is the reason why 8-Bit has been able to find a spot inside of the top 8. But as we see, apart from TrueRippers and K9 Esports, there are a lot of names that are still struggling in those late 50s, early 60s, all the way till Mysterious 4 at 43 points on the 15th position. This middle pack is what we need to focus on today. This is where the chaos will happen.
You've also got the final page on the screen, and over here, of course, a lot of concerning names, including Cincinnati Kids being one of those, just getting 18 points in 9 games, and that is absolutely unacceptable. And you know what? At the same time, we've also got the individual players who did perform extremely well yesterday. And speaking of yesterday's day, specifically, Goblin was the man who was standing out, taking the matters in his own hands, and he's one of the main reasons why Seoul secured a lot of points yesterday.
Before yesterday's day began, we saw he was nowhere in this list. And as the day ended, Goblin was right at the top. So goes on to say that this young lad has gained his form back. But is it just that one-day wonder? Or is he going to recover himself and still keep on punching ahead? We're going to find that. But as we move on ahead, we've got some stats and figures, interesting ones, some face-offs going on over here. We've got Victorious Sumus on one side and then Orangutan on others. Gentlemen, please break it down.
Yeah, my point is that Victorious Sumus has already played 9 games, and OG, they're going to be playing all the 6 games today. So I don't really see this face-off that valuable, since Victorious Sumus, yeah, of course, they're way too far back in the overall standings. For OG, they've got a lot of chances today, and the OG will easily topple over VS. It's not even a question.
I agree with Necro on that, actually, because in the 6 games that we have seen OG play, they have just gone aggressive and they're winning a lot of those 4v4s, which results in the team automatically being successful in every single match that they played so far. And I think if OG can maintain that level of aggression with that level, with the same amount of success in those fights, there is no stopping this team from touching the top 3 today.
And I guess the main point over here is that Victorious Sumus has 50 points in 9 games and OG has 50 points in 6 games.
Yeah.
That's a major difference right there. 3 games can literally turn the entire tide.
It certainly can, but before we get into all of that, let's take a look at the schedule, of course. Gentlemen, we are going to be beginning in the game of Erangel. Of course, it's going to be B and C duking it out. It's going to be Miramar, Sanhok, and then we're going to have that switcheroo where Group A also chimes in. So it's going to be Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. Again, it's going to be a reverse order, but now let's talk about Victorious Sumus, actually, because, well, Maisie started off saying it is the day of comebacks. Tell me what Victorious Sumus needs to do so that they can actually stage their comeback.
Cheyenne needs to play at 100%. He needs to perform the way he was playing in the previous rounds of the tournament, because I was talking to a few of these teams, a few of the coaches, and it seems like that's the one guy from Victoris Sumus who's so unpredictable that no one really sees him coming. They know where Victoris Sumus is going to be, but it's always Cheyenne with the openers, and that causes trouble for the other teams in 4v4s.
I can literally go on for days about this topic, I'm not going to lie. For Victor Sumus, the last time when we saw them inside of the upper brackets, the only difference that I see over here is that Victor Sumus right now are not exactly the way they played in the upper brackets. In the upper brackets, Victor Sumus was much more proactive and aggressive. And right now, you can see Victor Sumus just holding the players back. All the 4 players are playing together, and that's not how they played in the upper brackets. They were properly spreading themselves out, prioritizing those fights, getting the elimination points, and that confidence is lacking.
I mean, of course, it has been lacking, and we hope they recover. But let's take a look at the talent predictions if we can find something interesting. Of course, Maisie had to go off a little bit with Team X, and understandably why,
Yeah.
because he also wants them to stage that comeback. ICBB has gone with Godlike. I believe Meta Ninjas. I feel like today is one of their days where they actually do it. They've given us those glimpses, Johnny, but then again, they have been leaving us wanting for more.
Listen, man, here's the thing. I keep getting glimpses in life about stuff that's going to happen. Never really turns out for the best, right? And that's the case with Meta Ninjas. I think me and Necro were kind of surprised as to the drop in form from this team that we witnessed in the opening week. And that just completely blew away all the hopes that we had from them. Now, I think, unless they just like, again, out of nowhere, start finishing in the top 4, top 5 every single game, I think Meta Ninjas might just get eliminated in the survival stage.
The point for Meta Ninja is that they just want to be there in the smack center inside of the circle, but not every position in the circle is a good position, and they need to understand it.
They certainly have to, but it's just not Meta Ninjas that are struggling. There are a lot of other teams, and especially one name that Necro loves a lot is going to be Juicy. So we've got our host with Juicy for an exclusive interview. So here we go.
हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं अभी तक 9 मैचेस कंप्लीट करे हैं पर परफॉर्मेंस उस तरीके से नहीं आ पाया। जूसी, स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहला सवाल यही रहेगा कि 3 मैचेस खेले, 6 मैचेस आपने खेले, दोनों ही आपके फेवर में नहीं गया। क्या गलत चल रहा है टीम के साथ?
एज अ टीम हम लोगों को अभी एक फ्लो नहीं मिल पा रहा है, एक मोमेंटम नहीं मिल पा रहा है। एंड मतलब ये सही है क्योंकि अभी हमको अपनी गलतियाँ पता लग रही हैं, हमको टाइम मिल गया उनको ठीक करने के लिए। क्योंकि अगर ये गलतियाँ फाइनल्स में जाकर आती फिर वही कहानी रहती कि लैंड पर फाइनल्स में आके हमेशा पोडियम नहीं आ पाता। तो अच्छी बात है, अभी गलतियाँ सामने आ रही है, हम लोगों को फिक्स करने का टाइम मिल गया है। एंड होपफुली आज से हम लोग एक न्यू स्ट्रैटेजी से आए हैं।
देखिए, अभी आपने फाइनल का जिक्र किया, यानी आपके दिमाग में है कि यहाँ से भी अगर गलत होता है तो सर्वाइवल स्टेज से आप फाइनल्स में पहुँच जाएंगे।
हाँ, मतलब हम लोग अभी इस स्टेज पे बिल्कुल वो नहीं है कि हमको यहीं से जाना है। हम बस अपना बेस्ट खेलने के लिए सब करने वाले हैं, ताकि जो हमारी ओवरऑल गलतियाँ होती आ रही हैं, जो अपर ब्रैकेट में भी थी स्टार्टिंग के डेज में, यहाँ भी सेम हो रही हैं, बस वो फिक्स आउट हो जाए ताकि हमारा फाइनल का रन अच्छा रहे और हम लोग पोडियम के लिए कंटेस्ट कर सकें।
अभी आपने मोमेंटम वाली भी बात करी है, तो वहाँ पर एक हमेशा सवाल रहता है कि क्या कोई एक प्लेयर होगा जो बढ़िया खेलेगा तभी टीम ऊपर जाएगी? जैसे पहले हमने स्किप्स को देखा था, इरांगल में बहुत बढ़िया खेले थे, वहाँ से आपने वो लय पकड़ी थी, तो अभी भी आप उसका इंतजार कर रहे हैं या फिर एज अ टीम कुछ सोल्यूशन निकाला है?
नहीं, हमने एज अ टीम एक सॉल्यूशन निकाला है। जो हम लोगों की सबकी कॉमन गलतियाँ हो रही थी, उस पर ही हम लोगों ने उनको ढूंढा एंड अब उस पर वर्क किया है। एंड आज होपफुली हम उन चीज़ों को रिपीट ना करके एक अच्छा स्टार्ट करेंगे, ताकि आज और कल के दिन, और क्या पता अगर सर्वाइवल में जाते हैं तो वहाँ से हमको अच्छा एक स्टार्ट मिले।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगर सर्वाइवल में पहुंचे तो वहां पर सिंसिनाटी किड्स का जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो सच में बढ़िया हो। थैंक यू सो मच जूसी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं कि आज का दिन उनके लिए काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया होगा, क्योंकि अब अगर यहां से उनके मुकाबले अच्छे नहीं जाते तो सर्वाइवल स्टेज वही एक आखिरी मौका उनके पास बचता है। पर हमारे कास्टर्स पहले मैच के साथ पूरी तरीके से तैयार हैं। चलते हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ, शुरू करते हैं डे 3 द डे ऑफ कमबैक की।
All right, it certainly feels hurtful that, they still have matches to play, that, but we're talking about already Cincinnati kids heading off into the survivor stage. Your thoughts, Johnny?
I was like, all right, I mean, it's supposed to be an interview, but why are we demotivating the team before they even jump into the matches, man? Anyways, I mean, I think Juicy was pretty much on point over there. As you mentioned, there's like a lot of miscoordination happening within the team. And specifically during those 4v4s, we ended up having a conversation yesterday after the matches were done about what is going on and how they were planning to fix those mistakes. But as he said, they aren't really able to pick up the momentum because they are losing players early in a 4v4. Because the decisions that are being made by the team in terms of rotations, in terms of where they want to place themselves, are pretty much on point. But it's just that for some reason, every time they end up taking a fight, they just instantly lose 2 players.
I sometimes feel like Necro has so much to talk about Cincinnati kids, and
Oh, yeah.
we've heard all that drama,
Wow.
you know. But
Cool.
yes, go on. Have they pleased you during the semifinals with
Look,
the
to be
performance?
honest, I don't really have a lot to say about Cincinnati kids. Whatever I want to say is being reflected in the overall standings. And it makes a lot of sense why a lot of people are assuming that CK is going to be moving towards the survivor stage no matter what. It's because they're in the bottom 4. And now to make that comeback from the bottom 4, CK has already played their 6 games in the first day itself, and the performance was lacking. And now they've only got a few more games to prove themselves. And just in those few games, I don't think those games are enough for CK to make that comeback.
Listen, according to Necro, CK has gotten worse than before, because at least the last time he could say that if you want to see CK on the first, just flip your phone. Now you can't even do that. They're still middle pack if you flip your phone as well.
Yeah, and not on the right side of the spectrum either. But when you're talking about Cincinnati kids, there's another team that really had our hopes up, which was First Curiosity.
Oh, yeah.
Considering how they played and how they've made their way inside the semis. But this time, I feel like they've made their match. They're really struggling, man.
Look, to be honest, I did not really have a lot of expectations from this banner. The way they played inside the upper brackets, yes, I do understand we did see that consistent strength, but once again, the playstyle that FC possesses, it requires a lot of stable hard work, and I do believe the fact that FC consistently, the groups are switching as well, and maybe that's also fiddling with the mindset of FC, and they're just not really having a lot of homework. That's what it feels like.
I agree with what Necro said. I think the team needs to stabilize, because even one thing you would notice with FC is the playing for constantly changes. Sometimes it's Anuj OP stepping in, sometimes Gamla Boy is getting subbed out. So there's no stable playing for within the team, and that is one of the big reasons why you can't really figure out how to play your matches, how to approach those fights.
You certainly can't, but Genesis have been making some moves lately, especially how they've started off on day 1, final chicken dinner, but today they would be hopeful that they get a lot more, as finally the skies are black, everybody's ready, the action is about to commence. So gentlemen, take it away.
Seems like a bright sunny day, my friend, starting all the way from Stalber towards the opposite side, which is going to be Gatka. Now, this plain flat path, it does seem quite forgiving, unless if you want to move around the spots like Milta Power, or maybe even Sosnoka military base. That will be a bit of a tough stretch. But once again, we might not see a heavy start this time. It might not be a fiery start to the game.
I mean, it could be anything. There are certain names that are planning to, or well, at least there's a thought in their head to try and take out the competition before it gets tougher for the grand finals, and those opportunities are going to be created today in the last 2 days of the semi-finals. But as you mentioned, the flight path right off the bat, and of course, before we jumped into the match, we saw Likitha Esports on our screen. Smoker yesterday did mention he likes it when he gets to play more matches in the same day, and I think today he has to make sure that he makes up for these shenanigans that were there from Likitha Esports yesterday. Right off the bat, we see them taking a Stalber Kameshki exit, so if it's not an Eastern Circle, they're going to be in for a tough match.
Even you've got Los Hermanos now taking an exit to around the Yasna Poliana side. And even for K9 Esports, as usual, dropping towards that Severny side. I would love to see what sort of game plan K9 Esports is now going to be having, because we all know K9, they just want like, what, 30 points or 20 points, and they will be instantly around the safety block. Looking at the players, NINZA, yeah, it's going to be a hard thing for them today. They need a lot of points, and they've only got 3 games to play for NINZA. It's going to be a rocky thing for them to make that comeback. And even the circle shifting towards the right side of the map. FC at least find themselves a little bit of that cushion to play with.
Yeah, they are going to be in Lipovka, and I think they will reach there before Los Hermanos. But Los Hermanos just overshooting Lipovka, moving past Mansion. I think the intention is to head towards Milta. But in this particular match, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how God's Reign actually plays this one out. They're going to look to head towards that military base. The usual or the ideal crossing point is going to be that Novorepnoy bridge, but reaching to the military base, Necro right off the bat, a big challenge for God's Reign. It seems like Victorious Sumus has them surrounded.
I highly doubt VS is going to be going for a fight, though. Knowing the fact that VS is struggling with their mindset, and they would want to avoid as much scuffle as possible early on inside the game. That's how VS likes to play, and that's what I'm not a big fan of. Always send the boys that definitely need to be the one to initiate some sort of fight and maybe punish the teams as well. God's Reign right there could have been free finishes.
Yeah.
But Victorious Sumus still did not capitalize. And that's one of the main reasons why VS is not really one of the opportunistic teams. They just like to play around the center. They just like to play around the circle.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, opportunity was there, ways present towards the compounds a little bit east of that lighthouse. Then you had Mafia towards the western compounds of that military bridge, but both these players just instantly give space to God's Rain, who end up looting that gas station and finally making their rotation all the way towards the military base itself. But moving towards Hospital, we have Mysterious 4, followed up by Madkings present towards the Georgia Port City, and Autobotz all the way towards northern Georgia.
True.
But while all this is happening, Necro, Vasista Esports, they've taken early control of the squad house on that Everest southern slope. If they come up a little bit north, they might be able to pick off a few individuals from Mysterious 4 and Madkings.
Luckily enough for Group C, they're playing all the 6 games today. And even tomorrow, they're going to play the first 4 games, which means back-to-back 10 games will be played by this group. They have a solid shot at establishing a major comeback in the overall standings. Teams like NINZA, teams like Vasista Esports, all eyes will be on them. And for Madkings, they have been in their own league. They're doing sort of decent. To be honest, we expected just the same performance from a banner like Madkings, and they're doing extremely good for themselves. Especially that step up from the side of Pro. It's been insane for this banner.
Yeah, I mean, Pro has been phenomenal for Madkings. And there have been moments of brilliance from Clutch God as well. These days, he's been in incredible form, but yeah, this man, he is a big threat to avoid. And Madkings overall, their run has been quite surprising, to be honest. They've constantly improved stage after stage in this tournament itself. And I would love to see, can they make it all the way towards the grand finals? And we're finally going to see Clutch God finish in the top 5 of a tournament again after all these years.
Somewhere down line, I feel like Madkings, yes, they do have a lot of that hunger. And yeah, speaking of Clutch God, the man's got a lot to prove. In the past tournaments, the man's not able to find that form. He's been one of those IGLs that does have a lot of aggression, that does have a lot of good players, but still results have been missing. And maybe this is one of those tournaments where he wants to establish that comeback, or at least have a good mark. Looking at the players of FC, yesterday's day was horrendous, but today they need to find the compensation for what happened yesterday. And once again, speaking of First Curiosity, this is another one of those passive teams. In my opinion, even they need to be the opportunistic ones.
And for now, at least they've put Anuj 2 OP on the bench.
Yeah.
We have Dreams, Gamla Boy, and Serious Crypto looking to, well, at least satisfy a little bit of their curiosity, whether they can make it all the way towards the grand finals from the semis directly. And as we were talking about their position in Lipovka, I think that one big luxury for First Curiosity is they do not have to move for at least the first 10 minutes of the game. Stage 2, unless there's a massive hard shift towards the west or the southwest, maybe towards farm, they're going to be completely safe. On the other side of things, Los Hermanos. Now, they have taken control of Milta super early in this match. The only one concern that I have for them is that Orangutan plays from Milta Power. And OG, they have turned out to be one of those names that you do not want to mess with these days.
True. I mean, right now, OG's not really in that good of a spot in the overall standings, if you think about it. But still, they've got a lot more games to go, and OG can easily place themselves in the first spot. Well, you know what they're capable of. They're going to be playing all the 6 games today. FS Esports on the screen, another one of those banners that we had a lot of expectations from. And to be honest, inside of FS Esports, we have been looking at them being extremely unstable. Not able to find that proper footing inside of the games. FS just seems lost at times.
Yeah, I mean, the struggles for FS, especially in those team fights, are there. And of course, there have been moments where we've seen the fall of Levi, Sarwit, Roman, I mean, again, turning into that one man that's kind of kept the team in a fighting position, but being the IGL, it's just too much to ask from a single player. Victoria Sumus again, I mean, finally moving out from their ferry pier lighthouse split. But moving through these open farm terrains, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. They do find a little safe haven for themselves. It's not exactly in the center. It's completely off towards the, well, the southwestern quadrant of the stage 1 circle. But hey, at least it's concrete cover, right?
Autobotz all the way back in the blue. Yeah, Lobster, he wanted to pull off some parkour moves, but then he realized, all right, I messed up.
He's a lobster, not a spider,
He can swim.
but can't swing.
Hey, to be honest, he's been swinging pretty well. What are you talking about? But yeah, for Autobotz Esports, semifinals definitely have been a little bit tough. If you really compare this performance to the past stages, Autobotz Esports, they've been someone that was constantly hammering the lobby, and by this point, you will see them in the top 3. But that's not the case. They still have got a Herculean task, and they can easily make it. The next zone's going to be important, and it takes another shift.
As you were talking about Autobots, they're doing about 5 to 6 points per game, if I'm not wrong. It's not enough. I mean, we were expecting them to keep or maintain that average of 8 to 9 points per game, which was quite phenomenal coming from Autobots in the previous round of the tournament. But this time, as you mentioned, they have fallen apart. Although, talking about the circle now, Madkings, that is just incredible. A few moments ago, we saw them all the way in northern Georgia Pole, but that early rotation gives them control of Yasnaya Poliana. And this allows Madkings an opportunity to gatekeep any threats that try and approach them from the southern side, from the southern rice fields of Yasnaya Poliana. But the thing is, they are not going to be the only ones charging for that city. K9 Esports are looking to join them. And on our screens right now, it's going to be God's Reign. Free crossover towards the main island as they are finally going to cross Milta. But there's going to be a lot of teams standing in their way and the circle.
It's a massive cluster of teams already forming around the centric part. And K9 Esports, they've got a really good spot to play with. The entirety of K9 Esports, there's a major split between the players. And that might just work out extremely good, but hold on to that thought. OG, they mess up big time this time. As WizGod is the one to get knocked out and confirm the first. And for IG Los Hermanos, that's going to be a fantastic point achieved. Just imagine a team that's been struggling with their mental, gets a knock and a finish against OG, but the same thing happens even to the players of Team Argon as they find a knock in the confirmation against the players of Genesis Esports.
All of a sudden, Genesis, it seems like, could be in some trouble. A nade from Devotee, and Hunters is going to get knocked out. It was a trade, a good one at that as well, but Team AX overcommitment results in a third party from Vasista Esports. Devotee knocked out, Henry gets finished off, and Genesis Esports in a position where they can wrap things up and steal that museum completely away from Team AX, but Gravity is just lurking out into the open.
Team Argon, they could have messed that fight up big time. The players were taken down to barely any sort of HP, but Genesis Esports, they're also getting pressured from the back lines by the side of Vasista Esports and even AX. Of course, utilizing the utilities to perfection. That one nade, it was a day saver. Things looking good and dandy. And now AX, they're once again just going to keep themselves pinned down towards that compound. They cannot even move if they want. They're surrounded by too many teams around them. And they just can't really do anything. Mysterious 4, probably one of the most consistent teams in the lobby. For them, these games are going to mean quite a bit too.
Yeah. But I think Mysterious 4, you're missing the aggression that used to be there from this team. And in a round where, again, there's no elimination for them. But OG, after having lost WizGod, now just dropping their pace of play completely. Moving along with the blue, they let God's Reign move past them. And from where AK and Aru are, this could get a little bit challenging for these lads. They are in that hovercraft. Atanki hiding in Lipovka, and God's Reign now stopping their tracks and now waiting to see if they can spot out the players from OG. Atanki spotted out. A few shots from Neo do find connection, but the knock is still not going to be secured.
Oh, the amount of shots that were taken. The man barely survives on a sliver of HP. God's Reign, the late Preachers once again in the circle, but this time they need to be the one to initiate the fight and play for some control. Usually God's Reign, they just breach in and they try to be quiet. But that's not how you're supposed to play around the edges. You're supposed to take the fights. You're supposed to assert some sort of dominance. But at least as of now, they found that clear breaching points. That's a good thing. Vasista Esports, another one of those banners. Expectations quite high. But now they're going to find themselves up close and personal against Mysterious 4. Snowjawed does spot a little bit of that glimmer off the man of Vasista. But nothing happening yet. Just driving around, playing for some intel. For Mysterious 4, I'm not sure what the game plan's going to look like because the zone moved away from them. And now they want to find a good spot inside of the circle, and maybe they would want to take that fight against Vasista.
Yeah, I mean, but they have to do it right now because in a few moments there is a little bit of a probability that Autobotz could just move from Yastaya down south and have a conflict against Mysterious 4, but Vasista Esports, they are getting over-eager as well. Scary Jord and Sahil OP again and again pushing up the ridge, just trying to make sure that Mysterious 4 will always be on their toes. They do not get comfortable behind this ridge in that dip and always feel the pressure, trying to flush out some mistakes from the side of the opponents, but Vasista Esports, they could have lost that man over there. Snowjord with the spray, looking for that knock, and in fact finds the knock onto Sahil OP. Bunny moves forward into the open field to try and confirm that finish, but ends up getting third-partied at the hands of Madkings.
That's a big, tough decision made. And for Mysterious 4, somehow it's paying off perfectly well. Snowjord, a few players of Vasista Esports in the front, but unfortunately they also lose out on Bunny in that fight. Things not looking too good for either of these teams, and Vasista Esports now starting to punish the players of Mysterious 4. Snowjord falls apart, Mysterious 4, things really out of their grips at this point, but Omega is able to strike back, and that's quite a crucial knock as well. Vasista Esports now will be desperate to get that revival back up on the knocked player, and maybe Mysterious 4, they can capitalize onto it, and that's what they're exactly doing. Hero pushes up, just driving around the vehicle. He takes those shots, he gets the confirmation, but just a confirmation was not enough. That's Mysterious 4, they've been eliminated from the game.
What a play coming in from Scary George, just picking off all three players from the side of Mysterious 4. One small mistake from the side of Vasista Esports, but this man, he is the one you need if you need to pull off miracles, but I think no time to celebrate for Vasista. Madkings, they show up knocking on their doors, and Scary George, he lifted, finished that Herculean task once, can't do it again. This time just gets gunned down by Madkings. 3 finishes on the board for Madkings as well.
Unfortunate stuff. And I'm pretty sure for Madkings, they would just want to get 7 to 8 points in this game and they will be happy. Follow that consistent average. That's what the game plan is for Madkings. It's been like that since the start. Autobotz Esports losing out on Lobster in that fight. Even a Reef falls down. What just happened here?
It's a third-party situation. Autobots, they got distracted by Los Hermanos, but K9 was the team that found the opening in this fight. And now, with a little bit of help from Los Hermanos, Autobots, I think they are going to get wiped out. K9, it's just a question of how many eliminations do they get from this.
K9 seems so clean. Line of sights on all the remaining players of Autobots, and they just can't do anything. Everyone's knocked out, even the smoke fades away, and that's going to be free confirmation off the elimination point. Solid stuff from K9 Esports. And there's also mind you, Los Hermanos right next to him. Especially when you read the elimination feed, you know it's K9 and you would not want to mess with them. They've already got too many points in the overall standings, and K9 Esports knows they've got nothing to lose now.
Also, they just became the first team to cross a 100-point marker, or actually touch that 100-point marker with those 3 eliminations that they just got from Autobots. I was asking K9 Esports because it's quite surprising when this team ends up bombing or messing up in team fights. It's like, what happens in those moments? And apparently, Omega just threw all the blame on Slug. He's like, I try to stop him, he just runs in.
Well, young lads, sometimes the blood's boiling. But hold on. You've also got K9 Esports now. Challenging another fight, and this time it's against the players of God's Reign. Not a big fan of what's going on here, but K9 Esports, even they're not someone who's just gonna back away just like that. Neo has already taken too much damage upon himself, and for God's Reign, things are not looking too smooth. This nade's tossed out, it's not gonna do a lot of damage, and luckily enough for God's Reign, things looking stable. But for K9 Esports, their backs are quite exposed. They need to be a little bit careful. Look at the utilities from God's Raid, starting to find the value. Another nade tossed, and it's going to be right next to Omega. There's still Slug up close and personal, but Slug is just waiting for that right moment, that right mistake from God's Raid, and he can go for the punish. But even for God's Raid, they're not someone who's making the rookie mistakes in the fight anymore. They're playing this quite well. All the players hunkered down towards the house, just waiting for K9 to make some sort of mistakes, and God's Raid, they've been constantly punishing them.
Oh, it's going to be down to Slug. He has to be the first line of defense. Needs to stop the players from God's Raid. And now there's finally the revive onto Ninja Boy, but Omega falls before getting taken out by Justin. Well, Neo was the man who found the knock, but Slug still fighting for his life. And well, K9, they pull themselves out of this without losing a single player. Not until now. but Los Hermanos, the timing of this third party had to be precise, but Ninja boy prepared, and Los Hermanos, I don't think they were kind of thinking or hoping on the fact that they would be the one on the wrong end of the initiation of this fight. Now a 3v3. Karlan, there's a Molotov on him, so he's burning alive, and the nade from Slug takes down Cypher. 3 versus 2. K9 with the upper hand, and a misplay again. Lot of mistakes from Los Hermanos. K9 Esports, 7 eliminations on the board. Make that 8.
Disgusting.
As the final finish also comes through. 5 finishes from 1 fight. Slug, he is a monster now.
That's 2 squad wipes back-to-back within a few seconds. That's disgusting from K9, but even AKOP wipes out FS Esports. A lot of fights happening back-to-back, and a lot of eliminations happening as well at the same time. For OG, they want to win this game no matter what. Having a good hand, having a good start is what OG wants. But right now, they're also getting pushed out in the open. Not a lot could have been done in that scenario. Meta NINZA, they perfectly third-party that.
I mean, an impressive third party from Meta NINZA. 3 finishes secured. Poco, I think it should be an easy revive, or maybe not. Victorious Sumus, they're here. The timing of it all. It's a comedy of errors from everyone that was outside the zone, and Meta NINZA might have just walked into a trap, but Victorious Sumus not having numbers, being cautious, shot in the back. Cheyenne finally realizes that first curiosity from across those open fields, have the line of sight, have the line of fire. And Victorious Sumus, I do not see a way out of this for them.
I know, right? Look at VS. Cheyenne's knocked out already. And now there's just one man standing. It's NINZA. I highly doubt he can do anything. He's out in the open, just driving around constantly. And I don't think he's going to be able to find a good ground for himself to play with. Meta NINZA out in the open, as I mentioned. Not every position inside of the circle is a good position. The boys are out in the open, prone to a lot of threat. And Team AX, once again, they start to make the same rookie mistakes as Aryan falls down. Cyrex is right there around the corner, but this time, he shuts down the threat. As Starboy gets wrapped up in his sheet, and Meta NINZA, look at them getting fiddled with. I mentioned this once again, not every position in the circle is a good position. Sometimes you have to go for the fights, but Meta NINZA, they're too stubborn. They want to avoid those fights, and now look at the consequences. Players falling down left, right, and center. It's a domino effect. There's just one man standing, but even he's not healthy, and within a few seconds, even that man gets taken away.
Yeah, the problem for Meta NINZA right there was it wasn't even in the circle. They were constantly playing from the outside. A few moments ago, charging for OG, getting swatted by Victorious Sumus, and now as they try to breach the zone, gate kept by White Walkers. And White Walkers, again, another impressive name as far as the semi-finals are considered. Match after match, they are consistently getting those finishes. Right now, sitting at 58 points in the overall leaderboard. And again, the target for all of these teams that are there in the mid-50s, quite simple. Get to those 80, 90 points as quickly as possible before the day comes to an end. But not everyone will be able to succeed in that mission. So far, K9 Esports, great start to the day. 110 points already on the board for them. The closest, I believe, has to be TrueRippers, but there's still time before they play the remainder of their matches.
How do White Walkers do this every single time? When literally the swords on top of their necks, when their head's on the swivel, they start to perform. This team just thrives under pressure. But now the zone shifts away from them. And now the pressure's going to be amping up even more. So let's see what White Walkers can do.
Do you remember how semifinals game 1 began? It was K9 Esports going after Blitz and Autobotz just survived with 1 player.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing in this wrangle, pretty much, but the only differences are that Blitz aren't here, K9 has more players to work with. The thing that is same is the first fight that K9 took was against Autobotz, and, well, they took out 3 players. Ralphie, for the second time, has to survive the game again. Luckily, he has made it into the top 6.
Yeah, for Autobotz Esports, interesting. Maybe he's going to try to squeeze in as many points as possible. Where is that guy? He's right in the smack center once again. Wow. The gods blessing that guy. For K9 Esports, once again, just hammering squads left, right, center. Already 110 points on the board, and of course, add on a few placement points as well. K9 Esports now seems like an unstoppable foe. And look at the amount of shots. Slug, the trace was insane, but eventually he gets traded out as well. FC, they're done with. They do not want to be on the receiving side, but eventually Omega, he provides a perfect trade.
How dare you touch us, boy. How dare you lay a hand on Slug. Omega just shows up. And as you mentioned, I think a little bit of an outside variable that wasn't taken into account by FC was Likitha Esports. It was Smoker with the last few shots finding contact who secured the knock, Slug stealing the finish. But White Walkers, I think finally they realize there's just one man waiting in the building. They want to make this bounce onto NINZA. But just like all times, this time as well, Likitha Esports going for a third party. Do knock out Arthur, but I don't think that's going to be enough for Victorious Sumus to pull off a miracle in this fight. It's a 1v3.
Tossed out, and that's going to be stopping the push at least for a few more seconds. But this nade, it was devastating. Detrimental to the players of White Walkers. Arthur gets knocked out once again. Another nade tossed towards that same direction. NINZA is now getting pounced on, but that shotgun works wonders as he strikes down another man of White Walkers. Mistakes after mistakes. They're walking into their own grave. Another man gets knocked out by third party. It's Likitha Esports' EXO. White Walkers, they're on the verge of actually getting absolutely clutched.
Yeah.
NINZA, you can do this.
Just one more nade at the right spot and it's all going to be over. Flash, as you mentioned, knocked out, all thanks to Likitha Esports. NINZA grabs that finish for his team, but Arthur, he's back. And NINZA, he's out of utils now. Now he has to rely on the saving grace from Likitha Esports, but hey, they get picked apart by K9. And NINZA again left with the shotgun. It's a 1v2. He knows that both men are armed and ready in that building. That nade could have been off, but this one coming in from the flank, almost picking NINZA apart. White Walkers, they heard all that commotion. And as they moved in, K9 Esports, wiping out Likitha Esports, decide that this is going to be their compound next.
True. Utilities in the hands of K9, and there's also NINZA right around the balcony. Pixels visible. And I'm pretty sure Ninja Boy soon's going to be taking those shots as well. But NINZA, he finds another knock with a well-placed nade. But this nade could have been devastating. Ninja Boy tosses it towards the balcony. Another nade tossed inside of the house, but this one's not going to find value. K9 Esports, they're constantly on the verge of third-partying this entire thing, and eventually Arthur pushes up and gets the elimination, but Arthur himself gets knocked out by a well-placed nade from Ninja Boy. A third party from K9 Esports seems perfect.
With too much utility committed into this fight, and now Ninja Boy has to be cautious. The smokes do protect him, but it's not going to be a solid cover at any time. Likitha Esports with a third party can pick him apart, and I don't know what has happened to K9 Esports, but look at the amount of aggression. A few moments ago, they basically had control of the entire circle. Now they have moved outside the zone towards the southwest. And finally, as soon as the shots are fired in their direction, they again charge for Mansion, looking for Ralphie, looking for the players of Likitha Esports, but a well-timed nade from Ralphie, and Slug instantly knocked out. Omega's HP is also low, so he's going to have to put on that first aid. It clicks right at the nick of time. He is still surviving, quite healthy to be able to trade out his teammate, but Ralphie, he really wants that point. He wants a little bit of revenge against the players of K9 as well.
The utilities were tossed out, but now just one man from Autobotz. He's getting absolutely overwhelmed by the entire squad of K9. Players slowly and steadily marching against that one guy was left over, but look at the utilities finding the right value as Ralphie, he finds the second knock once again. K9 Esports, they're in shambles. This one man from Autobotz Esports is really making it count. And K9 just can't do anything. They want to shut down this guy, but still just not able to find that sweet spot. But in the end, they finally find it.
15 finishes on the board for K9 Esports. And the best possible start to the day has happened for them. But we're down to the top 3. 6 players still alive in this match. White Walkers with 2. Likitha Esports with 2. As we see Smoker inside of the mansion compounds. If you're wondering where his teammate is, well, XO has been sent into the open fields in the backlines to catch off any loose stragglers running towards, well, towards the open field outside of mansion. But Smoker, he still has to try and pick off White Walkers. Without them gone, there is no way Likitha Esports can eye out for the chicken dinner.
True that. Especially looking at the position of K9 Esports, it definitely does seem like they might just be in the power spot. White Walkers, Likitha Esports.
There's going to be 19 points if they actually finish off both these teams and get the chicken in. 29 points.
And the crazy part is they don't even need it.
You know what the crazy part is?
What?
We were thinking 105, 110 for the cutoff, right? They're already qualified, man.
Yeah, pretty much. They've qualified. I was thinking 117. That's what I personally think.
All right.
But Yeah, I mean, for K9 Esports, they've already exceeded all the expectations.
You know what? Yesterday, Omega told me that K9 does whatever Amit tells them not to do. Amit was saying, like, yeah, we are in a great position. We just need about 2 points per game. Omega was like, all right, 2 points per game. How about 20?
But yeah, we were also speaking of Likitha Esports at the start of the day, and I mentioned this. They're too far back in the overall standings to make that comeback. But hey, this is a step in the right direction. Likitha Esports, they're in the top 2, or top 3, maybe you can't say. K9 Esports, they've already started to take that dig against the players of White Walkers, as they've already found the first knock in the confirmation. Arthur, the man's going to be forced out in the open soon too. Where can he go? That's my question. Arthur out in the open, and that will be Likitha Esports putting that nail in the coffin. White Walkers eliminated from the game on the 3rd spot with a decent bit of elimination points. But now, it's a final standoff between Likitha Esports and K9. The fight's taken down to a 2v2.
This one is going to get intense. Likitha Esports, now this is one of those names that's desperate for any points that they can grab. We've been seeing all of the third parties that they've tried to attempt inside of this game on the players of White Walkers, be it on the players of Victorious Sumus. K9 Esports was also another team that was in their line of sight. They were the ones who caused the wipeout of First Curiosity as well. But the chicken dinner is what will propel them to a much more comfortable position in the overall leaderboard. And that is why it is important to win this 2v2. But XOXO, blunder made at the very end of the game. He's going to get knocked out. That leaves Smoker as the last survivor for Likitha Esports. And did you just see the amount of utility Omega and Ninja Boy have? They have about 9 nades on the 2 men combined. And Smoker is just about to be dropped on the floor. But hey, before that happens, he drops Omega and now knows exactly where Ninja Boy is.
Fight down to 1v1. Likitha Esports still in the race. This game can be theirs. And for K9 Esports, even if they do end up losing it, it's completely fine. They've already got too many points. They don't even need these many points. They've already qualified. For Likitha Esports, they're extremely desperate. And what was that nade? Smoker could be now knocked out by his own place nade. Luckily enough, the timing was a little bit off, and that's why the Smoker's alive. But still now just pulling off the parkour moves. K9 Esports is not someone who's going to break that easily. Smoker needs to pull off an heroic moment. And that's the only way he can actually come out on top and maybe stand a chance as well. That's bad, finds a connection. Sound Sense at peak, but K9 Esports, they're just better. They always know how to come out of these situations. K9 Esports, they're just supreme.
Man, what a play in the end. Ninja Boy with a jump shot through that tiny window, saving the day for his team. And of course, 18 eliminations, 28 points secured from this opening match. Oh, I think the teeth are just going to tear everyone apart today.
A walk in the park for K9 Esports, so as it seems, as it is rightful to say that, yes, they have qualified for the grand finals if there were any lingering doubts that have been put to rest. And K9, boy, oh boy, what an explosive performance.
I'm going to say this straight up. They're making the lobby look like a joke.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's no competition.
These are the
for K9
semi-finals,
Esports.
right?
I know, right? And K9 Esports is not even breaking a sweat. It feels like they're just playing normal scrims, walking in towards the fight, taking down teams left, right, center, especially that third party from that side of Los Hermanos, right?
Yeah.
How were they able to win that fight? That's my question.
Yeah, that was supposed to be an unwinnable situation. You have Autobotz, you have Los Hermanos, and it was a very uncomfortable position that K9 were fighting from as well, but still coming out on top, and I think all thanks to one man, Slug.
They took down God's Reign. They were almost on the verge of being eliminated, by the way. K9, they rose back up from the ashes in that fight. And the moment they eliminated God's Reign, K9 did not even have enough time to recover. You instantly saw slamming come through from IG Los Hermanos, but Ninja Boy found that first frag against IG Los Hermanos, and that's where the tables flipped.
They were the Death Mercenaries with a smile on their faces, all we can say to sum them up. But Slug, yes, he woke up and chose violent 7 finishes for this young lad. But I really need to bring the spotlight down to Omega. Boy, oh boy, Johnny, I think you have to agree that he has improved tenfolds the way he's been playing, especially on his assaulting fronts.
What most people don't realize is the man looks calm and composed, and whenever he's there in the arena, most people don't see him practicing, but in his isolated time, all he does is like just grind out his mechanics, just practice, game discussions going on, watching the map feed where the mistakes were made. So a lot of hard work is being put by the players of K9 Esports day in, day out.
Yeah, of course, K9 Esports played amazingly well, but we did see those semblance of comebacks from Likitha Esports as Smoke also survived till the very end. Autobotz, Ralphie, valiant effort from his side. So much to talk about, but after this short little break.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, an amazing start for K9 Esports. We did see a recovery from Likitha Esports as well. And White Walkers just maintaining that consistent run. But that was just the first game of the day. We still have 5 more matches remaining. This is Super Johnny, joined by Fixes and Necro alongside with me. As you notice, we have swapped places. So you were talking about Likitha Esports. First question to you, is this enough?
Bro, I'm shivering right now. The reason being, K9, they've already qualified.
Yeah.
They're all out, they're going to play all out with the remainder of the matches. And being Likitha Esports, yes, you have to be scared.
You have to be scared.
Yeah, I mean, K9, they are going to go all bonkers.
Of course, and there's maybe a big chance that K9 Esports might just try and target a few teams because there's definitely a few rivalries that Omega himself has. So there's definitely a big chance. Soul, maybe too. You can add that as well along the books. But back towards the main conversation about K9 Esports as well, Radin. You mentioned that recently Omega's amped up the firepower. And Johnny, you know, I've been a big fan of Slug, Ninja Boy, and Beast. This trio has always been there, even back in Global Esports' day. They were still just like this, just completely dominating the lobby. And I'm pretty sure Omega, when he got with them, Omega was like, you know what, I'm a little bit insecure now because my firepower is nothing compared to these guys, so maybe it's time to practice.
I mean, I don't think it's about insecurity. I think he relies on them too much because what you said is true. I remember meeting Omega when he had initially joined K9 Esports with these 3 men, and I asked him, like, how do you feel about this team? He said, I don't need to do anything. I just let these boys lose and they get the job done. This is the easiest roster you can be a part of.
No, I think that's just too humble of him to come out and say like stuffs like that, because even in this game we saw his contributions being quite paramount. But yes, Slug, 7 finishes. This man has been on fire ever since, and you could see, right? He's got 19% headshots and 50% body shot. We're loving all these new stats really coming up. But then again, you saw so many moments where Omega goes in for those crucial revives, and he has saved Slug not just once but twice or thrice throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten used to it because as me and Necro were talking about this, and I think you might have noticed it after I mentioned that Slug always has a tendency to overextend, get knocked out, and then either Ninja Boy or Omega will come out to save him. The only man who takes no responsibility in saving Slug is Beast.
The funny part is I was having a conversation with Slug before this entire broadcast, and the man was saying, yeah, I do let my 3 teammates play together, and I'm the only one who's creating off angles. It's because I want to do something different. I was like, what?
You know, as long as you're doing something different, give so much value to your team,
Yeah.
do more of that. But White Walkers, nice recovery from them considering yesterday's day was not really a big show out for them. I like how this really started off, but what I'm concerned about is FS Esports again. Just 1 point out of this game. Genesis, they also need to be a little bit more consistent.
Man, Genesis, FS, God's Reign, Los Hermanos finishing with just 3 points. Big signs of concern for all of these names. And of course, for the only team that's there on the stage with some international rep under their belt, AX, they're also struggling.
Oh, it's an understatement at this point. AX is not just struggling, they're doing terrible in the
Yeah,
competition.
agreed.
And it's not the performance that you expect from a banner like that, right? AX is supposed to be there in the top 5. At least that's what we all thought when we saw AX for the first time in the showdown. But now it's completely opposite side of the spectrum performance.
But Necro, are you going to be a believer if AX does well in Miramar? Just say yes or no.
I don't think so, no.
All right, I mean, I'm just going to force Fixes to join me on the bandwagon. And well, with that being said, let's head towards Miramar.
Plane's gonna be in the sky, starting all the way from the prison island and maybe towards Campo Militar as well. This plane flight path extremely tilted towards the right side of the map and even a little bit towards the southern side. If the teams do want to move in around El Pozo, La Cabrera, now that's gonna be a tough stretch.
Indeed, it's going to be a tough stretch, but let's be honest, Necro, we're going to enjoy that, won't we? Somewhere down the line, teams dropping down, suddenly they have a drop fight, vying for vehicles, and they get popped off. That's going to be really interesting, but this flight path trajectory certainly will be helping the likes of God's Reign, given the fact that they did not have a great start. This is one of those games where they can look for recovering points.
Without a doubt, they of course can. FC as well now taking an exit towards Partona. I'm not exactly sure if FC might be comfortable around Partona. Their performance, of course, in the overall standings, it's been extremely unstable, and it's been discomforting. Then you've also got AX taking an exit towards Prison Island itself. This plane flat path has definitely caused a lot of problem for a lot of these teams. AX being one of those, FC being one of those as well, and even FS Esports being one of those. And since the plane flat path is tilted so much down south, we might just see a lot of those pit stop clashes.
I'm really excited to see where the circle actually forms. Imagine the circle going way up towards the northern side. Maybe La Cabrera, certainly throwing all these teams for a toss. MyG Los Hermanos, this is again one of those teams that really need to touch upon. But before that, we have the circle in front of us. It's going to be slightly towards that western side. Meta NINZAs do have a good control, but Orangutan, they have a solid control over that Chumasara region.
That's what they like to drop. And for OG, they're extremely lucky that the circle is pretty much formed in their home turf. Speaking of the players of AX, even they're all the way down south, and you've also got Meta NINZA. It's a massive split between the players, but let's see what the game plan's going to look like now. For Meta NINZA, they usually like to drop around the Monte Nuevo side, but since the circle is right on top of that as well, so Meta NINZA can take their sweet little time and loot up as well. Vasista Esports dropping towards Picado, MyG Los Hermanos right above Los Leones. And the funny part is, no one's contesting Los Leones, by the way.
All right, that's interesting. Maybe everybody is of that opinion that somebody must have taken over that urban city, but seems like that's not the case. But what I'm really looking forward to is going to be K9, right? Who do they go after? They will drop down, get some minimal loot done, and I'm pretty sure they are going to be spreading carnage throughout that entire lobby. So as things are, OG find themselves in a comfortable spot, and now you've been talking about Team AX really struggling, and you have that feeling that they might not do well in this game, but honestly, Necro, if they play their cards right, this is actually one of those games where they could actually get a chicken dinner and recover points.
Yeah, but the point is, AX just does not really have a lot of games left in their hands anymore. And if AX does want to mount a comeback, they need a lot of games. And if you start talking about AX performing in this game itself, they need an average of 15 points per game, by the way, Fixes. Which might just be too much. If AX was not even able to get consistently 7 to 8 points per game, how can you expect them to get 15 points?
I mean, I'll have to buy that for sure. Do not have anything to counter about. And they've not given us those glimpses also where we can believe that, yes, maybe one explosive game. They have been playing it quite defensively. Need to show a little bit of that proactiveness, need to engage in those early fights, get their hands hot. But FS Esports, they're pretty much on the same bandwagon. Not garnering enough points. Levi, the only player so far who's been performing, whilst the others, they have been quite mum.
True. Likitha Esports, the previous game was a decent start. That also gave them a little bit of that boost in the overall standings. But just a little boost is not enough. You need to catapult yourself towards the first half. And for that, you need back-to-back games. Which might just be too much to ask for, but you've left yourself no choice. You should have performed in the first 6 games that were provided to you. Overall, if you speak of Likitha Esports, they're quite on and off team.
Yeah.
If they've made it towards the semifinals, they definitely do have that click about them, but they still haven't been able to find it.
This is what we were talking about before the day began, right? Likitha Esports, they've got a nice chance. Now, they started the day off decent position, points secured, not a lot of finishes, but that's okay. They have been believing that, yes, maybe they can do it. But if in the next 2 games, they show the same amount of consistency, I can still say that, yes, they might have chances of comeback, because let's be honest, K9, they are going to go berserk on the lobby. They will be garnering a lot of points. That means that cutoff, the graph is going to slightly go low.
And just imagine, right, K9 knows they've already qualified for the grand finals, and you would want to polish your gameplay a bit more.
Look at the difference, man.
Yeah, it's insane. But once again, these are not the actual overall standings, since a few teams are not playing.
Yeah.
They're going to be resuming their gameplay in the upcoming 3 games. That will be there. But yeah, for now, Madkings, they've only got 66 points, and then on top you've got K9 Esports with 125 points, which is insane if you think about it. And yeah, as I mentioned, they're definitely going to try to polish their gunplay a bit more.
They will, and especially given they just have 1 more day to play, after which directly we'll see them in the grand finals. Surely they want to keep everything in sync, nothing really going off. So, of course, that momentum, it's going to be quite crucial. And K9 Esports have certainly done this, because before this event began, there was another big event in which they managed to win. And if you talk about their journey in that event particularly, the start wasn't really good. But then you were a firm believer. You always have been believing that K9, they are going to be staging a comeback, and they did. And look at them, no stopping them whatsoever.
I've always been a K9 believer, my friend.
Yeah,
always.
that I cannot deny. Yeah.
Or maybe you can mainly say I've been a believer in Beast, Ninja Point, Slug. These 3 guys.
Now you're a believer in Omega too, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
But I would like to see what Omega will do if the 3 guys were not on his side.
Bro, we've seen multiple situations where Omega has also been clutching in terms of
yeah, I do
his
know,
gun
I do
skills.
know.
He's improved.
It's more about this trio in general has been probably one of the most consistent trios in the entire BGMI community.
Let's just say that he's the one who's been keeping them glued together. I think he's been that link. He's always been playing that father figure. And I feel like it's quite underrated, because these things aren't really statistically shown. But finally, once they're visible, the difference have been made. But Meta Ninjas seems like Orangutan wants to breach in. Aru just wanted to scout out. But what? Tanki, that beautiful cover fire from the backlines, and Poco finds himself down on the ground.
Solid stuff from OG. Once again, kickstarting things in their favor. But that parking was not exactly the OG parking that we know.
It's fine. They baited him.
Oh no, the man gets confirmed. Unfortunate stuff. And now look at OG. Still eyeing out a few more players in the front lines, but it's going to be a tough one this time to execute. God's Reign once again falling prey, this time by the hands of White Walkers. What's going on with God's Reign? This is not what you expect. A lot of rookie mistakes made from the side of God's Reign, and once again we're seeing flashbacks of what happened to them in the quarterfinals.
Exactly, and now just Neo survives. That's quite concerning for God's Reign, given how the flight path trajectory was. I was anticipating they might rotate a little bit sooner, but White Walkers, this team, again, they made a nice recovery in the previous game of Wrangle, did push it quite deep, and Neo out in the open, running like a headless chicken, surely has to be punished, and GDR once again bow out of the server without a single point.
Yeah, 0 points on the board. That's going to be 2 back-to-back games flopped. What's going on with GDR? Why are we seeing so many mistakes from them? When are they going to improve? Once again, the main concern for GDR is not really taking those fights head-on and properly. They try to avoid those fights in the early game, and that's why they always end up being the one on the receiving side. Maybe sometimes you got to be the one to initiate the fight. You got to be the one to assert some sort of dominance. Not just always run away from it.
And given the fact that they still have a lot of matches to play, and I hope they recover, but we've seen the circle take another shift. This is that hard shift that we've been talking about. This time around the northwestern edges, you could see NINZA still trying to somehow keep some central control to themselves. But Likitha Esports, they're making some quick movements. But this is again one of those games where FS Esports would also look on securing a lot of points. They've entered the circle. They could be the gatekeepers because Mysterious 4, they would be closing in soon. But look at that cluster coming in from that southern side. I'm pretty sure a lot of fight will eventually commence.
I just hope NINZA's got a good cover to play with. That's it. They usually know how to place themselves inside of the circle in the smack center, but they never have a good cover. And that's why they end up getting absolutely blown to smithereens or getting bullied in the center. But now looking at a few teams in the off-centric side, you also do see OG taking those shots. Few casualties happening. Individual blows being traded. And for OG, these 2 elimination points that they got, things looking extremely good. The previous game was not exactly the OG standard, but we know. Somewhere down the line, everyone's got some sort of faith in this banner.
Everybody does. And somewhere down the line, we know that Orangutan have a solid chance on qualification directly from here. But that is also we believed in another event, and we all know they had to go through the gauntlet once again. So whatever the case is, if Orangutan need to qualify, they will have to do it today, because today they have all the 6 matches. The first game, however, did not go their way, got off mid-rotation, but now Westcott just lurking around. He's got fours around him, and I'm pretty sure he's got that anticipation, he's got all that information to play with. But first, curiosity. Previous game, they tried to play that survival game on. Eventually down to nothing. It was K9. Again, that aggression they fell prey to.
First, curiosity. Once again, a passive start. They found themselves in a decent spot inside of the circle, but still. Decent is not enough. You need a good one. FC's playing around the edges, and if you're someone who likes to play around the edges, you need to be aggressive. That's the only possible way you can be the one to dominate and get a good positioning in your hand. You need to assert some sort of dominance, and whenever you speak of FC, asserting dominance is not the first thing that comes to your mind.
And that is what has been really bugging me, given the fact that Anuj 2OP, every given time he's come up for his team, he's gotten a lot of that finishes. And certainly categorized as one of those loose cannons for his team. And again, he's been subbed off. I really feel like should be given a little bit more playtime here.
Yeah.
Got another circle shift. This time, however, a little concentric. FS having good control alongside the likes of Mysterious 4 around the center. But Vasista Esports, they're slowly but surely trying to close in. K9 on their tails, and this is what we were talking about, right? The floodgates for K9 have opened up. Surely, if they see any of the players of Vasista Esports on the finish feed, they might have a go at it. But Sumus, having caught a whiff of the players of White Walkers, it's going to be interesting to see how they respond.
The zone's really interesting. Sumus, though, catching a bit of that hurt upon themselves. There's a man all the way back in the blue, and he's doing a lot of damage, and NINZA falls apart. Big mistake for Sumus, and how can they recover from this? That's my question. Mafia from the sidelines wanted to chip away some damage as well. The opportunity was there, but he was not able to strike well. So no knocks, which means the pressure will be applied constantly, and White Walkers, they get the confirmation to Sumus. Players dropping down, they're not able to fight back.
Yeah, and that's not really going to be pleasing, especially for Sumus. We had been eyeing on their comeback, and seems like that's not going to happen. But Bunny, he's also been put to rest, and we are seeing a mad dash happening around that southern side. Fights breaking out left, right, and center. Even Orangutan, they have taken a couple of losses. Madkings, we saw them finally getting their chicken dinner yesterday. And this time in the game of Miramar, slightly off to a good start.
Mysterious 4. The opposite fray of Vasista Esports. Shots were taken, but none of them connect. And now Mysterious 4 replying back to the same favor. These shots definitely do seem quite detrimental, but not enough. No damage, no knockouts, nothing critical happening yet. Snowjar also catching a bit of that whiff. And for some reason, Mysterious 4 ended up losing 2 of their players. We spoke of Mysterious 4 being probably one of the most consistent teams out there, but the consistency is now starting to fade away.
Yeah, and the big reason is they decided to take that central position right from the get-go, and given the fact that the lobby was quite silent, in those initial phases of the game, and hence they fell prey to so many teams really converging. And at this point, even K9 Esports, look at them. You just blink it and they've already secured 3 finishes, putting a lot of teams in turmoil. As Omega trying to rotate around, they've got FS right in front of them. And even FS, they've been making a lot of changes. You know, we've seen those switcheroos, Sarvid being bought in, Lavish been kept out, and those permutations, combinations going on. But still, the solution hasn't been found yet.
True that. Speaking of the solution, FS Esports constantly peppering away those shots. The next zone shift is going to be extremely important, but look at the amount of shots FS is taking, and now even a fight brewing up on the screen. Unfortunate for the players of Autobotz Esports, they're once again on the receiving side of the spectrum, and this time it's AX punishing the players of Autobotz. The position that AX has on paper, it is extremely strong, but let's see how well coordinated they're really going to be.
Already losing out on Devotee, that's definitely not a good news, given he's been such an instrumental player for his squad. And Team AX, that is definitely gonna hurt their morale. You know, so much of game remaining. EXO bought down quite low, but still Henry not really finding any opening. And even if he had found that, pretty sure they could not have capitalized on it. But Ninja Boy, he's a man on a mission. Mafia, he's been put down and he follows up. Always, he's also down on the ground as Slug. He's marching ahead, galloping through. Mercenaries of dead, Cheyenne in front of him, and he has it spotted, locked down, secured. There you go. Cheyenne being dealt with, and Victor Sumus, they bow out of the server.
Another unfortunate end to the story of Victor Sumus in this game. Mistakes after mistakes made, and this time they will not be spared. FS Esports now against the players of K9. It's not a team you would want to mess with. K9, they've got nothing to lose, and they're like loose cannons. Speaking of FS Esports, though, they've got a lot to lose. Los Hermanos as well now starting to continue their wrath as they inflict a lot of pain and hurt. And you speak of FS. Now, of course, they're doing decent, but now FC's falling apart. Insidious as well knocked in the back, and even the man gets confirmed. It's Madkings doing a fantastic job. I'm
really loving what Madkings are doing right now. Especially that little spread where Shadow had a different angle. He's been calling all the shots. Whilst Pro, Clutch God and Apollo, they are getting the bidding done. Pro so far, 2 finishes. A Pistali and now eyeing out for more. White Walkers survived by Flash. He knows Zone has betrayed him. He has to get inside the circle. Los Hermanos, are they oblivious? They do know. But surely they've done their due diligence, hence dropping down those smokes. Trying to hinder Flash's vision. Still stage 4. Can tank that little bit of that damage of the blue. Get inside the circle. Maybe spot out one lonely straggler. Evil out in the open. Flash seeking cover as Arthur. He's been dealt with. And Arjun also falls down. Prey to Vasista Esports.
White Walkers getting absolutely wrapped up. And mind you, Los Hermanos just want to make a rotation away from this spot. Evil, he's catching a bit of that hurt, but it's not enough to get him knocked out. So things looking good and dandy, at least as of now. Not stable yet, though. White Walkers, how are they going to be the one to make it inside of the circle now? That's the main question. Mysterious 4, this 2-man squad, they've been doing wonders. And look at Vasista Esports. They just bought the free elimination points coming their way, and they easily grabbed them as well. Vasista, they're going to be extremely happy with this. If you look at the players of FC out in the open, it's such a bad spot. They've only got this little dip to play with. But now you've also got Madkings against you. Shadow, the man's priming up a nade. And if this nade's going to find the right connection, everything will be done for FC. They will not stand a chance to fight back anymore. But Shadow just runs away.
Yeah, that was so smart of Shadow, right? Just wanted to collect some information. He gathered it and eventually just gets away. And escapes without even getting touched upon. While Streams and Crypto, their struggles will increase as now they have to go inside the circle, given the fact that there are a lot of gatekeepers. Madkings also eyeing out on an entry inside the zone. You've got Team Aryan just on the edges, but look at K9, still a little aloof from the back, but Cyrix, that was a knock and a half.
That was a disgusting spray. Dreams getting taken down by Shadow and Cyrax finding the second knock. Insane stuff, and look at that one man from Team AX. He's all the way on top, just raining down death and destruction. He's peppering so many shots. Is he really able to find the value, though? That's my question. He's chipping away a lot of damage. It does seem like he's definitely unloading a lot of ammunition against the foes, but is he finding value?
Look at this. Aryan intent on closing in. And at this point, Team AX, they do know that Madkings have to enter inside the circle. And given the fact that you've got somebody up the hills, having such a close watch on the players, and even Aryan just making their lives worse. And yeah, if things were slightly even better, now with the tires flattened out, Madkings in a complete lockdown over here. Aryan readying up that grenade, has definitely flung it, but does not hit its mark. And with that being said, Team AX still somehow trying to figure out means on how to get the players of Madkings down. But Madkings, despite the tires being flat, they are going to take that risk, try to get inside the circle, eventually to fall prey to the players of Likitha Esports, as so many of those utilities are going to come in. But somehow they've survived.
The nades not finding the right mark, but here we go. It's Team Aryan once again knocking on the doors. As another man falls apart, it's Clutch God who gets wrapped up. Even the confirmation instantly follows up. Likitha Esports, they need to be a little bit careful off that man from Aryan. A nade from Smoker, it's going to find some semblance as he gets the confirmation as well. Madkings, they're just like an open feast waiting to be devoured, and now one man survived from Madkings.
I really hope Madkings make the best out of the situation. Young addition pro, he's been quite prolific nonetheless. We've seen some moments from him, we've seen some clutches, but this time, all by his lonesome. And given the fact that Henry having that high ground advantage, even Orangutan, they have been on the struggling spectrum, especially losing out on one of their players quite early on, and even now, down to their last man surviving. OG hasn't really had the best of starts, and this is what we have been talking about, right? Even AKOP being dealt with, and Vasista Esports, they have been creating a lot of ruckus, Necro.
Unfortunate for OG, the games today haven't really been that forgiving.
Yeah.
Just 3 eliminations, and OG's dusted as well from the game. What's going on with this lobby? And it seems like even K9 Esports, they're really starting to unleash their wrath once again. Vasista Esports taking those fadeaway shots against the foes, but they're not really finding the connection. And now what the game plan's going to look like. We've got Vasista on towards the right side, NINZA right against him. And speaking of NINZA, I highly doubt we might just see an aggressive approach from them now. Playing around the edges, not really having enough players either. So NINZA will try to play this one passive.
It all really comes down to where the circle shifts next. Of course, K9 having such an aerial advantage over here. Autobotz again, so showing those survival instincts. But NINZA's in that little shack yesterday. Those remnants is coming alive. Reaper needs to dodge it out, but a little too late. As Pro is going to find that opener, but Beard Baba, he strikes back, taking down Silopi. As Pro quickly on those triggers, dropping down those smokes, and maybe he's going to go another time with a nade. Beard Baba needs to survive this one, and he does.
Utilities tossed out. NINZA, unfortunately for them, they've taken too much damage. But yeah, they're trying their best to fight back, but now the entire squad of Vasista Esports, they seem a little bit mad against Madkings. And now for NINZA to survive this wrath, it's impossible. Utilities tossed out, Reaper falls apart, the second match right behind the shack is taking too much damage, and Beard Baba is barely surviving on his sliver of HP. He patches himself up, but that's not going to be enough. As Vasista Esports, they eliminate NINZA.
Vasista Esports certainly in fire in this game. 8 finishes already accumulated without even a single casualty to their names. And seems like K9 getting that chicken dinner has added fuel to their fire as Vasista Esports look on redeeming themselves. Currently doing pretty decent, but they would be eyeing out for more points as FS Esports this time a fight against Likitha, where Smoker, he's been put to rest. Levi just enshrouded in that smoke, trying to get a little bit ahead. I love how they're crafting this. Smokes after smokes being dropped, and now Sarvit and Godex go for that slam in, and there you go, Sarvit. He finds that initial knock just to get traded down, but then we've got Godex. Maybe another time he is going to drive around with his vehicle, and Likitha Esports, they are done for. They were trying to hold on to the center of the circle, and now they have been eliminated.
You blink it and you miss it. Likitha Esports eliminated from the game. A big banner not there anymore. And now for K9, they're here to clean up. And they actually have cleaned up a few loose stragglers. Omega, the IGL himself, just having 1 elimination point secured. But look at Ninja Boy, the man's fragging out. 4 finishes already converted. Things looking good for the guy. FS Esports. This is the only team that can possess a lot of threat for a team like K9 Esports, and maybe you can't say AX as well. AX has only got 2 players standing though. And Cyrix from the back lines. Now the man's got a lot of pressure on himself. K9 Esports definitely wants strategy is going to be that they might just want to take that fight against the players of AX.
At this point, what does Cyrix do? Has to play a sacrificial role. He knows there's no chance on earth. He's getting inside the circle right the moment the circle shifts away from him. He is open and up for grabs. And his position absolutely compromised. And K9, they've got their eyes glued in on Cyrix. As Genesis, they could capitalize on this. Same goes for the likes of Vasista Esports. Slightly scattered apart from each other, but nothing to really worry about. Levi, Godlike just playing around that little dip that they have in playing with, as they're all waiting for K9 and Team AX to fight it out. And that is where FS, they have to be very cautious. But loving what Vasista Esports are doing, the split, I'm enjoying it.
Wow, the zone centers on up. And this time FS Esports, they find themselves on the lucky side. 3 players, it's a 2-1 split that's going on. But AX soon might just crash on top of them. For Vasista Esports, they've got a nice solid Rich to play with, and I highly doubt they will try to surpass that. But still, Genesis Esports is going to be possessing a lot of threat to the players of Vasista. So how do they deal with them? That's my question. Genesis, luckily enough, they're still all the way back in the blue, or maybe you can't say outside of the circle. So if they do want to make it inside of the circle, first they would need to force themselves out of that comfort zone, and that's where maybe Vasista Esports can have the advantage.
And that is quite concerning given the fact that Genesis is also there, Vasista Esports will also be closing in, and FS, they will be feeling all that heat right now. You can see Genesis trying to close in, Hunters leading the charge, Gravity also going for a direct slam, and he misses the first go as Levi, he puts him down. Hunters brought down quite low as Vasista Esports trying to capitalize. They wanted to close in on the distance as they have also been kept at bay by the players of K9 as Levi slightly repositioning himself. He knows Genesis, they're wounded. Hunter's even put down too low, has been taken down. Beast going after Silo P. Vasista Esports in absolute shambles.
Vasista messed up big time, shouldn't have made that move like that. But now for Genesis Esports, even for them, things are not looking too good as Hunters is knocked out. And now for Genesis, they've only got 1 man standing on the left, but even he gets wrapped up. Gets absolutely melted. For K9 Esports, they're out in the open. It seems like an open feast. Omega gets caught. Ninja Boy as well. The man gets knocked out in the back lines. K9, they can't really do a lot. It's not a good spot to be in, and K9 Esports is too exposed. Beast is the only man surviving, and he's got a lot of burden on his shoulders. Even AX will be constantly applying that pressure. What can you do if you're K9 Esports? But once again, they've really got nothing to lose. So for K9 Esports, they're probably playing with a free mind.
Yeah, they've already done their deeds, right? A lot of finishes accumulated, nothing so much to worry about them. But Vasista Esports, a great recovery nonetheless as Scary Jod. He's been quite scary. Levi, those nades popped on him, constantly giving in those damage. And Levi somehow refusing to bow down, but a little too much as Hector finds that opening, and now F is in a little bit of a trouble there. Godex, he needs to reposition because his position also being compromised from the backlines. Oh my god, they are being sandwiched, and now they are being smacked down left, right, and center.
AX's position, it seems supreme on paper, and the way they're just raining death and destruction, it seems like no one's gonna stand a chance. FS Esports, they're already getting chipped away, but now Cyrax, he's creating the off angle. But he also needs to be a little bit more careful about the surrounding. And FS Esports, they've already been pushed up by the entirety of Vasista. Utilities tossed out, and that's going to be causing a lot of problem as Vasista, they lost out on 2 men. Silopi and Hector not there in the game anymore. This should have been Vasista's game. But how can they mess up like this? And now Team X from the top, they instantly spring back to life. It can be X's game if they play the cards right. If Cyrax gets knocked out, though, it will be wrapped up right here.
And look at Sorbet, way out in the open, a little too much of exposure, and look at that, he has been burnt alive as Cyrax finds yet another opener. Godex, the last surviving member, the last hope for FS Esports. Sorbet screaming, yearning for help, but he knows the moment Godex goes there, he's also going to be taken down as Scary Jod trying to take advantage of the situation. Sorbet being dealt with as now Godex, he's got clear vision, and so does Scary Jod.
A 2-on-1-on-1 man advantage in the hands of Team AX. And this seems like AX's world. In the final few, AX seems the most dominant. the position they had in the early game, now rewarding them later on. FS Esports, they can't even fight back. Just one man in the dip. He needs to keep his position anonymous and wait for someone to do some sort of damage against AX. But the utilities from Scary Jod, they're proven deadly. Molotov extremely close. Godlike still surviving a little bit off that pixel. And somewhere down line, FS Esports, this guy knows he can't really do a lot in that given spot. AX is moving in inch by inch. And this position from AX, it does seem rewarding.
It does. It does. It definitely does. Now, as the dust settles, we can see finally all these players running out of any sort of utility on them. It's going to come down to a pure gun battle. It's all about Godlike trying to lure the players of Team AX. While Scary Jod, he gets the deed done, and Godlike, he has been exterminated. So now it's a one-on-two situation. But Scary Jod, hold on, he's got that high ground advantage.
Yeah, he definitely does, but I highly doubt he can do anything. He does have the high ground advantage, but AX, if they do play the trains right, it can be their game. But he still fights the first knock. What is AX doing? How are they giving him the 1v1? Scary Jod, he can feel it. You've already found the equalizer, but Scary Jod, who could have always messed up that fight. And he, in the end, loses it as well. AX is the one to seal the deal, but still things could have went extremely wrong. Why was AX not playing for proper trades, and why was the man underneath out in the open like that?
Oh my god, just when all of us combined had given hopes on our Team AX, they suddenly spring back to life, get a chicken dinner, and what a way. Not a really high finishes dinner, but enough to at least give them that little bit of momentum, a little bit of that hope that yes, maybe if we play our hearts out, it could be possible. It could be possible because, hey, let's be honest, K9, they're still cooking. They almost had around 10 plus finishes even in this game.
Yeah, I mean, K9, I think
they're making their lives easier.
they are making a 7-course meal for everyone, and then they are putting it in front of them and then eating them themselves without sharing. So that's what K9 has been doing, because, I mean, a team at the top consistently taking points from every single match that they're a part of means the others are going to suffocate eventually for those finish points.
That's the whole point, right? K9 Esports, now they just don't really care. And the fact that K9 was surviving in the final few moments, and the only reason why they were not really able to create a lot of ruckus, it's because the positioning was bad. Now imagine if K9 Esports was in the prime position. Oh man, that would have been an absolute nightmare for teams like AX, for teams like Vasista Esports. And to be honest, this should have been Vasista's game, by the way. There was no business that Vasista Esports was losing players like that.
Look at that. Their reaction says it all as well. They also know it, that this should have been their chicken dinner. But at least Vasista, they are doing a little bit better than AX. AX, I think this is the game, as Fix just mentioned, kind of gives them hope to fight back for a spot in the top 8 maybe.
But that's only 15 points in the overall standings, and AX, looking at the position they've got...
Brother, 15 is still better than 0.
Yeah, but understand this, AX has also played the most amount of games, and that's the only team on the latter half of the board that's played a lot of games.
They still, I mean, they still have. We've seen big comebacks. I would like to be a believer.
I mean, I would want to
You said they're not
be a
getting a
believer
chicken
as well.
they got right now.
They need to play like Blitz did in the initial round of the tournament. I think that last day jump up is the only way they survive. But again, it's a miracle we are asking for. Still one more match remains before we go on a break and the group switch. But before the next game, a short little break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy and Johnny with me on the panel. And yeah, guys, you guys pretty much saw what exactly happened in that previous game. I'm still a believer that it should have been Vasista Esports this game, but Vasista Esports do have a lot of points still, no matter what.
Exactly. I don't think there are a lot of concerns for Vasista, but for the other names still struggling in the middle pack, I think they need to start picking up the pace, especially the teams from Group B, about to play the last game of the day.
Yeah, for all things considered here, I would say Vasista really stepped it up big time here, and we saw a little bit of recovery from FS. But what I do know was that there was a moment that Scary Jot could have, and I mean could have, stolen that chicken dinner away from AX.
I know, right? And imagine if that would have been actually the case. I'm pretty sure AX would have been the most demotivated team in the entire lobby. Skyrex just getting 4 finishes. You've also got Servant just getting 4 finishes as well on the board. Ninja Boy as well getting 4. Things looking quite stable for K9 Esports. They've already qualified. They know they've got nothing to lose. But for teams like FS Esports, they're desperate for points. AX, I still believe they're too far back in the overall standings. A comeback is maybe next to impossible.
Well, I would say mathematically for AX to actually qualify here, it's still very possible. But again, every single match needs to count, and that's provided the teams at the top do not perform as well. But what's really surprising for me is that Godstrain and OG actually taking a huge tumble here in day number 3 of the semi-finals, because things hasn't been looking good for both of them at all. And this might be a little bit affecting their overall standings so far, because based on what I'm seeing in overall standings right now, OG has not broken past the top 8, Godstrain has not broken past the top 8, White Walkers kind of stepped up a little bit, but they have pretty much played 11 matches. But for all things considered, like you said, K9 is pretty much the only team, I would say, that is pretty much guaranteed to qualify to the grand finals as of yet.
We've also got the second page popping up soon on the screen, and inside of the second page, once again, a few concerning names will be visible. For Vasista Esports, since the previous game was extremely good, now they've got 56 points on the board, which means it will be a stable standpoint for them. But for OG, the performance is not to the OG standards.
Yeah, OG, I think, especially considering they are playing 6 matches today, it's not been a great start to their journey. We started off with 50 points on OG, and after the first 2 games, they have only gotten 7. So, again, it's need to start pumping up the numbers. I think one thing they have to wait for is for K9 to leave the lobby.
Maybe in the latter 3
they're
games.
definitely going to be playing spoilers for sure. That's what I'm going to be seeing here, because just these 2 games so far from K9, dominations after dominations, they're definitely ruining the chances of other teams to make a potential comeback.
So at the start of the day, I was having a discussion with the Hindi commentators as well, and we came down to a standpoint that if AX wants to qualify, they need 15 points per game.
Yep.
And they've already bombed the first game, by the way. They've already bombed the first game, so now they need to compensate for the first game as well in the upcoming games.
Okay, fair enough. You know, hopefully things are going to be a little bit better there.
Maybe they will be better. But hey, without wasting any more time, now it's time for us to move on towards the rainforest of Sandhawk, and here we go.
Time for the tropical islands of Sandhawk to pop up on our screens, and for us to figure out, can K9 ruin yet another game for all the other 15 teams fighting for qualification into the grand finals? Well, Team AX, we've been talking a lot about them. We've been talking a lot about Vasista Esports and their run in the previous match. But I wanted to say this. I mean, the most impressive team today, along with K9, has to be White Walkers finding their way inside of the top 5.
I think White Walkers, again, their trend continues all the way since their debut is in towards the pro circuit, right? Like previously Volcano, you know, no one expected them to do well. Out of nowhere, qualifies for every single stage. And then now, you know, even at the start of BMSD, White Walkers was always down low. It comes down to the final day, qualifies the next stage, and then out of nowhere, when you were about to count them out, they out of nowhere qualifies into the semifinals, and now, I would say they're very close to actually reaching there as well.
I mean, but anyways, let's look at Camp Alpha. It's going to be a fight between 2 Alpha teams. Madkings taking on the players of K9 Esports. And this time around, it is going to be, well, Team AX actually kicking things off against Vasista. A revenge play in Ruins. And it is going to be trades coming in for either sides. A 3v3-4 now as Henry and Cyrex try their level best to keep Vasista Esports at bay. But on the finish feed, K9 and Madkings, we're going to keep a track of that fight. It seems like Madkings have lost a few bodies, and while they were able to secure knocks against the players of K9, they can't really reset. Pro and Shadow OG are going to be forced all the way towards Hathin, so they can't get involved in that fight. But Vasista Esports, they need to figure out how to deal with AX because they are about to lose this fight for the second time today.
Oh my goodness, Vasista Esports, this is not looking good here. Considering how intense the match was in the previous match as well, it was a good game for them, but this is going to be a huge morale boost for AX, or in this case, maybe a little bit of tilt train for Vasista Esports, but they do return fire, making it to a 2 versus 2. Hector does have the DPS, he's going to go for the wraparound to try and go in for a couple flanks. So here OP is doing some suppressed fires, but he is out of ammunition, needs to reload his bullets, and that's going to be his last clip on those Vector as well. So Hector's got to make every shot from DBS to count here. Cyrex Henry takes a little bit of pause here to try and regroup, while Hector and also Sahil OP is going to back off to try and stabilize themselves to try and take on this fight against AX once more.
And no first aids on either of the Vasista Esports players. They find a few boosters, but it's going to take them a while to bring their HP back up. But this fight, it's now down to the first shot connection from those shotguns. Whoever finds the impact gets the finishes, gets to survive, gets to live and play for extra points. But AX slowing things down. Not really what you want to be doing when Vasista is low. They are pushed into a corner. Vasista Esports, this is just working out in their favor. The more time they have to breathe, the more their HP recovers.
This is really surprising to see a drop clash just like that as well. Vasista Esports wasn't expecting this, and who would have thought AX might be even the ones to play spoilers here. They've snatched their chicken dinner in the previous game. Now, they might be ruining the games or chances for Vasista Esports to try and make a top 8.
I mean, you have to expect a drop clash when AX is playing Sanhok. These guys weren't shying away from the international teams taking this fight, and they're definitely not going to shy against Vasista Esports.
Well, for all things considered, can they qualify is going to be the question here. But all things considered, they are not eliminated out in the semi-finals here, even if they do not make it to the top 8. But they will have a second chance, but it is going to be complete resets in the survival stage, though. For now, Vasista Esports still hanging on by the thread. They are able to stabilize Sahil OP, but Hector is still down pretty low. AX also taking a couple jabs in. Goes in for a wraparound. Sahil OP, pretty much Cyrex is having a rough idea where they're going here as well, but it seems like Vasista Esports and AX, they've swapped positions here. They're just playing ring around the rosies inside ruins right now.
Yeah, it's in and out from both these two sides. When Vasista is indoors, AX is on the outer side. When AX runs in, Vasista hops out. Look at that, Hector takes the exit. But both of them have to be careful because K9 Esports, they're done with their conflict up towards the Camp Alpha Island. And considering it is a southern circle, K9 are going to use that connector position to move down towards ruins. But Meta NINZA, they do manage to catch Los Hermanos off guard. 3 players instantly knocked out. Just the last man left alive. And it is going to be a comfortable squad wipe for Meta NINZA. Or maybe not, it gets denied. The last man just evades and runs for his life.
This is insane. Like, Meta NINZA has set up that exact same spot of ambush every single game when it comes to the map of Sandhawk here. This is the first time I've seen someone actually walk into the ambush. Unfortunately for Los Hermanos, they will lose a couple of casualties, but the stalemate between both Vasista Esports and AX still continues, and they're still running around the entire map of ruins. They're swapped positions again this time.
I want someone to just take both of them out at the same time.
Well, seems like Sahil OP is going to be the closest here. He's wrapping around Henry. He's walked out again, trying to bait Henry into this fight. As Henry goes in for the push, gets a couple shots in, barely finds any kind of connections. But it seems like on top as well, they are going to be expecting a flank on top. And oh, what a flick from Henry! Sahil OP thought he caught him off guard, but what an insane 180 coming from Henry.
I think that's the first shot connection he has found and instantly secures a knock on Sahil. But Vasista Esports, they've done a brilliant job just avoiding contact with the players of Team AX over there, because when the fight started, we saw the players of Vasista extremely low, and with the boosters, without any actual healing utility, you have to focus on buying yourself time, which they did to perfection. But now it's going to be a 1v2 again for Vasista. Not an easy position to get out from. Likitha Los Hermanos, my apologies. Lose that last man to God's Reign. That's going to be the first finish point for God's Reign. And also a little bit control of a factory close to the center of the zone. But Team AX, they make this push. Hector finds the first knock. And now we're down to a 1v1 against Cyrax. The pre-fire through that gap catches a few shots on the body, but Cyrex is still standing. And now it's down to the DBS battle between the two lads.
Oh, Hector's baiting out. He's chipping away his health here, and you can see Cyrex is desperately trying to clean him up. Meanwhile, Hector has got other plans here, knowing for a fact that Sahil is about to bleed out. He's going to prioritize his teammates, and oh, Cyrex intercepts him, tries to stop him from the revive. And he's definitely playing spoilers here. And now Hector is getting desperate. He needs to wrap things up now because if he goes on, Sahil is going to go down. And as you can see, Cyrex is just baiting time. He's trying to wait for the bleed out. And finally, he takes him out. And Hector is able to save Sahil with this clutch here. They win the fight against AX finally. But was all this worth it? This fight took longer than expected. And guess what? K9 is roaming around ruins, and they might look to try and third-party this.
I mean, they might, but that's not what usually K9 does. They're going to take control of the shoreline compounds and just block the bridge. They know Madkings are approaching from the northern side as well, and we see Beast position himself to maintain vision, but he's going to need his teammates along with him if they actually want to wipe the floor with Madkings. There they are, crossing over from Camp Alpha to the main island. But look at the circle. Now, Camp Charlie, Cave, that's going to be the center. Likitha Esports and Los Hermanos actually in a pretty decent spot, only if they have cover.
I think it's been a while since we started seeing the map here, considering the amount of fights that has been happening here throughout the entire map.
Yeah.
We saw 4 teams, but let's see what everybody else is doing right now. Like you said, Likitha is pretty much in the middle. White Walker's in the middle as well. Vasista, Sumus is also in the middle. So most of the center compounds has pretty much been occupied as well, around Charlie, around Caves. Those are like very, very high priority places that you want to be in, just because of the fact that it does have a lot of control for before the next phase of the shift. But Vasista Esports, seems like Ninja Boy was able to scout him out as well. He's thinking about going for the jab there. So the OP is not going to be the target here, as Ninja Boy is trying to calculate how many players are there. He spots out Hector, so approximately 2 players, and maybe, just maybe, they should be able to get one. But White Walkers here will find a pick on Genesis.
Genesis now left bleeding. Zap. First hit comes through. He runs into a sandwich. What was that? You saw him run towards the left and still just jump peeks the right. Genesis Esports. The name means to begin, but this is going to be the end.
This is weird. Genesis finally starting their roster with a little bit of a twist here, bringing back Zap in, and things hasn't been looking good here in day 3 for the semifinals. And White Walkers, once again, the dead is slowly rising. The night is dark and full of terrors, and White Walkers are definitely proving themselves to be a threat here. But it seems like the Apes have a little bit of a interception here, or maybe some ideas to try and stop the dead from rising up. But it seems like Arjun is going to be roaming around. AKOP is able to spot things out, but
yeah.
I don't think Arjun caught a glimpse of his helmet on that rock there.
But I think he saw the battle. I think the weapon was visible, but is he aware about Wizgod is going to be the question, because AKOP, he's still a little bit off towards the side of the rock. Wizgod is completely hidden. Aru as well on the flank. White Walkers, they saw one player. They're going to assume that there's going to be a squad waiting for them. And look at how nicely they've isolated this entire side from OG.
Yeah, this is very disciplined coming from White Walkers here, considering that, you know, Arjun didn't hard commit to that, knowing that his teammates are still looting up, resetting, and also stocking up from the fight against Genesis. But Arjun, he might have made a little bit of a blunder there. AKOP finally gets the clear line of sight, takes him out. And that is going to be the sound of retreat for White Walkers here. Information gathered at the expense of 1 life.
Not really a good position to be in if you are White Walkers. Such a brilliant journey for the day for White Walkers. First 2 games, they have been consistent. They find themselves on the 70-point marker. And again, inside of the top 8 in the overall leaderboard as well. So they are in a safer position, but they need to be consistent. This match, not a great start, but as long as they can recover, and as long as at the end of the game they have 7 to 8 points, it's all going to be good. But Vasista Esports, the IGL, now also the lone survivor for the side. 4 finishes secured, all thanks to that early squad wipe of Team AX at the hands of Vasista Esports. A save coming in from Hector. But now, this is personal. This is not business anymore. Look at Omega going after Hector. And K9 Esports are going to be in tow as well. They overshoot. Hector stops. There's Ninja Boy in the backlands. I want to see what K9 do to this solo man.
My goodness, K9, they're just playing spoilers right now here. They've heard the commotions from Vasista for a long time. Ninja Boy was able to stalk Sahil and Hector for the longest of time. They finally get the connection on Sahil just now, but leaving Hector in one of the most vulnerable positions. And you can see K9, they're just toying with him as well. They're trying to look for him. I think they have a rough idea where he is, but Ninja Boy is going to try and bait with the horse here. And it's Hector. May not look for the shots, but they finally spotted him out. But the spray comes through, gets the knock through, but the instant return fire from K9 shuts him down. And that is going to be Vasista Esports that goes out as well. And 3 finishes in the bag for K9. Meanwhile, a major fight happens as White Walkers, they defend against Meta NINZA. Meta NINZA came crashing in less than a second. They just got completely shut down.
And after the wipe off Meta NINZA, you see Arthur just looking up into the camps, looking at his opponents with a cheeky smile. He still doesn't know, like, not doesn't know, but they're still kind of shocked. How did they make this happen? And it has been the case for Meta NINZA, where their strategy is as simple as go for the center, wait for a team to show up, and once they do, you try to fight the 4v4. If you get a wipe, you get the loot. If you don't, well, then you're basically gone.
It's so funny as well. Like, they were just smiling. Why are all these points just coming to us for absolutely free? Why are people contesting our compounds for no reason? Why are they rushing in blindly? So that should be the thought that's going through the process here. But all things considered, 7 points. Likitha Esports now hitting a little bit of run in, tried to sneak into as a cover, but unfortunately was picked off as Victorious Summers does get an opening knock, and that's going to be the second knock as well.
Nice initial spray from Likitha Esports. Smoker did find the opening knock, but the follow-up not really being there. And now Cheyenne stuck in a 1v2 situation with shots coming in from the flank. He needs to help his teammates recover. Goes for NINZA. And getting this revive, it's going to be kind of tough. Likitha Esports, they still have breathing room to close in towards the compounds where Cheyenne is, and then just lob a nade for these finishes. And look at that Inferno. He is moving up to make sure that he has track of what is going on with Victorious Summers. On the other side of the thing, God's Reign against FS. And Neo has dished out a lot of damage. The nades go flying. FS on the verge of getting wiped out, as even Godex is going to get knocked out. Down to Roman.
Yeah, this is a complete fiasco here. A control for the top of the mountains. God's Reign does love prioritizing on those control, but only Neo remains, and he's going to fend off the rest of FS. FS, they're pretty much weak now, and Neo needs to pop the perfect nade to shut down Roman to try and clean things out. It looks good. Can he get the re-knock? Yes, he gets it on Sarvid, but can he get the second one on Roman? The confirmation comes through, but it's actually Autobotz that chimes in from afar, snatches away all those points, and even Mysterious 4 is going to be pummeling on FS.
Yeah, I feel bad for FS. Too many teams just eyeing in their direction. Very difficult to survive, but Victorious Summers, they get the floor wiped with their faces. Likitha Esports charging in, 3 eliminations secured. And while all this is happening, completely forgotten. Madkings are still there in this game, or at least they were, before Shadow and Pro just fell to K9 Esports, the same team that picked off the first 2 players from Madkings all the way in Camp Alpha. And would you look at that, again, another match, K9 Esports finding themselves in the top 8 with 6 finishes to their name. The one problem that they have is the circle has been betraying them from the start. It's not been kind to them, but it's K9 Esports. They don't care, and neither do they want to.
Yeah, they're pretty much guaranteed into those grand finals right now. Like, last I saw was like, what, 145 points. That's pretty much a guarantee, and they're definitely spoiling the dreams of, or in this case, chances of multiple teams going to the grand finals as of yet.
I disagree. I think they're actually opening up the board for everyone to qualify. Because the cutoff is going to be much lower.
Fair enough. That is that makes a lot of sense here. Meanwhile, Mysterious 4, they haven't exactly wrapped up the fight against FS here. They were able to clean out God's Reign early on. But at the same time, OG, their stalemate with White Walkers has left them kind of stranded out and open. And Autobotz seems to be pushing towards them as well. They're just gatekeeping them as well. Artenki is taking some serious heavy fire from Lobster, but no connections yet. But it seems like Autobotz, while they were trying to find a way in, left is White Walker, right is OG. Pick your poison. It seems like they tried to take a jab on White Walkers, and White Walkers once again was able to get a couple knocks in.
No matter where Autobots go, there's going to be trouble. As you mentioned, White Walkers with solid cover available, OG with the high ground. Both these teams are just going to be a menace in the lives of Autobots. Lobster, unless he pulls off a miracle, somehow just takes down 3 players from the side of White Walkers, because at least that's a direct line of fire. I think it's going to be difficult for Autobotz to recover. And all of these teams, in fact, that are playing that northeastern edge of the zone, Mysterious 4, FS, OG, Autobotz, White Walkers, I think they are the ones who are going to keep on fighting amongst themselves. There's first Curiosity, by the way, a 4-man roster that's playing the shoreline just off of Camp Charlie. That's going to be the team that has the highest probability of winning the chicken dinner right now.
Yeah, I agree. Like, FC off the map, they have been causing problems for teams inside Camp Charlie. In particular, I want to talk about here was Victoria Summers. They had the initial knock on towards Likitha Esports, but while they were pushing, they were picked away from FC, which was like 300 meters away, which resulted in them losing 2 players and then letting Likitha Esports equalize there. But now what's happening on screen here seems like White Walkers will be the one that claims all those points from Autobotz as the defense is solid. And for some reason, White Walkers, once again, points are being given to them for absolutely free. And we just barely saw a shift on towards the circle. It seems like the circle once again favors White Walkers.
Yeah, this has to be their game. They have done phenomenal today, but now it's time to go for the chicken dinner. But FS, an unexpected contact against Mysterious 4, and Roman is going to be the man getting knocked out over here. Sarvit is still there. Time to repay the favor. Needs to bring his IGL back. And of course, there will be a little bit of saving grace for FS as well in the form of OG, who have decent amount of distance where they can lob nades on the players of Mysterious 4 and keep them at bay, so FS can get the revive going. And well, in fact, Atanki just straight up commit for a gunfight over there. Drops a lot of HP off of Snowjod. Still no knock against Mysterious 4 though.
Yeah, but of course, OG, they do have a little bit of alternative here. Number one would be, if they lose out on members here, their alternative would be to drop down inside the cave and just play for position points. But of course, in order to do so, they have to clean up as much as they can. But on screen now, we do see K9 Omega having a little bit of run-in with FC. They went in for the double push through the ocean, was somehow able to get the wrap around, and just like that, FC, they lose too. And only Gumla Boy remains for First Curiosity. And Ninja Boy getting tagged out with the nade. He's down to his last HP, but it was going to be Likitha Esports that chimes in and snatches away those points.
Yeah, but Gumla Boy ends up finishing his own teammate Crypto. A man lost, a body loss that could have been recovered. And K9 Esports, 8 finishes, 2 points for placement, a 10-point game. First match of the day, they get 28. Second match of the day, they get 13. Third game of the day, they get 10. This team has been on fire the entire time.
Speaking of fire there, in one fell swoop, in barely 5 minutes, it whittled down from 10 teams down towards the final 5 teams in this final zone, and the circle once again shifts on towards White Walkers, the only team with a decent amount of compound. The only downside is that it does not have elevation. So as of yet, they're pretty much guaranteed a decent amount of points. But how will the rest deal with White Walkers here? Because they have been staying in those houses for the longest time. They've got decent amount of loots because of Meta NINZA's initial engagement. And as of yet, the Series 4, they've got the reset. But OG seems like they are crumbling down, and they are going to be playing from the cave vicinity, so they do have a decent amount of cover. But unfortunately to say, it's not exactly in zone for OG in that particular spot, so they have to crawl up to the beaches.
Man, it's hilarious. OG were trying to shoot at the players of White Walkers. Find a knock against Likitha Esports on the other end of the zone instead. But talking about Likitha Esports, I think there's a very high probability that this is going to be their chicken dinner. OG upward under pressure by White Walkers. Likitha Esports, all 4 players controlling the western edge of the circle to perfection. The one squad they have to deal with is going to be First Curiosity. And in fact, they take out Mysterious 4 first. Now, First Curiosity is going to be next. 10 finishes on the board. I think, again, we are seeing Likitha Esports in their zone, pretty much. Once they start, it's going to be too difficult to stop. Hoping for a back-to-back chicken dinner for this team now.
Yeah, this is going to be a major comeback that Likitha Esports needs as well. FC getting gate capped as well. They've got the high ground. But on this finish feed as well, we do see OG finally having a little bit of run-in with White Walkers here, as White OG was able to go for the wrap round. But Likitha Esports, they clean out FC, and we're down towards the final 2. The last 2 players from OG also taken out by White Walkers, thanks to the help of Arthur and Key. But this is a phenomenal game from Arthur here. 7 finishes in the bag. White Walkers, they need the reset, and I don't think Likitha Esports know that they are pretty weak right now. They are controlling the high ground, and finally White Walkers need to exit from their cave, or in this case, their house right now. As Likitha Esports, they are going to be surrounding them from all angles here. one wrong pick and they are going to be blasted, and the rest of Likitha Esports are going to be crashing down on them. The only upside for White Walkers is that they do not have vehicles for Likitha Esports as of yet. I might be wrong here, but considering how spread out they are, I don't think they have vehicles.
Yeah, Likitha Esports don't have vehicles, but they have completely pinned the players of White Walkers. There's no escape. I think the only thing that's stopping Likitha Esports is the fact that anytime they try to close in on those shacks, they're going to get shot at, and right now they're just avoiding losing out unnecessary bodies. They have the upper hand in this fight, and that is what they're trying to maintain. Starboy spotted out, a little bit of damage dished out on his body, but he's still standing. And now finally White Walkers trying their level best to make a move as Flash moves out of that house. A little bit of pre-fire coming in from Starboy, but that vehicle, it has been heard. And now finally the util is going to rain down on the players of White Walkers. None of the nades make contact. One does, but not enough damage for the knock. Doesn't matter. Smoker from the flank finds the opener, and then there were two. Another nade quite close to that vehicle. Flash could be knocked out. He's still surviving though, but Smoker, the IGL, does not care. He just makes the push, spots Arthur inside of that smoke, spams the shotgun, and gets knocked out instead. But as the stun goes off in a flash, the game comes to an end, and you look at the celebration. They managed to secure it. Likitha Esports, 15 points for finishes, 10 for the chicken dinner, 25. Whoa, they missed out of one.
Okay, that is insane. Yeah, Likitha Esports definitely making a huge bounce back today itself. White Walkers was definitely denying those points away, but all things considered here, the race is still going on for all these teams.
I have a question. They had 12 finishes on the board. There were 3 players from the side of White Walkers remaining. Did we see, was there like a teammate knock, or did someone go down to the blue?
So there was one guy that actually went down to the blue. Because basically when the zone shifted as well, it was a 50-50 coin flip. If the zone shifted on towards Likitha, White Walkers, Likitha Esports would have come down. But because it shifted down south, it forced White Walkers out. They waited the last minute, and then the zone took them out.
All right, I think we're going to see that on the final blow as well. But I want to say one thing, because now since Necro is here, it reminds me of the fact that he also mentioned this, that Likitha Esports need to compensate for points at this point. And if people start denying them even that single point by going down to the blue, I think there is a possibility that Likitha Esports will head to the survival stage.
Of course, I mean, for Likitha Esports now, they've got insane games in the back, right?
Yeah.
It was just that one game in Myanmar where Likitha Esports were sort of slipping out, but still that game one itself, Likitha Esports was doing pretty good. They're in the top 2. We clearly saw it. And now Likitha Esports getting a chicken dinner is just going to contribute even more to the overall standings. Just look at the amount of elimination points they've got. That's going to be 14 points on the board, which means 24 points in total contributed from Likitha Esports, which also means the comeback is already there.
Yeah, comeback is already there for them. And of course, White Walkers as well. I mean, even in this game, they were consistent. Even in this game, White Walkers got like a pretty decent amount of finishes. I think 12 finishes and 6 points for placement. So they're going to end this game with 18 points. And also, can't ignore K9 Esports, man. 51 points in 3 matches. That is incredible.
I mean, that's something that you expect from a banner that has already qualified, right? They've got nothing to lose. They're playing with a free mindset. And K9 Esports knows they're pretty much like loose cannons now. But for now, let's move on to a quick break. We'll be right back in the upcoming moments with the map of Sanhok.
माय नेम इज़ ऐश एंड मैं टीम फिनिक्स esports का IGL हूँ एंड अभी तक तो हमारी BMSD की जर्नी अच्छी जा रही है एंड ऑब्वियसली टॉप 8 का जो गोल है इंटरनेशनल कोरिया जापान पहले खेलने का, तो उसकी जर्नी पे अभी तक की परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें तो हमारा थोड़ा डिप हमें फील हुआ था, थोड़ा कम्युनिकेशन एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन में आ रहा था, तो हमने थोड़ा स्क्रिम्स विम्स खेल के वही प्रैक्टिस किया है एंड अभी तक जितना लोअर ब्रैकेट से खेल रहे हैं तो हम ऐसा प्लेऑफ्स का कुछ कुशन जैसा कुछ फील नहीं है। राउंड बाय राउंड खेल रहे हैं, हर राउंड में परफेक्शन के लिए खेल रहे हैं। जितनी मिस्टेक्स हम करें उन पर वर्क हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा, प्रोडक्टिव खेल रहे हैं, तो ऐसा कुछ कुशन वाला सीन नहीं है। यही राउंड में हमें क्वालिफाई करना है, वही सोच के चल रहा है। कंसिडरिंग कि एक दिन पहले टीम बनी है टूर्नामेंट से, तो आई विल गिव 10-10 बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली थोड़ा डिफ़िकल्टीज आई हैं बीच में, जैसे मैंने बताया कम्युनिकेशन, कोऑर्डिनेशन, बट उसके बाद भी वी आर गेटिंग द पॉइंट्स। तो जो BMIC होने वाला है उसके लिए हमने जो इनके रीजनल जो हुए थे कोरिया एंड जापान के, उनके कुछ मैचेस देखे हैं, बट ऑब्वियसली वो क्लैश हो रहा है, हमारे भी मैचेस रहते हैं, तो थोड़ी बहुत रिसर्च चल रही है, बट मेनली अभी खुद के टूर्नामेंट पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं। आई थिंक जो अपकमिंग टैलेंट है वो ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है, बट OGs भी कुछ हैं जो डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं। तो वन थिंग आई कैन से इज़ कि फ्यूचर इज़ ब्राइट। यंग गन्स हैं, बट आई वुड से कि इतने भी मतलब एकदम ब्लाइंड खेलने वाले भी बंदे नहीं हैं, उनको समझ आता है। बट कई सिचुएशंस होती हैं कि गेम में रश में वो थोड़ा ओवर कर रहे होते हैं, तो उस टाइम पे थोड़ा चिल्ला के उनका नाम कॉल लेके तो वो वैसे कंट्रोल हो जाते हैं, कुछ ज़्यादा इशू नहीं आता। मतलब डिज़र्विंग तो मैं अभी करंटली ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि हम डिज़र्व करते हैं, बट ऑब्वियसली अगर हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप अपना क्लियर करते जा रहे हैं एंड हम टॉप 8 में लैंड करें, देन आई कैन से वी आर डिज़र्विंग। तो उसी की मेहनत चालू है।
ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। आज के दिन के 3 मैचेस खत्म हो चुके हैं। विक्टोरियस सुमस जिन्होंने आज के मैचेस अपने कंप्लीट कर लिए, और अभी हाल ऐसा है कि 12 मैचेस खेलने के बाद 60 टोटल पॉइंट्स हैं। ओवेस, अभी कैसा चल रहा है टीम का पूरा परफॉर्मेंस, क्या कहेंगे इस परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में?
आज का परफॉर्मेंस वाज नॉट अप टू द मार्क। हमने बहुत गलती की आज के 3 मैचेस में। हमारा टारगेट था कि एटलीस्ट 30 से 40 पॉइंट लेके जाए, बट नहीं आए उतने पॉइंट्स। अब कल ट्राई करते हैं।
देखिए, अगर हम बात करें, जब आप अपर ब्रैकेट में थे वहां पर लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स थी 89, आप भी 89 पर थे, देन आपको क्वार्टर फाइनल्स खेलना पड़ा था। बाय एनी चांस अगर आप सर्वाइवल स्टेज में जाते हैं, कुछ नए चेंजेस, कुछ नई चीजें जो आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं अपनी टीम से?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है। मतलब जो गलती हम लोग ये राउंड में करेंगे, ट्राई करेंगे कि वो नेक्स्ट राउंड में ना करे और क्वालिफाई होने का ट्राई करे।
चलिए, ओवेस ज़रूर वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अपनी टीम को बहुत ज़्यादा ऊपर पहुंचा कर जा पाए। वेल, थैंक यू सो मच ओवेस हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। और ये वो प्लेयर हैं जिनको हमने आगे जाते हुए देखा है, पोडियम BMPS में फिनिश करते हुए भी देखा है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि कल जो 4 मैचेस बचे हैं वहां पर कुछ बढ़िया मैच उनका होगा। पर हमारे एनालिस्ट तैयार हैं, दिन की शुरुआत हो चुकी है, अब चलेंगे सीधा चौथे मैच की तरफ।
Well, that was a very, very short interview here coming from Oways. I was expecting a little bit more coming from Victoria Summers, but at the same time, they weren't looking good in the past few performances here. What do you guys think about that? But by the way, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro and Also Fixes back on the English panel. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast now. What do you guys think about that small little interview?
Here's the thing, right? That interview was short-lived, just like their performance today. And in my opinion, if Victor Sumus do not step up, we might just see them move on towards the Survivor Series once again. Knowing the fact that this banner does have veterans in them, this is not what you expect from a banner like this. But yeah, the MVP of the previous game is going to be Arthur from White Walkers. 7 finishes on the board, solid stuff.
Yep, at the same time as well, Likitha Esports securing the chicken dinner here. They are part of the top 5, but of course, a name that is going to be joining them here is going to be Ninja Boy from the side K9, and they have pretty much ruined the chances for a lot of teams trying to make it to the final zone. In particular was Vasista Esports, Madkings in particular as well was also part of the major factors, and even FS took a little bit of a tumble because of their aggression. And even then, look at this, K9, they do not have enough placement points, but they still got themselves in the top 3 with 10 points. But the huge vacuum here is going to be Likitha Esports and White Walkers, 24 points and 18 points respectively.
Sublime stuff, really, I see when you talk about it, because Likitha Esports, this was much needed. They needed to stage that comeback. They've done that. They've got something to latch upon. But as we move on ahead, Los Hermanos, a big sign of concern for them, given the fact that they had a lot of matches to play today, and they absolutely dropped the ball.
Well, for all things considered here, with that performance and consistency that is coming through from Likitha Esports and White Walkers now shoots themselves up into the top 2 with 12 of matches played here. They are on 84 points. They're still 50 points away from K9 Esports here, but we all know for a fact that K9 Esports is already pretty much guaranteed in towards the grand final. So everybody else is still fighting for a shot to be part of the top 8. But as of yet, they're in a very, very okay position here. TrueRippers still holding in the top 3. But now let's talk about the next half as well. Vasista Esports and Likitha Esports finally makes it in towards the 9-match plate ballpark. That means they're still having more matches to go, and they're so close towards the top 8.
And look at the concerns. Victor Sumus, you expect them to jump up numbers in the overall standings, but instead they're jumping down positions, which is not a good thing. 12 games played, they've only got 57 points on the board. To be honest, for Victor Sumus, the light's looking extremely bright. There's a big chance they might just move on towards the Survivor stage. And you guys were a firm believer that Team AX might just make a bounce back. And yes, we once again see that inconsistency from them.
Yeah, I counted AX out a little bit just because of the fact that they are very, very far off. But before we get into how AX, whether or not do they still have a chance or not, let's talk about the overall tournament MVP. Ninja Boy has been stepping up big time today itself, especially coming from K9, and he may look to try and take away the MVP slot. It was previously held by Goblin at the start of the day. Now he's fallen down to number 2, but Beast is also going to be joining in here in the top 3. We've got, of course, Ralphie and also AK as the current top 5 as of yet, which again may change over time.
A lot of switcheroos have actually happened. If you notice, we've seen a Ninja Boy taking over, Goblin taking a step back, iQOO joining the ranks, while SwissGod has been toppled down. So yes, we are seeing those things happen, and it'll keep on happening, I think, as again the tournament keeps on progressing. But it's the last day tomorrow. I don't think we're going to count those survivor stages stats.
Yep.
Grand finals is what I'll be excited about.
I think the switches are also mainly happening because Seoul hasn't really played 3 games so far. And I'm pretty sure the moment Seoul steps inside of the battlegrounds, there's a big chance Goblin might just reclaim the spot that he had in the MVP list. And now we've also got the schedule on the screen. Game 1 was taken by K9 Esports. AX showed some signs of life, but then later on Likitha Esports stole the show.
Yeah, Likitha Esports definitely making a huge bounce back, and I would say Likitha Esports still stands a very, very good chance at actually making the top 8 here. But AX, they have to start pulling their weight here. They need more chicken dinners, more big games in order to stand a chance to qualify top 8. Mathematically, very, very possible, but realistically, to get 6 chicken dinners or maybe even 3 chicken dinners in a single day, very, very difficult to. I'm pretty sure it's like once in a year probably you get a chance.
That has never happened before. I think the closest any team had gone was God's Omen in the BMPS.
Yeah, which is 3.
Right? Yeah, 3 chicken dinners. I think it was 4 chicken dinners a day. There was just that one break. But regardless, looking at the playing teams, we've got Group A coming into play. So that's going to be interesting. We've got Hero Xtreme Godlike, a big name. Yesterday, they could not do much. Hopefully, today they recover.
Yeah, and it's not just about Godlike, who was not able to do a lot yesterday. Even Blitz Esports, they did extremely well in the 3 games that they played on the day 1. But in day 2, we saw a major dip in the performance, even from the side of Blitz. But a team that was extremely consistent, it's going to be TrueRippers and Seoul. They were consistently bringing those numbers on the board. They're playing for the average points.
Yeah, I really like what OG and TrueRippers is doing as well here. It's all about being consistent, and so far they've been doing A-okay. Yesterday was a little bit of a tumble for OG. TrueRippers stepped up big time yesterday, but now this time when TrueRippers is going to be playing there, I'm curious to see, are they going to be maintaining their performance from yesterday here? Because TrueRippers is currently in the top 3 position, looking to try and solidify in towards this grand finals, which again, not qualified yet. Only 1 team has gotten that slot here, so we're looking for 7 more. Do you think they can do it?
They certainly can. I think this team has been looking quite solid if you talk about it. We've seen them come in, get those chicken dinners. So I think the morals are already high. You have those few off games, and that is completely okay. Even Orangutan had a couple of bad games. So that's still fine as long as they're floating around. And given the fact that K9, they have been absolutely ludicrous, I'm pretty sure even the cutoff is might just come down to even lesser than 100.
Yeah, and speaking of 100 as well, I think I had this conversation with Johnny just now as well. He kind of agreed. Because of K9 potentially ruining the games of everybody else, the cutoff will significantly drop as well. My expectations was teams at the bottom that is going to be ruining the games, like Los Hermanos. AX is going to be doing it. AX has pretty much done it so far. Like
just 4 games to go,
yeah. Another few more games to go. They can ruin it here, but I would not count that out yet. Technically, like you said, 4 games to go for AX. If they get 4 chicken dinners in their remaining 4 matches, they should be able to sneak into top 8. But again, mathematically possible. Realistically, that would be crazy.
They need a Likitha Esports run, maybe.
That will be insanity, to be honest.
Yeah, but here's the main point, right? Now K9 Esports is going to be taking a back step, which means there's a big chance the cutoff can rise once again. And knowing the fact that there's still so many struggling teams, even inside of a Group A, there's definitely a big chance we might see those comebacks happen as well. Day 3 is supposed to be the major bounce-back day, and we're still yet to see those bounce-backs. Maybe we have seen one in the name of Likitha Esports, but after that, we haven't really seen a lot.
Well, of course, in case of instead of talking about the future tense of potential bounce back here on the screen as well, we have OG and TrueRippers, two arguably the most consistent teams in the entire tournament as well. A lot of expectations that may represent for the GCs as well. This is going to be their starting point right now.
Yeah, indeed, it will be the starting point. But, something that I really wanted to elaborate was the fact that TrueRippers have been very consistent. Not a lot of finishes, but the position points are always coming.
Well, fair enough. But all things considered here, enough chatter. We are going to be stepping in towards action right now. We're going to be kicking things off with this new set of groups in the map of Sandhawk as we jump into the game right here, right now.
Move on to the reinforced of Sandhawk, starting all the way from Lakavi towards Hathin. This plane flap pad tilted a little bit towards the northern side. Now, if the teams do want to move in towards Sami or Ruins, this definitely can be an interesting stretch, but it's not impossible.
It certainly isn't impossible because honestly, nobody really cares about how the flight path trajectory is. Everybody's worried about where the circle shall form. Yesterday, we saw those obnoxious circles. Yesterday, we saw that little bit of a mix coming in. We had circle around that Hathin area. It was a little bit hybrid one at that. And given the fact that Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have been changing a lot of drop locations. Today, I'm keen to see where they decide to drop down, whilst majority of teams have taken their plunge. Orangutan playing around that barn area. A lot of tussle, hoping so around bootcamp. We can already see the likes of First Curiosity dropping down, Blitz right next to them. And Hero Xtreme Godlike, once again, like yesterday, have decided to drop a little west down on Paradise Resort.
FC contesting the place of Infinix Esports is happening for the first time, and this time, FC's getting absolutely ruled out of the fight. Getting fiddled with, getting toyed with in Infinix Esports. They can already feel it coursing through the veins. It's their fight. Infinix Esports is unstoppable like an absolute demon devouring FC. And they're already out of the game. FC, what just happened? An absolute blunderous start.
A flawless start for Infinix Esports nonetheless. Loved it, right? I don't think that FC were anticipating Infinix Esports, and once that happened, it was pure RNG taking over. We have seen in the past, Infinix Esports love dropping down on bootcamp. I'm rather concerned, why on earth did First Curiosity decide to do so? Given the fact that where they are in terms of the overall standings, maybe they were a little hungry for those finishes, as a result of which they fell flat on their faces.
Maybe they've just accepted the fate that they're anyways going to move on towards the Survivor state, so why not have a little bit of fun?
Maybe.
And of course, polish their gunpowder a bit more, which makes a lot of sense. FC struggling with their firefights, and they would want to get the firefights a little bit more polished out.
Look at iQOO Soul, though. That spread. That's absurd. And for all the right reasons, they made sure they had their contingency plan going in. Goblin and Legit dropping down somewhere around Painan. And this could be one of those games where they could go for a big conversion because the Western Island has been left completely vacant. We've seen Hero Xtreme Godlike now go towards Hathin. And for all the good reasons, right? You do not have White Walkers playing around that area. We saw they love to play even the likes of Mysterious 4. It's up for grabs. So why not take it?
And we also got to talk a little bit more about CK. CK's played a lot of games, a ton of games. And in those games, CK's only got 18 points, which is honestly unacceptable. CK's supposed to perform. They've got 3 games today. It does not sound a lot on paper, but if CK does get back-to-back chicken dinners, the comeback's already there.
So I was just walking by and I met Juicy. I was like, are you guys going to get a chicken dinner? He said yes. So I'm going to take his word and hope that he's going to get that chicken. But for now, Meta Ninjas, this is again another team that really had my hopes up, but seems like the curtains might fall down on them pretty soon if they keep on continuing to play like this, because we want them to be consistent. That's not happening. They're not making those major changes. Are currently sitting at 34 points with not a lot of matches to go.
True that. And generally speaking, the amount of comebacks we've seen today, it's not a lot. It's just Likitha Esports making that major bounce back in the overall standings, and White Walkers doing a fantastic job in sustaining the spot that they already had. And yeah, to be honest, even for White Walkers, it's been a major step up. Nothing taken away from that. Infinix Esports losing out on too many men. As the players are once again crashing out inside of the game, you also do see Los Hermanos following up that same fray. And this time it's Blitz, who do find themselves on the right track. And slowly and steadily, Los Hermanos, they've already lost out on 3 players, too many men down. And even NINZA, they contest the players' soul as those 2 players in the houses, they've already been dealt with.
Completely unguarded, unchecked team iQOO, they have been destroyed there. At least 2 players. They were a little aloof from their pack, and as a result of which were not really anticipating NINZAs to be closing in on them. And even Veron, he's got his own issues to deal with. But Karlin, he's in a whole world of trouble. Just the last player alive, Los Hermanos, really anticipating a big comeback, and that has been put to rest. But Nebula Esports, this time, we were still hoping that we get to see those glimpses, those sparks flying around the Painan village. But that certainly did not happen, as now Phoenix, they've decided to get their numbers up. Karlin being destroyed, and Shiraj will be the one who finishes up off. That being said, Phoenix Esports looking good with 5 finishes already.
Looking extremely good and dandy. And to be honest, with 5 finishes already racked up from Phoenix Esports, you've also got Veron, Phantom, the guys. Yeah, Veron especially. The man was getting ticked away, but luckily enough, the rest is back up, so things looking good. And already having 5 finishes to kick things off with, and also a decent bit of loot to play with. That's the ideal start a team like Phoenix Esports wants, but Phantom does not have any meds, and maybe that's a bit of that concern.
Could be, but they've got a lot of area still to themselves, and that has been a thing with bootcamp. You get a lot of ammunition, you get a lot of weapons. That meds is one of those issues, and has been there for quite some time. But Nebula Esports, Necro, this is a team that we need to touch upon. They really had our hopes up the way they were playing in those previous rounds. But lately, seems like once they've entered the semis, they are getting truly tested. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they've got that high ground advantage against a rather wounded team iQOO. Just survived with 2 players. It's going to be interesting to see if they actually force this fight. And if you ask me, they should be doing this.
They indeed should be. Look at Soul just scouting out the lines, trying to find some Soul in the front, but no one's really visible. And even the position they've got, there's a big chance soon the zone might just move away from them. But if the zone does take a curveballing shift towards the Camp Alpha side, then maybe things can be interesting. Still, a lot of these teams, they've found themselves the stable ground they were searching for. And for God's Reign, today's games, they've been absolutely horrendous. God's Reign, even they need to step up.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about how God's Reign have showed up today, they look completely absent. They have dropped down so many points. In fact, if you talk about it, they started off with what, around 50? Right now, they're just with that 1 point. I'm not buying this, Necro. Mysterious 4. They have a little bit of that vision. Yesterday, we saw a good conversion around that game of Sandhawk. It was Snowjot's birthday yesterday to not get the chicken dinner, but still in a 2nd position finish, not too shabby. If you talk about them right now, sitting at 56 points. Doing a little decent, but now eyes will be on 8-bit also. Another team that has been looking quite rusty, if you ask me.
God's Reign just got 1 point in 3 games. That is insane. Who would have thought? Such a massive dip. And now God's Reign. Luckily enough, they still do have 3 more games to go. And even if they do get 1 chicken dinner with more than 20 points, maybe you can't say that will be a bit of that compensation. But knowing God's Reign, they always get chicken dinners with around 14 to 15 points. They never really go frag heavy. And that is one of the main reasons that I don't really like the playstyle of God's Reign.
And look at this. Orangutan traversing around. They've got 8-bit around them. Starting to ponder if they have any information on the players of 8-bit. A nice fielding already set up for them. And seems like Atanki is already on guard. He is going to propel that grenade in a little bit. But now it seems like 8-bit, they want to be the ones to force that fight. And for all the right reasons, they've got that high ground advantage. And maybe a couple of grenades tossed, an opening knock, and they could really take over.
8-bit starting to fall back slowly and steadily. Hochi in the front, constantly driving around. Just want to spot a bit of that glimmer. Utilities tossed out. Raiden still safe. For 8-bit. One thing is for sure, they're playing this entire fight on a defensive structure. They're waiting for OG to overstep the boundaries, but I'm pretty sure OG as well, the players are quite disciplined. It will rarely happen that OG makes a mistake by overstepping towards the fight. So let's see. It's probably going to come down to a stalemate.
Or maybe not. Maybe they're trying to lure out the players of 8-bit. Atanki already on his feet, trying to move in, get in a little bit closer. Does not have any grenade though. Just that one Molotov to work with. Maybe try and flush the players around, but Somraj, he's trying to lure some attention towards him, and Atanki is taking that bait. It's a standstill, still even Steven situation. Raiden right in front. He's got Somraj on the flanks, Aquanox on the cover, S-Power trying to conjure some magic. But as things look, Somraj seems to have regrouped with his teammates. It's going to be interesting to see who really breaks the deadlock here.
I told you. This fight's going to take a long time to mature. I highly doubt it's going to be happening right now.
It will happen nonetheless.
8-bit OG, these two teams got on the passive front. And both of them want to play defensive. None of them wants to assert dominance. And that's one of the main reasons why the fight's prolongating. And yeah, in the elimination feed, we also did see Mysterious 4 do some shenanigans. And this time around, Mysterious 4, they found themselves on the receiving side of the spectrum. It's TrueRippers that is ripping through the entirety of M4, but this time, they do reply back in a great fashion. As Hero, he fights that run over. TrueRippers, even they found themselves in a real bad spot, but look at that knock! Hydro, he fights that crucial knock, but still M4 doing a fantastic job in playing in tandem. Now the fight's taken down to a 2v2. TrueRippers still in the race, and the same thing can be said for M4 as well, but God's Reign, they're on the horizon, and they might just third-party this. Hirsch is taking too much damage upon himself, but he still comes out on top.
This is what I was talking about, loving what TrueRippers have been doing so far. Despite the fact that they had two fallen comrades, but they need to instantly recover because God's Reign, like you mentioned, they really want to push the triggers over here. TrueRippers completely desperate at this situation, try to administer those first aids. Justin trying to close in on the distance. He already has his grenade cooked up. Maybe we'll toss it over now at the right direction. Does it hit its mark is the big ask, as Justin is going to have another go at it. And all that confidence comes from the fact that he's getting a lot of cover from the backlines. I can see Destro in the far of range.
Oh my God!
TrueRippers wanted to escape, but Justin and his grenade suddenly puts them to an abrupt halt.
God's Reign was so desperate to find the elimination points, but finally that nade connects. And now you can see the glimmer of hope starting to fade away for TrueRippers in this game. One nade finding that quick two-piece, and TrueRippers now instantly put in the backstep. But once again, looking at the amount of points TrueRippers has in the overall standings, this fight or this game's not going to make a lot of difference. Another nade tossed out, and it's going to catch Jelly off guard as the man gets knocked out once again. Justin, this man's being an absolute threat. Also gets the replenishments on the death crate that was lying right next to him, and now the call's already made. Jelly says back away Hirsch, there's no way you can get the revival.
And for God's sake, they really need to force this fight. Given the fact that 3 games played, just 1 point collected, and maybe taking down the likes of TrueRippers is going to instill a little bit of confidence in them at least. As for Harsh, can really never rule this man out. But completely out of meds, he's got nothing to play around. There's a crate lying around, maybe needs some first aids, will find for. It's going to be Justin though. But still, Harsh is feeling quite helpless over here, Necro.
He indeed is. The player's taking a lot of damage from the blue, constantly getting ticked away. Infinix Esports, Blitz, OG, 8-bit. They found a bit of that spectrum. And now TrueRippers finally taking the shots against God's Reign. The position's revealed. And the man will be taken back. TrueRippers eliminated from the game with just 4 elimination points, which is not a bad outing.
Yeah, at least for TrueRippers, it's a decent start, if you ask me, because they have been playing quite consistent. They've been getting those position points. A couple of moments ago, we had seen that graph. Right balance, but Cincinnati Kids, a very important game for this team. As now, Hero Xtreme Godlike trying to rotate around. Likitha Esports, a team that is completely riding on the momentum train over here. And does have that high ground advantage. Are the gatekeepers of the circle, and Hero Xtreme Godlike need to thread the needle. Smoker trying to push in, get in a little bit closer. Inferno Still prone out. Jonathan getting a little closer, but Inferno already prepping that nade up. And Jonathan, he has to be very watchful. Needs to find another angle, but Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got their own trouble. How did they get inside the circle? And Punk, he has to find a solution. Maybe a little bit unchecked if you can find a knock on towards XO. Maybe then Likitha Esports might be feeling a little bit of that heat.
The next zone shift right on top of Vasista Esports and Nebula. And even for Nebula, these games are extremely important. All the 4 players playing grouped up around that bridge, but now for Likitha Esports, they're on the receiving side. A lot of shots taken against them, and eventually even the knock is being found. Godlike. It's them knocking on the doors of Likitha. But Godlike should keep this thing in mind. Likitha Esports, they've already been feeling themselves. They've been having some solid games today. They've also mounted an insane comeback, but even CK now steps inside of the playing field. And Likitha Esports, it's not a good look. They're getting absolutely shredded from both the sides. A Revival's being stuck, but doesn't mean know that there's a guy right there, and he does. The confirmation follows up in Likitha Esports. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's gonna look like, but in Mino, he was lost, had no clue that there was Smoker lying in the front, and Smoker strikes. Godlike losing their main playmaker in the fight, and just like that, Smoker, he will be knocked out and confirmed by CK in the back lines.
What is going on? Fights happening left, right, and center, and now even Cincinnati kids know that they can dream. Take down the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. Jonathan, one man and in front of him, he's got 4 to deal with. Those grenades might come in any given moment, as even from the backlines, Atanki wanted to strike, but Juicy, he was ever so prepared, and suddenly, even Team Orangutan, they're going to be taking a little bit of that back foot, as now Cincinnati kids, they're trying to find a flag angle. Vizgod, he's not going to miss, and there you go, the connection does come in, and suddenly, Cincinnati kids also find themselves in a world of trouble.
Massive sandwich, that's where Cincinnati kids are caught in. You've got Godlike on the sidelines, and then OG from the back constantly peppering you down, and even the Blues on the move, so OG needs to make it in, and yes, he does. Barely on the pixel, the man still survives, and now he's on the run from the Blue. First, he needs to patch himself up, but for OG, the fact that they've already found the opener against CK, even Skips falls down for CK. This is another bad game on the book. CK needs to find the recovery, but Skips is getting ticked away, and even Juicy falls down. Mistakes after mistakes from Cincinnati kids, and now Same, the only man left standing, and he's going up against that one man of Likitha Esports. I'm not sure how good of a chance this is going to be for CK, but in my opinion, it just played quiet.
I mean, for Cincinnati kids, they were making a lot of noise, drew in a lot of attention, and Starboy, he's going to embrace that finish for himself. As for Orangutan, the recoveries are definitely there. They do not want to press in on the matters, but look at who's coming from the sidelines. It's going to be none other than 8-bit Raiden getting that opener on towards Aru, and suddenly alarm bell stalling even for Orangutan. Completely shrouded through the smoke, but the numbers really not helping their case. As Vizgod does find a couple of finishes there, but still at this point, 8-bit having the leverage, that luxury of the man numbers.
Yeah, but the utilities from OG, they find value. It's Vizgod once again returning the favor, but Godlike is right behind Vizgod. Jonathan, he's got his number. Now spots him out in the open as well. And these shots, it's going to send OG back to the lobby. OG's been having a lot of struggling day today. Not able to find the sweet spots, not able to find the good games that OG deserves. Oh my god, OG's been struggling. But now for 8-bit, it's the players of Godlike just constantly throwing those utilities, and even Raiden gets ticked away.
Not out of harm's way yet, 8-bit, as the problem keeps on increasing. Hero Xtreme Godlike Simp, he knows exactly where the players of 8-bit are, and grenades from 2 different directions, enough to really put them 6 feet under. There you go, Hero Xtreme Godlike looking quite solid with 6 finishes. And for Orangutan, I really feel that playing around the edges has been their Achilles heel so far. Even iQOO Soul taking an early exit without even a single point secured. As Blitz, they have to be watchful. Veron, he's running out of HP, does not have any meds, but still gets the job done, gets a knock onto it. Saurav, the big ask is if he could get the confirmation, and the answer shall be no.
Yep, the confirmation denied, and the guy's going to be mad. But for Blitz Esports, a decent game so far. 6 points already on the block. And for Blitz, also a few placement points toppled it up. For Nebula Esports, they've just been playing it hunkered down in those houses. And why would you not? The zone has been constantly favoring them. Nebula Esports does not even need to take the unwanted risk. And knowing the fact that Nebula is still pretty far back in the overall standings, the only possible way for them to initiate the comeback is by getting this chicken dinner. And yes, the circle is favoring them. And you know what happens, Fixes, when the zone's on you.
Of course, and Nebula really need to cash in on this one. But Vasista Esports cannot rule them out either. They've got their eyes pincered on the players of NINZA. A lot of shots being taken. NINZA do have that murky smoke, trying to give them that little bit of a cover, but that one grenade could prove quite fatal, and it does. Sahil OP gets another opener, and Vasista Esports would want to double down on this. Little bit of assistance coming in from the players of Blitz Esports. As Spirit Baba, Reaper down to low HP, as Sahil OP a little out in the open, gets punished by Soham, and Reaper, he is going to get that finish secured. As Scary Jord, Hector a little far from the squad, as Reaper, he's got a lot on his plates right now. How does he get inside the circle, Necro?
Reaper stepping up once again, big time. Scary Jawed in the back lines, and at this point in time for Scary, I'm not even sure what's going to be the thing that might just save the guy. Blitz Esports, they get their eyes laid out on the players of NINZA, and just like that, within the blink of an eye, even NINZA getting eliminated from the game. That's another bad game on the books. At least they were there in the top 5, so they got a few placement points and the elimination points too, but that's not enough. NINZA need a lot. Oh, this is a free elimination point for Hector. Utilities might just do it. But yeah, that one nade, it clips him extremely low.
He needs to find a way to somehow ricochet that grenade onto its Simp. Simp is well aware that Hector is already present, and Godlike does have enough cover, and that's a smart move by Hector actually. Drop down that smoke and block Sim's exit, and seems like he finds himself in an oven right now. As Hector, he is going to press matters. He already has the grenade cooked up, but Sim, this is going to be disastrous, has closed in, and despite that, Punk from the backlines will provide that cover fire, and Sim, he escapes with murder. Scary Jord down to low. He is barely surviving by the skin of his teeth, and Vasista Esports in a world of trouble, Necro.
That was a brilliant play from Sim, and he's still alive. Scary Jawed, the man's barely surviving on any sort of HP, and now the Blues on the move as well. The man's forced out of his comfort zone, and Simp, he flips the odds, he flips the table. Godlike still breathing in the game, but the Blues gonna take away a lot of damage. Simp needs to make it quick. He needs to move out in the open, and he knows his fate's sealed. He can't do anything.
And for Nebula Esports, this is quite concerning. Even if they get a chicken dinner, they do not have a lot of finishes to really account for. And we did talk about Blitz. On the first day, they performed exceptionally well. And now that they've been given another go at it, they're doing quite decent. 8 finishes, even more than decent. And if you ask me, I'm hopeful that they can even convert this. But the circle still steering away from them. This is concerning for them. How do they find that opener? Who gets that first knock? As Nebula still have those men advantage for themselves. But not a lot of finishes. I just hope their hands haven't gotten cold.
It's not just the man advantage, they've also got the positional advantage. 2 players inside of the house with a solid cover to play with, while Blitz, they will be forced by the Blue to move soon. And all Nebula needs to do is play patiently, and soon Blitz is going to be taken away to their death. Look at the man, he's already out in the open, and Nebula, they've decided to strike. 3 elimination points just lingering on the board, and if Nebula plays this patiently, this won't be their game. Sarvar, the only man who seems a little safe behind that car, he decides to strike, but even Nebula's out in the open, and Sarvar will be eliminated by the play zone. Nebula Esports, they close things off, and this is what happens inside of Sanhok. If the zone is on you, it's impossible to steal the game away.
Well, Nebula Esports finally claims a chicken dinner in today's game thus far. And this marks it to potentially be a comeback coming in from Nebula Esports. Will they be able to do it? Only time will tell. A valiant attempt coming in from teams like Blitz Esports, a valiant attempt coming from Godlike as well. A little bit of a tricky play there, a cheeky play coming from Sim. I'm very, very excited to see that match itself here. But all things considered here, the scores, or in this case the points, has been kind of diverse in this match compared to the previous games where we see this huge vacuum known as K9 Esports, of course. But, well, what do you guys think about this match so far?
I really loved it, especially there were fights happening all the time, and we could cover so many of them. And I think the biggest fight has to be where 8-Bit, OG, all of them were surrounded
CK.
around. Even Cincinnati kids were there, and suddenly Hero Xtreme Godlike, who were there right from the beginning, and they survived till the end. They survived that entire fight. And towards the end, that was, yes, applauding Sim, but that cover fire from Prunk, that was the game changer there.
Yeah,
I mean, the entire fight pretty much started between Likitha Esports and Godlike. Godlike went up, pushed up. Likitha Esports got the way to survive that and pretty much backed away.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of which as well, that was the small little moment as well coming from Sim as well. Like, Hector did everything right, you know, anticipating Sim might be walking out and everything. He pre-setted the Molotovs and everything as well. But what Sim did in that small little moment was just brilliant, right?
Yeah.
He walked up in front, prone in front of smoke, and who would have thought that Hector did not realize that he was getting blocked by Sim, and just like that, he got sprayed down by Punk. Just because of the fact that a little bit of communication goes a long way. And so I'm really liking the comms coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike. But let's talk a little bit more on the stats here. Nebula Esports, they got themselves 5 total finishers, and they got the chicken dinner. So that's 15 points. However, is that enough to propel them to a potential comeback?
Something to latch on, definitely, because they were around that 40 marker. I'm pretty sure they might hit that 50 after this game. 2 more games with that momentum. I'm liking this from Nebula.
Well, for all things considered here, that is a very, very intense game here coming from both Group A and C. I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they make a potential comeback, because things are going to be a little bit more even now, as Miramar is going to be coming up right after this very, very short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching BGMI Showdown 2025. 4 games already done and dusted inside the semi-finals day number 3 with 2 more to go. These 2 gentlemen need no introduction. You already know them. But for now, I think things are really starting to heat up, Necro and Icy, because Miramar is going to change a lot of things.
Of course it will, right? And especially for the teams that are struggling. I'm speaking of teams like CK. And yes, surprisingly enough, even OG's not able to find that groove yet. God's Reign too, they're pretty much on the struggling side of the spectrum. If they do not wake up in this Miramar, problematic starts will be there in the future once again.
And there you go. BGMI royalty at its best. MVP, Jonathan, once again, 4 finishes. We've got Infinix Esports, in fact, Nebula's Phoenix getting those 4. And this is one of those games where we've seen a lot of those unusual suspects really step up. We've got a couple of players from Blitz, Nebula, all of them in. As a result of which, the standings, Nebula Esports, 15 points.
Godlike got 17 points in 6 games yesterday, and now they've got 14 points in 1 game today. So it's a really good start.
Yeah, it is definitely a good start as well, considering that Hero Xtreme Godlike started the entire semi-finals really, really strong, and then took a huge tumble yesterday. So it's nice that they're finally back in action as well. And you know what's really, really interesting? It's been a while since I've seen Jonathan being in the MVP, considering the fact, especially at the start of 2025, or even in the past years as well, you would expect, you know, maybe Godmino, maybe Sim, maybe Punk, maybe Jonathan going to be part of the top 5 MVP list, but none of them have been appearing at all, which is kind of surprising for me. But with that performance coming in, they shoot themselves into the top 4.
Wow.
Exactly, 10 matches played with 2 more to go, 76 points. Here Xtreme Godlike look quite solid. But this is where even we need to bring in iQOO Soul to the discussion, because yesterday's day was phenomenal, but today's start wasn't that great, as a result of which just 1 point. But as we move on ahead, this is what I was talking about. 8-bit, a little bit of that climb up. Infinix Esports, a little bit of that climb up. But bear in mind, victorious Sumus, having played all their matches, now sitting at the 16th spot, 57 points. Looking quite dicey.
I mentioned this a while ago too. Their performance was extremely short today, and they need to bring something big on the board tomorrow. They're going to have 4 games, and in my opinion, in 4 games to make that comeback, it's extremely tough, especially for a banner like Victorious Sumus. But since they've got veterans, they know what exactly needs to be done. We've also got the final page on the screen. As I mentioned, for God's Reign, today's day has been extremely bad, and even for Cincinnati Kids, yeah, it's just the first game, but to be honest, they've already played a lot of games.
This is very concerning, considering that the play styles here, especially coming from God's Reign as well here, they could not qualify directly to semifinals from the upper brackets despite having 3 winner-winner chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Now, they are the team that has 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, but for some reason in the last page. So it is a very concerning factor whether or not God's Reign, have they been aggressive? Are they focusing on finish points? Are they focusing on placement points? Things hasn't been looking good for them. But you know what? It's been a while since I've seen the faces of IGLs, because on screen right now, we have the best IGL nominees, and Arib is currently sitting on top.
And it's surprising, Autobotz says Ari, when you talk about their position, they're not looking that great. But despite that, given the fact that in the previous rounds, Autobotz had got a lot of those position points, I think, yes, interesting to see him on top. Chelly, Aru, we know they have been amazing, but Bunny making his mark, and even Omega. And I wanted to see if there could have been that finish point also been injected. I'm pretty sure Omega would have been slightly up top.
And I'm pretty sure a lot of people are wondering how exactly we got the best IGL out of the entire showdown. If you guys want to find out, the format is there inside of the rule book.
Yeah, of course it is there, all that formula, and for that we do not have Ocean to break down all those numbers here. So we're going to leave you at that. You can find it on the Krafton India official website. Everything is over there. But now, coming back to game, Miramar, it's going to be an interesting one, especially when we're talking about big names, OG and God's Reign. What are you guys anticipating from them?
As I mentioned, for God's Reign, they just need a 1 decent game. Yeah, for God's Reign, the main concern has always been the fact that, yes, they do get the chicken dinners, but with not a lot of points. Just getting 15 or 16 points in that game, it's not going to do the deed. God's Reign is too far back in the overall standings. They need somewhere around 15 points. Speaking of OG, they've still got 2 games to go. And yeah, today's day has been extremely terrible. This is probably the worst day OG has had so far.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. OG has been very, very consistent throughout the entire journey, but still, they are part of the top 8. So I think that is going to be something that we can factor in as well. But in the map of Miramar, it does reward teams with positional advantage. So I would say I'm going to give God's Reign a benefit of the doubt.
I hope so. God's Reign, we know that if the circle kind of bends down a little towards the south, maybe they have that chance. But even Team iQOO Soul would be looking for a little bit of that bounce back, considering did not have a great game in the previous one, as things are already set up. All the players are locked and loaded. And gentlemen, it is time. Take it away.
Exactly. Planes in the skies, this time starting all the way from the southern side, which is going to be Minas del Sur, towards the opposite, which will be El Azhar. Now, if the teams do want to glide towards El Pozo La Cabrera, that's going to be an extremely tough stretch. We might just see a few pit stop collisions.
Well, we might see it indeed as well, but considering the teams are locked and loaded, this is their final 2 games to decide whether or not do they have a shot for top 8 by the end of tomorrow or not. It all comes down towards a day of comebacks, a day of bounce backs. We saw a lot of recoveries, we saw a little bit of bounce backs as well, but it's all about crossing the finish line, and that finish line is approximately 120 points.
Hey, Nebula Esports taking an exit around the prison island, then you've also got TrueRippers dropping around that same spot. A lot of these teams caught off guard by the plane flight path, and they know as well they cannot glide towards their drop location anyways, so now it's time to switch their drop location on the fly and adapt. And we're seeing a lot of those teams do that as well. TrueRippers too, they've dropped around that spot. And to be honest, we might just see a drop clash over there.
Yeah, I talked about this. I kind of speculated here. Teams at the top may ruin the games for team at the bottom here, but obviously K9 is not playing in A and C, which is a good thing. You know, K9 have already messed things up in the first 3 games, but I'm looking at teams at the bottom. That's going to be Los Hermanos, Meta NINZA, also maybe even CK as well, which almost kind of ruined things for Hero Xtreme, Godlike, and also OG in the previous map, which again, this is something that they may tentatively do, but seeing how the circle is going to be shifting up north here and the flight path coming down south, it's not too bad for the team skating towards the north side here, but it does give a little bit of a slow down for teams down towards the south, but we do see TrueRippers getting it engaging against 8-bit rather off in a very, very awkward start here. Very surprised that TrueRippers is dropping down south here, and they are going to be able to spot out 8-bit.
The amount of shots that were connected. Luckily enough, there's no knock, so at least 8-bit, they can continue their journey, but the moment I say so, the knock comes through just at the final bullet, and iQOO, the man is definitely going to be laughing. Just wants to get the confirmation, and that will be the added bonus.
Oh my
goodness. Look at the players of 8-bit, they're getting absolutely shredded. The plane fly path, even that's going to have an evil smirk, and the game is already spoiled for 8-bit. What a way to kick off.
All right, like, okay, take a chill pill, TrueRippers. Like, you know what? Red Dot and iQOO, that was a very sick spray, great knock. But Jelly with an Iron Sight Mini 14 catching a moving target in a vehicle. TrueRippers, you guys are kind of cracked. And throughout this entire BMSD, the 2 players that has been very, very, I would say, shining bright here is going to be Harsh and also Kill the Mao, but god damn, TrueRippers, you guys are not messing around this game.
I know, right? And for 8-bit, the game's already spoiled. Off to a bad start. Luckily enough, at least they get their hands on the vehicles and a few more extra loot, so that can definitely help them continue the journey, but I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to look like now for 8-bit. Starting things off with just a 2-man squad, this is definitely going to take a major toll.
You know who I miss coming from 8-bit? Ooh, I miss Toy. Or in this case, Troy.
Yeah, well, he was a part of Wild Fangs, but once again, he was not there in the playing force. For some reason, he was benched.
Like, he was the guy that, you know, 1 minute you see like, oh, he does absolutely nothing. The next second, you'll be like, he's doing everything right for the team.
Yeah. And he was there in the playing 5, but that's the main problem, right? He was always benched in the past.
Yeah.
Then he switched his team to Wild Fangs, thinking that maybe things can be better, but yeah, it's terrible now.
Well, they didn't qualify. It's okay, you know. There will be ups and downs.
And you know what blows for Troy? He never gets a chance to prove himself because he's always subbed out.
Damn, that's kind of sad, isn't it?
I know,
like,
right?
Like, it took me a moment, you know, to actually hear what you're saying, but at the same time, well, that's the life of esports players. Like, not everything is, you know, guns and glory, fame and everything. You know, there are dark moments in esports.
I know. In my opinion, the guy should be given a chance to prove himself. He does have a lot of caliber.
Well, he was playing for Wild Fangs for a bit.
Yeah, but he barely played any sort of games.
Well,
and later on, we saw the substitution come through as well. But for FC, Gamla Boy, even he's subbing out one of the players.
Yeah, Gamla Boy has been stepping up big time for FC. Like, he's done a lot of heavy lifting so far. And even when he was playing with Soul, has always, you know, always been in that 50-50 situation. Like, and you can always, when you watch Gamla Boy, I'm sorry, I have to rephrase that 3 times now. When you watch Gamla Boy, he is the guy that will bring you the unexpected outcomes every single time. When you least expect him to perform, out of nowhere, he just plays absolutely out of his mind.
And I guess the main reason behind that is also going to be the amount of experience the guy possesses. Yeah, he's been inside of the scene for such a long time. Probably one of the OGs out there, next to Owe, Satanki, and the boys. And to be honest, to perform so much on a consistent level, it's not something everyone can do. But yeah, Gamla Boy himself has witnessed a lot of ups and downs. And yeah, speaking of FC in general, Unders2OP is the man who's currently subbed out, and in my opinion, he should be given a chance to. Unders2OP is always there in the playing 5s, but for some reason, none of the rosters allow him to play in the playing 4.
Oh, speaking of a little bit of a sad moment as well, 2 teams that had a little bit of run-in during BMPS here was number 1, Hero Xtreme Godlike, number 2, Vasista Esports. And when we're talking about dark sides as well, imagine attending a LAN final where you're not playing it. That is just brutal to watch. But of course, you know what's brutal right now is that finally Xtreme getting a little bit aggressive here. Evil from the side of MyG Los Hermanos gets picked off, and Xtreme claims their first point in the map of Miramar. And again, this is a map that rewards team with amazing positioning. Godlike has been playing or leaning to that old school playstyle of positioning points being over, I would say, better than finish points.
Godlike, they're on the move around the truck stop vicinity. There's also M4 just in front. And right next to M4, you also do see Vasista Esports lingering around that same fray. To be honest, a lot of these teams once again starting to center up. Infinix Esports, previous couple of games, they have been decent, but we know decent's not enough. And to qualify, you easily need to cross that 105 or maybe 115 points mark. I would say 115.
Yeah, I would say. I'm giving it like 120 points here, just on the higher end. And so far, only K9 has pretty much break past that. And the second team is still hasn't actually touched the 3 digits yet, so yeah, a little bit of a concerning factor. But Mysterious 4, a team that kind of surprised us in their entire journey here in the BMSD, has been a name that kind of scares us for a little bit here, because this is a roster that we've seen in the past that, you know, has always somehow snuck their way into the LAN finals. You know, there was a lot of hit or misses, but they came in swinging pretty hard in BMSD. And speaking of which, on the finish feed, I do see a couple of knock players. A little bit unfortunate, but seems like teams are still having a little bit scuffle down towards the southwest. Nebula Esports is going to be driving across the bridge as TrueRippers is still gatekeeping on the west side, which is kind of weird considering that their initial engagement was 8-bit was great, but I'm surprised they're still sticking around.
TrueRippers spotting out the players of Nebula make that rotation. And yeah, as you mentioned, TrueRippers still over here. The fact is insane. And maybe now they might just try and block the players of Nebula Esports from rotating from this pathway. And it definitely does seem like that's what the game plan is. Yeah. There is iQOO and his teammate right next to each other. And a few shots will be taken. Nebula Esports absolutely caught off guard. It was a trap set by TrueRippers. And Nebula, they walk into that trap. This is such a blunderous rotation for Nebula. But you cannot even blame him for this.
This is insane comms coming from TrueRippers as well. Like, they set up Hydro intentionally at the bridge to keep tabs on Nebula, and as soon as he spotted him out, what Hydro did was just next level. Instead of taking a shot, he relayed his communications here, saying that there is going to be short people driving on the highway, and the rest of the members just completely shredded them here. And fortunately for Nebula, they only lost one, which isn't too bad, but that was an insane setup by TrueRippers.
Yeah.
Actually, it was 2 players, my bad.
Yeah, losing 2 players in that fight. It's quite unfortunate. You never expect it, but hold on. Now you've also got NINZA. And for them, Beard Baba's going to be the casualty. Another mad dash from them, and it's not going to work out. Not every position in the circle is a good position, NINZA. I've been speaking this for a while, but they always just want to make that dash in the center, and it's never going to work out if you do not have a proper information. And right now, Dragon OP, even he's on the verge of being knocked, but he's so lucky. Gamla runs out of bullets, and the man's still surviving, but here we go, mistakes made.
Oh my goodness, Punk is able to capitalize on this as well. Now NINZA, they're pretty much stuck on the shacks. All those vehicles exposed, tires exploded as well. Hero Stream Godlike FC has got NINZA pinned in this shack. Dragon OP looking for the reset, but as of yet, they're not going to be having a lot of options here. They need to find a way to get out. They need those smokes, but 4 smokes, and the timing needs to be precise here. But as of yet, they're inside the zone. So NINZA does have at least 1 to 2 circles worth of time of just taking a chill pill unless somebody rushes them. But seems like a fight is about to break out as well. Mysterious 4 dropping a couple nades in onto his Vasista Esports, baits out a couple of utilities, but it is good enough to force them towards a commitment. Mysterious 4 backs out. Snowjug continues with the one-way smoke. Omega gets knocked. Mysterious 4 now a little bit unsure if they want to commit to this fight, but speaking of which, Destro picks him up. And that's going to be 1 point in the hands of Godlike once more. And the sneaky plays from Godlike in this game is somehow rewarding them with a point every single time they go for a hit and run.
Look at the amount of shots that were taken. The man's barely surviving. Likitha Esports, even they're taking too much damage upon themselves.
Wow.
And Smoker, the man's down. Jonathan, he was able to find that knock successfully. And now for OG, they found themselves in quite the close proximity of their foes. Likitha Esports right next to him, and Likitha Esports, they're not going to let go off the tracks of OG just like that. I've mentioned this over and over again. For OG, today's day, it's not been too forgiving. And Likitha Esports, they find the confirmation with that well-placed nade. Still OG's trying their best to fight back, make sure that Likitha is not going to get too confident or grow on them.
Yeah, OG, they're trying to disengage from this fight. Fortunately for them, Jonathan was able to reset the fight for OG by getting the knock on Likitha Esports, which forces Likitha Esports to completely bail out of this fight. They've done the damage, they've hurt OG, but OG has got to be tanking Hero Extreme Godlike for that save there. But at the same time, NINZA still stuck in the chat. FC still continues to pressure them on as well. The Molotovs comes through. They get the first knock. They know there's only 2 people there. And the rush comes through as Streams is about to clean out NINZA. Stuck in a very awkward corner. The spray comes through and NINZA is out of the game. First Curiosity will secure the 2 points.
Solid stuff from FC. Dreams, man's patching himself up, but now for TrueRippers. The players, they're walking into the open arms, Nebula Esports, and this time it's Nebula getting their revenge. Nebula was absolutely dismantled by TrueRippers in the previous moment, but now Nebula is the one to take the shots against TrueRippers and do a lot of that damage. Nebula wants to breach in the safety lines, and they will too without any problem, but Infinix Esports, or not Infinix Esports, TrueRippers, that's what I mean to say. They watch Infinix just make that rotation away from that spot.
Now I'm curious here, TrueRippers now having, oh okay, now I remember. They've got 4 finishes, 2 off 8-bit, 2 off Nebula. This is a great start for them, but they are rather late to the zone here. You can see they are taking a very slow approach, trying to gather a little bit of intel before pushing in as well. And speaking of on the northern side of the zone, finally we catch a glimpse of Soul and as well as 8-bit, who started their journey with only 2 players. Raiden and S-Power has got a lot of heavy lifting to be doing in this game. They made it in the zone, but they are unsure what's the next good thing to do right now because they are out in the open. Pretty spread out as well. Soul's pretty much got a decent cover down towards the east side of Water Treatment. Hacienda del Patron is still in the hands of FC. But on the east side, Hero Extreme Godlike is still at the center of the entirety of this zone. So Hero Extreme Godlike, they do have a decent amount of cover to kind of zone people out, but it does not have that elevation, which is going to be a problem later on for them. But again, on the finish feed, we have noticed this for quite some time. Los Hermanos are slowly being dismantled by the lobby. A couple of tags from Godstrain, a couple of tags coming from Hero Extreme Godlike, and now even another team is going to be picking fights against them.
Blitz was the one. And unfortunately for Blitz, to be honest, it does not seem like a good day. Yeah, a few frags were there in the past couple of games, or in the past game itself.
Wow.
But now the way they're playing, it definitely does seem like they're playing with a lot of risk. At least they've got all the 4 players standing, so maybe that's a good thing. But as of now, for TrueRippers, you're also taking those shots against Likitha. How was he even able to spot that guy?
That is insane. How did Kyo spot the guy proning out and open here? But with nades coming from Atenki, he's made too much noise. He's given away his position, and OG looking to try and capitalize on this here. A second nade comes through, almost bleeding out on Kyo. They need to somehow go in for the reset from TrueRippers, as OG still deciding if they want to commit to this fight. They know for a fact that from afar, Likitha Esports is stalking them, and Kyo dropping down low.
Oh my God!
Another third nade is enough to chip away at Kyo. Kyo goes down, OG claims the points, and now Likitha Esports gonna apply pressure here. A little bit of aggression coming in, and TrueRippers now immediately backs out of this fight.
Wait, did I see that right? Smoker's using a VSS.
Yep.
What?
Insane.
For the first time, we're seeing VSS being used in an official tournament. That is insane. That too, this late inside of the game. What the hell? I just want to see if he finds some sort of success. But as of now, for TrueRippers, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to be sustaining this spot. OG was constantly hammering him down, and TrueRippers, they've already lost out on one of the players. And now for OG, they've got a little bit of that upper edge inside of the fight.
You know, sometimes I feel like WizGod is just so cracked when it comes to sounds here. But, Smoker with the EVSS, he's just applying silent pressure to teams who just do not realize where those shots are coming from as well. Harsh is a little bit panicking, but he has a general idea. I think he spotted out Smoker from afar. But at the same time here on the finish feed, Starboy tried to go for an off angle, was knocked out by Jelly. And now TrueRippers, as soon as they stop the pressure from Likitha Esports, they apply it on OG. They're not too happy about losing Kyo, and now they're going for the rush. Hydro looking for a 1 versus 1, wins it against WizGod, takes him out. Aru providing a little bit of assistance, and even Harsh was able to win the fight on Atenki. Now Aru, last man standing, 1 versus 3. He gets the first knock, but for FC, they are third-partying this. They chime in as well, and the 4th party from Likitha Esports will be the demise of OG.
What just happened? And how was TrueRippers able to break through that deadlock? TrueRippers making that push against OG. and also putting them in an extremely bad spot. And Likitha Esports from the back, taking away the final man of OG. Somewhere down the line for OG, today's day, it's been horrendous. Just getting 1 point out of this, but if you look at the overall standings for OG, they're not doing too bad, which is a good thing. At least this bad performance is not affecting too much in the overall. But now for TrueRippers, they need to be a little bit more careful and concerned of the fact that there's also FC in the sidelines.
Well, at the same time, TrueRippers is going to be yoinking OG's vehicles here to try and use it for themselves. They are trying to secure in a better position, knowing that FC and Likitha Esports was looking to gatekeep them. However, they have to wrap things out a little bit quicker. The zone is going to force out to rotate as well. But guess what? Crypto, he does have a bow, but he's out of arrows, apparently.
Utilities tossed against Raiden, and even Raiden's going to be confirmed easily. For Soul,
they have
finally entered inside of the circle. But the place where Soul is playing for, it's too exposed.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the moment teams do realize that there is someone that exposed out in the open, there will be a lot of those teams wanting to take advantage of that. But now you've got Infinix Esports right against the players of Blitz, and this is definitely going to be an interesting fight. But Infinix Esports should not be the one to challenge it, because Soul will third party from the back.
Speaking of the third party here, this is going to be a massive fight. Smokes has been deployed coming from Blitz. Sawar is a little bit far for an off angle. Phoenix not going to be taking a lot of risks here. They get a couple of nades in, but no connection so far. Shiraj going to be scouting out ahead, trying to get some sort of intel. They have a rough idea, but nothing is happening. But on the finish feed, Nebula was able to get a knock on Jelly. But continuing on with this fight here, Phoenix still deciding whether or not should they be fighting out in open.
Blitz, 3 players in the front end. There's Sarvar in the sidelines. He's playing a little bit pushed back. His job is to provide that cover fire, and he is doing a perfect job. Applying that constant pressure on Infinix Esports, and Phoenix cannot even move freely. But this is what I mentioned. Soul's going to be the one to move up from the back lines. Phoenix, they need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
Phoenix in a massive sandwich. There's also Sarvar in the side, and Sarvar just waiting for the right moment to strike. But there we go. He gets knocked out by Los Hermanos. All the plans, they go down the drain for Blitz, and now problems, they start to rise.
Good call coming from Phoenix as well. They were debating if they should commit, but as soon as they spot out Soul, they send Ash to try and intercept, and Soul actually backed off. So that means Infinix Esports is not pinned by 2 teams, but at the same time, Soul was able to out-rotate them to push inside the zone while they're distracted to try and fend them off. And Blitz Esports still continues on with this push, this pressure to try and choke them out. They may have lost Sawar to Los Hermanos, but as of yet, Phoenix, they're still stuck. They haven't been able to find an opening yet. Shiraj has been driving around, trying to find a mistake from Blitz Esports, and now the sprays comes through from Saraf. No connection, but it seems like Phoenix will try and trail behind where So is. But they're still deciding. Phoenix, what are you doing? They're still deciding.
Infinix Esports, they just never know if this is the right moment or not. Deciding if they do want to make the pounds, deciding if they should hold back. And now they're just overthinking in this scenario, and here we go. Los Hermanos once again creating those problems. First they found Sarvar, now they find Som out in the open. Blitz, they know they're sandwiched, and they just want to break through the deadlock. But look at Smoker, shutting down Nebula Esports single-handedly. This is what you call getting manhandled.
Oh my goodness, but he's going to get rushed instantly as well as another team comes by. And as you can see, Likitha Esports try to provide assistance, but was shot by Mysterious 4 and they take him out. And that is going to be Likitha Esports that goes out with them. But for now, Mysterious 4 Esports, they continue to pressure from the south side. They do have all these long-range fights, but again, like you said as well, in this final zone, a lot of open fields, and Hero Xtreme Godlike's got the center of attention. We haven't seen too much images of them, but what we know is the fact that they do have a decent amount of compound that may be problematic for every single team trying to push inside the zone right now. But as you can see, from their perspective, they've got it completely locked down while everybody is trying to scrap for some sort of space.
Godlike's been playing it passive.
They have
CK is still alive in the game, by the way, in the top 9. So that's an extremely good thing. But they've only got 3 points so far, which is not too good. CK, knowing the fact that they're pretty much in the bottom 2, just getting these 3 elimination points, it's not going to be enough, which means CK needs to start farming soon. Farm for the eliminations. There's Vasista Esports right in front of CK, and I'm pretty sure Vasista is going to be possessing a lot of threat.
It is going to be a problem for them as well. Soul was able to out-rotate the entire fiasco between Phoenix and Blitz. And Phoenix somehow holding on that aggression, that defense against Blitz, biding time, baiting Blitz to commit to those gunfires. And because of that, they were shot in the back. And just like that, giving them a little bit of room to play from the northeast corner, but they're not in the clear area yet. And even Vasista, they have been staying in this compound for the longest time. It's a decent compound, but once again, no elevation. So that means it provides them a little bit of cover to zone off teams on the west side, but Cincinnati Kids will use Vasista Esports as a secondary safety net to focus on teams outside. But with this circle shift, it is going to push everyone into the crosshairs of Hero Xtreme Godlike.
And Godlike, yes, they do have an extremely good position on the board. And at least as of now, they do not really need to worry about anything in the world. But there is teams like FC and Seoul in the back lines, or maybe in the sidelines as well, that can definitely disrupt the flow. One single bad step from Godlike in that position can instantly be capitalized and compromised.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they're not grouping up as well. This widespread coming from Godlike inside those compounds is so risky, because if any team decides to slam into one direction, it's going to be very, very difficult to defend, especially, and like I mean, especially because it is a warehouse. So elevation is very lacking from their perspective.
To be honest, I do like that split. It's because if any of their teams, they do want to slam, first they need to traverse through the open grounds. And in the open ground itself, their position will already be compromised. And maybe Godlike can now pretty much re-engage, or maybe reunite into the fight. But as of now, Admino, the man's facing a lot of that threat, but a well-placed nade. It's going to find the first opener against Gamla Boy. It's the trust between the teammates, and they know Godlike has got it in the bag.
Yeah, but at the same time, Infinix is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Another nade comes through, tags out on Insidious. They got the knock onto his Gamla Boy, but again, they're letting them take some sort of space. Now, Infinix Jonas is forced to focus on FC, while the rest of the world outside might have some sort of space to find inside this game itself. But the fight still continues on. Infinix slowly backing out to try and regroup with the space there, as Gamla Boy will be picked up. But while this is happening here as well, Soul heard all this commotion. Goblin is able to shut down Insidious, and even Legit is going to be joining in the fight as well, as they focus on a different direction completely here for Soul.
Things looking good and dandy for Godlike as of now. Admino is just playing in the back lines, waiting for the players to overstep. And that Molotov,
oh my
it's
goodness.
Brilliant. It's going to find the first knock as well. Jonathan from the back, providing the perfect cover fire. But Admino, the man's up close and personal. It's shocking. It's starting to ring. It's starting to click. It's finding the right spots. But now, for the players of FC, all they can do is just fall back and go for the revival, which in my opinion is not the ideal thing you're supposed to be doing. You're at least supposed to find that one knock, which might just give you that stability. But from the far fray, Jonathan gets knocked out, and which is not a good thing. Godlike still constantly applying the pressure on FC. The utilities are finding the right spots, but now Admino, he needs to deliver that final blow.
Exactly, they have to call in Punk as well, just because of the fact that Jonathan was knocked in off angle. He tried to look for an off angle, and Soul was able to pick up Barb. But now Crypto, last man standing from FC, the well-placed nade comes through, and Hero Xtreme Godlike, they defend. They double down their defense on FC, and they are going to get the reset on Jonathan. However, Simp, on the other hand, was left all by himself on the other side of those compounds, and Soul was able to take him out and take this compound away from Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Oh my god, Soul is playing a mind game. This is clever from Soul. Realizing that Godlike is busy taking a fight instead of third-partying, they take over the space. And that's what Soul wanted. But now we spoke about CK taking a fight against Vasista Esports. This was the only massive threat for CK. And they've already found the opener. They've already found the advantage. Final 2 men standing for Vasista. It's going to be scary, Jordan Pro. And I highly doubt they can do a lot.
Yeah, they're pretty much stuck in those compounds as well. That's the downside of those compounds. But Cincinnati Kids here, while they're going to be rotating in, their biggest problem here is going to be everybody else, including Soul and also maybe even God's Train, which will be a problem here. But Delta is all by himself. He's smoked out. He's blind. He doesn't know he's going to get rushed here. Here comes the slam. Entirety of Cincinnati Kids completely takes him out. God's Train stood no chance. And while this noise has been made as well, guess who's going to be keeping tabs here? It's going to be Knuckle. He's going to be lobbing a nade, hoping to get a little bit lucky, but unfortunately finds no connection. So that means he is going to be giving out a little bit of pressure while the rest of his teammates are already inside the zone, securing his exit path.
Nade was too off the mark. And Knuckle, he realizes it's too risky to play it up close and personal. So he's going to start driving around once again. The only reason why Knuckle is playing that area is to gather that intel. And this is what I've been mentioning. Info gathering is so important. Godlike, they've got 3 players still standing in the playing field, which means tables can be turned. And for Vasista Esports, they're just like an open prey. Out in the open, Everyone is chewing on top of them, getting absolutely devoured.
Even now, Heroes Godlike, they barely have enough space inside the zone. But fortunately for them, because they are sharing those compounds with Seoul, they've decided that they should be focusing on teams outside of them instead of making things a little bit crowded as well. Seoul is getting a couple of jabs in with the nades to try and keep Heroes Godlike in check. But aside from that, they should be focusing teams outside. But Vasista Esports goes in for the swing here. Joker finding a knock on CK on the outside, but Scary Job pushes through. He's all by himself. He's pretty low. He's going to get a knock through. He gets a confirmation on Goblin, looking for a second, but eventually goes down. But he still takes Joker with him.
4 teams still alive in the game, and Godlike is one of them. Admino tossing out the utilities, but even for Seoul, now they need to deal with the remnants of Godlike, as Punk is able to thread the needle, and he finds that crucial knock. Fight down to a 2-on-3. Man advantage in the hands of Godlike. This standoff between Seoul and Godlike, it's been absolutely insane, but Knuckle, he might just mess up. Luckily enough, he drives back to safety. Now things looking a little bit decent for Seoul, but the nade, it's gonna get the confirmation. Jonathan finding the confirmation against Goblin. Seoul's final 2 players, and they need to have the last laugh. Both the teams desperate for points, but Seoul, they just want to win the fight. And Jonathan is also taking a fight on the different front. It's Mysterious 4 on the receiving end.
Oh my goodness, now Hero Extreme Godlike, they capitalize on Vasista Esports' distraction, and now they are going to be looking for those confirmation. Knuckle is down, and only Legit remains from the side of So. He's going to try and fend him off. He gives chase, he goes for a flank. He does tap on his Admino, but he's dropped down pretty low. Punk and Jonathan looking to try and wrap things up. Molotov's trying to zone him up. He's so spread out, but he doesn't clip him. But he's choked into his one very, very tiny space, and Punk sees him through the cracks, and he tries to go for a Jiggle Pig. But Cincinnati Kids from afar third parties him, but it's going to be Jonathan that finally cleans it out. But this is the opportunity that CK is looking forward as well. While they're weak, while they're distracted, they push through it. Now Jonathan left to fend off the foes coming in from CK in a 1v3.
CK in the final 2, and Jonathan the only man surviving, and he can't do anything. It's Cincinnati Kids making the wave, and also with a stylish manner. Finally, CK get a chicken dinner with 9 finishes on the block. That's going to be 19 points in the overall standings. Yes, that's not enough, but at least it's a step in the right direction.
Juicy did tell me that he's going to get a chicken dinner. We did have that handshake, and yes, Cincinnati Kids coming up top. But what an insane battle between Hero Extreme Godlike and iQOO Soul that was. It could have been anybody, but yes, Cincinnati Kids, eventually they had the last laugh.
Well, I know, right?
I agree. You know, CK definitely spoiling chances for teams to try and rack up in the top 8 here. But with this chicken dinner here, it is still mathematically possible for them to actually qualify. But at the same time, Hero Extreme Godlike, you can see some intense discussions. It was a little bit of friendly banter as well. I think a little bit of small miscomms came through, whether or not should they be focusing on the teams outside or focusing on So, which resulted in them having a little bit of small hiccup here. They should have technically cleaned out So way much quicker, but at the same time, you know, you can see Jonathan was a little bit greedy trying to focus on this Series 4. So I would say it was small little miscomms, but I think Hero Extreme Godlike still did a pretty decent performance. Top 2.
Absolutely. I think 12 plus finishes and a second position. Nothing too shabby, but Cincinnati Kids, you can see, right? Finally, Somek gaining his lost form back. 5 finishes. Should be enough to instill that confidence. Now they've gotten a chicken dinner. Yeah. I hope they can really bounce back in the next one as well.
And yeah, speaking of Godlike, they had 14 points in the first game that they played today, which was the map of Sanok, and now they've got 12 finishes and second place as well. That's going to be a lot of points once again from Godlike. Today, they have been on a different league of consistency.
Yeah, they have, and that was a comeback and a half. Even for iQOO Soul, that was a beautiful comeback. So much to talk. But folks, after this short little break.
welcome back after that short break. And now it's Fixes and IC with me on the panel. And yes, after that previous game, you can definitely say that for CK was a step in the right direction. But for teams like Seoul and Godlike, now getting a little bit closer to that qualification marker.
Yeah, that's lovely stuff, and this is something that you would expect from the likes of Godlike, and Team Soul should not be sweating it out. I don't feel they're having a lot of trouble. However, trouble in paradise again once more for Nebula Esports, the likes of GDR. Orangutan also not having a great day in the office so far.
Yeah, for OG, they've played all the 6 games, or maybe they're, of course, going to play the upcoming game as well. But yeah, the performance, it's not up to the OG standard. And Salme from CK this time popping off with 5 frags on the board. You've also got Punk, the IGL of Godlike, getting 5 finishes. Jonathan as well getting 4. And then you've got Legit from Seoul and even Smoker coming through.
Yeah, this is a massive annoying game just because of the fact that everybody was trying to do some big brain gatekeeping, which resulted in them getting caught out and open as well here. I'm talking about teams like TrueRippers, I'm talking about OG as well, I'm talking about Likitha Esports, which kind of tried to stop people from entering the zone. So that was pretty much the earlier fights of how things happened. But towards the end game here, Hiroshima Godlike Seoul was such a big nuisance because of those combos. And Cincinnati Kids was able to capitalize on their small little hiccups, which was being distracted, snuck in, clean house, stole the chicken dinner.
Are we really going to talk about 8-bit, to be honest, guys? Because 0 points by 8-bit standards. Lately, this tournament hasn't really been that great for them if you look at the grand scheme of things. But on the overall standings, K9 Esports looking nigh untouchable. But Hero Xtreme Godlike very close to that 100-point marker.
I know, right? They're probably going to be the second team if they keep on moving up with the same pace. You've also got TrueRippers right behind the players for Godlike. So even for TrueRippers, they're extremely close. Then even for White Walkers, unfortunately for them, they've already completed the game, so they're not going to be playing the upcoming games anymore. But the latter half of the board, you brought up the conversation about 8-bit. And yes, for 8-bit, today's day has been extremely terrible. They've got 59 points. Still one more game to go. If they do get a chicken dinner, maybe things can be compensated.
It's going to be tough here. Like 8-bit, the only way they make a potential comeback right now is that in this final game, they need a massive performance, and then they can stand a shot to fight for the 100-point marker here. Because if they fall out here as well, that means tomorrow, in about 4 games, they need to be able to rack up like enough points to break past the 120-point marker to try and make it in the top 8.
Something that I really wanted to talk about was Likitha Esports and how they have staged their comeback. Because before this day began, they were struggling massively. And even now, with 1 game to go, I feel like they can breach past that 60-70 marker. Tomorrow, they have something to fight for.
Likitha Esports is one of those teams, the moment they know they've got a string of games, they will instantly start performing. Today, they're playing for 6 games back-to-back, and tomorrow, they're going to be playing 4 games back-to-back. So Likitha Esports knows right now is the right moment to strike. They've got the momentum to play with, and even inside of the final game, if Likitha Esports gets 10 to 12 points, that's still more than enough for them. But without wasting any more time, now it's time for us to head on towards the final game. Everyone seems extremely happy. Even the boys of Godlike, they're ready for this. So without wasting any more time, let's just jump into it.
One final game here in day 3 of the semi-finals of BMSD. It is going to be a do-or-die situation, or in this case, will they have a chance of a potential comeback? It all comes down to this here. Group A versus Group C. Things are going to get a little bit of a spiciness here, but CK snatching away chicken dinner just now in the overall standings shifts them up in towards the 22nd position with only 32 points. And right now, mathematically, the only way CK stands a chance for the top 8 means that every single game needs to be a chicken dinner with high finishes.
I really hope they are cooking something. I really hope they flip the script over here. And if they get a chicken dinner this game, I see, tomorrow I'm going to be a believer. I am going to go all out on Cincinnati Kids. But given the flight path trajectory that we have in front of us, should not be quite concerning for a lot of teams, but maybe for a few that tend to drop down maybe around the southern sides or towards the southeastern territory. God's reign this time around the military base, they would be also hoping for bouncing back. But the big news, Orangutan, they have absolutely lost any sort of steam that they had been building up. So this game is going to be absolutely paramount for them.
Yeah, at the same time as well, even for TrueRippers, they do need to try and pick up some steam as well, because Hero Xtreme Godlike snatching the #2 spot is an insane jump. But as of yet, this is going to be a God's Rain happy time, because yesterday we saw this circle and God's Rain wasn't playing.
Yeah.
But today we get to see it and God's Rain is playing. I think God's Rain might stand a very, very decent chance this time.
That is the thing, right? Every single time, even if you turn the chapters of the past, you would notice that God's Rain, given that certain circle, they somehow fumble it. They have those good areas, they have everything going on, and something happens and they tend to tremble there. This is one of the circles where we have seen good success rate coming in from the likes of TrueRippers, considering they go around that Novoripnoi area and do something. But for what it's worth, I think we're going to anticipate a lot of teams making that early rotation down south. God's Rain, they've already done that around that northwestern side of the southern side. But I think Infinix Esports could make an early rotation in. Cincinnati kids, Meta Ninjas might duke it out against each other. But something that's happening is even Team iQOO Seoul, they are making that rotation pretty fast. Given the fact that there's nobody dropping around that Milta farm, Milta Power area, I think it should be an open highway for Team Seoul.
Well, seems to be, based on what I'm seeing right now, Nebula is caught in a little bit of a potential scuffle here with Los Hermanos, but they are going to try and disengage from this fight. But yeah, it's back towards your point early on as well. You talked about TrueRippers potentially going for Novo. You know what's really surprising me here? TrueRippers actually going towards North Georgia instead, which is something that I don't really see too often here. Usually it's going to be Autobotz, usually it's going to be Madkings, but for TrueRippers to be joining their party there, a little bit of an unexpected visit here coming from what I'm seeing here today in this game.
I think it was all about them dropping down earlier and then they saw that circle. That is where Jelly must be kicking himself in the foot. Had they taken that vehicle early on and maybe taken that long road out towards Novoripnoi, things could have been quite different. But as things are, GDR, they have complete control of that southern side. Phoenix would be hoping on making an entry, but look at Legit. They've already crossed over and Orangutan, very close to the players of iQOO Seoul. I hope they do not get isolated and get picked off.
Yeah, it's barely even 3 minutes into the game. OG has already departed from Rozok. Seoul has pretty much departed and trying to break past in towards the east side of the ridge. And you know what's really surprising? Because TrueRippers is not in Novo, there's no one actually going for the gatekeep on towards the eastern bridge. So it is going to be free for the taking, maybe for teams like Seoul to try and cut off any entry points coming in as well. But now on screen, we do see a little bit running here with Meta Ninja and Phoenix. We saw Meta Ninja having a little bit of an incident. Veyron could not get the initial knock on Dragon OP, but he gets completely flushed down. Ash comes in for the saves. Oh, he was caught mid-animation. And that's going to be a Meta Ninja that finds 2 in the bag.
There's something about Meta Ninjas and the final games of Urangle. You remember what they did around that hospital circle, right? And seems like they're going to go all out and all for the right reasons. They know the matches are decreasing. Shiraj, he's got so much pressure. 2 players already closing in on him, pushing in tandem. Good for 1, but eventually gets traded down as Reaper. He finds that knock. Phantom, however, will get a confirmation on Beard Baba. His position now compromised. But Meta Ninjas, they've got enough numbers to play around. So Phoenix, they really need to count their eggs.
Well, you can see a lot of spoilers coming into the game as well. Meta Ninja definitely pretty much with this game coming in has pretty much ruined the chances of Phoenix trying to break past top 8. But it's not over until it's truly over here. Tomorrow is going to be their last chance to try and qualify into the grand finals directly. Or not, they will be playing more matches in towards the survival stage. And need I remind you here, playing towards the survival stage means that you will be playing back-to-back non-stop for a total of 9 days until the grand finals. The end of grand finals, I would say.
Yeah, that's going to be quite grueling, but it's okay. We've got these professional athletes always hoping that they get enough match time, enough practice for them. But what it's worth, Phantom somehow trying to fight it around, trying to provide a blockade. Just ensure that the entry of Meta Ninjas gets restricted, but slowly but surely Los Hermanos also closing in, and this is where pushes come to shove. Phantom barely surviving by the skin of his teeth there. Needs to patch himself up, and well, there's that flashing news. He does not have even a single first aid.
Well, speaking of first aids here, seems like Phantom, last man standing. First off his name from the side of Infinix Esports. But at the same time, Meta Ninja just got him completely stuck on the second floor. And as you can see, Los Hermanos, they've heard all these commotions. They want to try and third-party this as well. But they have to be a little bit quicker here. Phantom's just using up all his bandages. He's trying to deplete every single team. But even Meta NINZA, they're kind of scarce for those meds themselves. They need the perfect nade. Looks like the lob comes in. Does chip him a little bit. Phantom 1v3 goes for a couple pre-fires. Oh no, he swung the wrong way. Going for a freak. Gets one down and he goes down as well. However, noises has been made and Los Hermanos has got this place completely surrounded. Meta NINZA, they gotta wrap things up quickly. They need those resets. They need those meds. And I don't think they have it enough at all.
That is quite concerning, especially Meta NINZAs. Even after winning that fight, you could see them that they were still trouble, still sweating. They know that Los Hermanos is around them. So quickly they need to get all those revivals up and need to administer that first aid. But Orangutan, we saw them rotating quite quickly. But this is the fight. Again, round number 2 for Meta NINZAs. A 3-on-4 situation. Los Hermanos dropping down grenades on the higher floor. Did not find any of those openings. Completely shrouded in smoke. Feels like we're in Delhi at this point. Los Hermanos, we've got Xerix trying to circle around. Boko just around the edges in the emergency room as Xerix eyeing for an opener. Still nothing yet. As for Boko, oh, he gets caught off guard. Shadow getting that opener and Meta NINZAs, again, the alarm bells start to toll.
Oh my goodness, what a jump shot as well coming from Los Hermanos. But here he comes, the rush comes through. Could not find the confirmations, gets shut down. Reaper forced to defend all by himself. He's sprayed down low. He's down to his last trickle health as well. And you can see Los Hermanos, they're toying with him. They're trying to go for the bait. He goes for the jump shot but misses the connection and he gets shut down. Meta NINZA is out with 4 finishes. But Los Hermanos, it took them a while. It took them towards this final game in day number 3 to get a little bit of a victory action going in their favor. But
there you go.
The 4th party comes through. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, but it's the 4th team that comes in, and this is gonna be TrueRippers that says, hello, Los Hermanos, baby.
It's safe to say this is a haunted house at this point. A graveyard of so many bodies falling down. TrueRippers trying to circle around, maybe find an opener. Los Hermanos well aware of TrueRippers' interventions and their nefarious intentions over here. They're still eyeing out maybe for an opener, but TrueRippers, they decide to take the long road. They decide to back off. Instead, prioritize the circle, and the circle has taken a rather exciting shift.
Yep, it seems like the circle still has about 60% down towards the military base and 20% down towards the north side. We've seen this circle a lot during the BMPS days, but it's funny to see that it's back here again. What are the chances that the circle actually shifts out towards the military base? That is a very, very high possibility. Meanwhile, so they've cleared the entire area on the east side. They are going to be gatekeeping the bridge. And interesting enough, Goblin and Aru has the exact same idea to be playing on the rail lines on top of this bridge here. And Goblin, I'm pretty sure he might have heard something here. The metal sounds of tippity tapping on top of the bridge can be really, really loud on the earphones.
I'm pretty sure Goblin might be going paranoid. Would be anticipating somebody to be crossing the bridge.
He didn't hear him?
I think Aru has him spotted. He's got that one grenade, has to make it count, but before that could even happen, no means of escape. Goblin caught with his pants down there and instantly dealt with. But this is not where the trouble ends, right? Because from the backlines, I could see even Hero Xtreme Godlike closing in on Orangutan. So they have to be really watchful. But I feel like Goblin, his days are over here.
Yeah, at the same time, Nako is trying to go for the off angle. OG with that opening knock means that, hello, it is a free entry pass towards the bridge. Nako, a little bit slow to intercept that. So that means, like you said, Goblin is done for. But at the same time, Aru, okay, he fell down from all the way on top of the bridge. And he's going to get knocked off. Fortunately for him, it does have an angle for Atenki to go in for the save.
It was intentional because had he anyways fallen down, he could have been exposed. But right now, TrueRippers in a collision course against the like of Los Hermanos. Kalan bought down pretty low, but Jelly, he's also been traded as well as Xerix. He tries to find some cover, but from the higher grounds, TrueRippers have them in a lockdown as Evil. Trying to wonder, maybe Stroll, what was he even doing there? Eventually gets picked off, but from the backlines, it's even the players of Team Blitz who come in for a third party. Hydro knows exactly where Shadow is, and both of these players well aware of each other's position, those heads being cracked, but still not enough to take them down as another grenade being cooked. This time, Shadow has to be careful, flushed out, some damage done, but what? What was that, Icy?
What a juke from Shadow to shut him down, deny that push, and now he's gonna be crumbling onto his TrueRippers. He reaps himself a point right there, but TrueRippers, they made a small blunder, and Blitz was able to find the opener on the west side. iQOO and Harsh has no way to save Jelly yet. He is still safe. He is about to bleed out, but right now, the biggest threat is gonna be Blitz and also Los Hermanos has currently pinned them off, and as we at the zone, is going to force them to cross the bridge right now because the circle is going to shift towards the east side of this bridge area. And surprisingly enough, main island still has some sort of space, and Hero Shoot Godlike is looking to try and secure it here. But TrueRippers, they go in for the nosedive with the vehicle. They take out Los Hermanos. Harsh was knocked, but iQOO was able to somehow find the reset through.
But this came at a cost, I see. TrueRippers not reaping enough rewards, and now they could also be demolished. Team Blitz, they've been watching all of this commotion break out, and they know this is their opening. They know that these two players still hunkered around behind that smoke. The moment it dissipates, that's where they will be out in the open. iQOO Lamau had no means of escape, gets taken down easily, and the last remaining player would be Harsh, fighting against it, and that has to be painful for the situation he was in.
Yeah.
An easy finish for sort of with that Molotov, and now Blitz Esports, their gateway has opened up, but Cincinnati Kids, they are waiting for them on the other side of the bridge.
Agreed, but at the same time, they're left with no options here. A good fight coming between TrueRippers and Los Hermanos, but again, the circle shifting onto the east side, just giving them no time to go in for the resets here. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're still playing a little bit of a defensive approach. They're still playing on the northern edges of the zone, which again might not be inside the zone here, but Blitz, oh, like you said, CK, they were waiting on the west side, but as well, saw me. He would say it's like, oh, it's stage 3, circle, hurts a little bit, but they will be expecting some sort of company. They've heard a lot of gunshots early on, bound to be pushing in very, very soon here, and Blitz now has no choice but to turn back and play the northern edges of the zone, which again, do they have enough time to rotate is going to be the question. Do they have enough mets is going to be that question here. Because here inside on the north side of the zone, Godlike has got the eastern north edge bridge completely locked down. We've got Mysterious 4 as well playing what little space of the zone left in this play as well. So we might potentially see a couple of fishes here eventually.
I really hope that Blitz somehow finds a hovercraft. Then they could maybe take that extreme rotation and somehow inject themselves. But then again, that being said, the circle has taken a little bit of a shift on towards that eastern side. So Blitz, I'm really keen to see what they do. But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got a decent position to play at least for now. But we're still waiting for that hard shift to occur. We still are in two minds. If the circle does have a slight chance, it can take that shift up north. But S-Power has been spotted by iQOO Soul, especially losing out on Legit. They would be hoping to play a little bit defensive. As for Punk, finds another opener.
Well, interesting enough, on the top right of the map as well, Mysterious 4 tried to rotate through the oceans, and Punk was able to find a knock in. And even then, Mysterious 4 goes in crashing through the gas station. And I think Punk was able to spot him through the lakes as well. So that's a very cheeky angle coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike. But again, zone not in their favor. They have to make the mad dash right now through the bridge or through the ocean, because it is going to shift everyone inside towards Military Island itself here. So this is going to be a very important fight here for Hero Xtreme Godlike. They've already lost Jonathan, and Mysterious 4, they got the reset. They are going to bail out of this fight. Smokes has been deployed as well, and I don't think Punk realizes here. Shots being made, but Mysterious 4, they won't get out.
I think the idea for Hero Xtreme Godlike is they want to be the last to make it inside the circle. Yes, no, Jot, not paying attention to Punk, gets punished, and for all the right reasons. What were they even thinking over there, as now Hero Xtreme Godlike seems like their path has also opened up. They would love to secure that finish, but Hero Xtreme Godlike needs to commit fast. They need to cross down to the next side of the zone. As for now, there's nobody keeping them, but Nebula right now again in a collision against the likes of FC, as Phoenix, Adi both down on their knees. Kratos, he's got a lot on his plate right now, as Insidious has already prepped up that grenade, the final surviving member of Nebula, and all the hopes rest on this young lad.
Oh my goodness, this is such a cheeky play here. FC decides to go for position points instead. They are going to clean out Nebula, and as soon as they clean out Nebula, they will be the only team left in the Northern Island. But even then, there's not enough space for the next phase of zone, and they have to do this very, very quickly here if they want to try and survive this, because they do have a long journey, or in this case, a swimming course they have to swim through at least 500 meters before they make it into the next phase of zone. But for now, Kratos still defending for Nebula. He is trying to fend off against everybody from FC. We do see a couple of nades being pushed through, but he will eventually go down. First Curiosity cleans out Nebula, and they will be the last team in main island. And as you can see on the top right of the minimap, what little space of zone left is going to be on the beaches of the shorelines in main island.
And that's a good thing. Now we have a more vivid picture of what's really happening. Finally, we know for a fact that the circle might go down south, and Team Soul, they have a hovercraft. A couple of moments earlier, we saw them taking down the likes of Likitha Esports, but for now, here Xtreme Godlike closing in on the players of Mysterious for a fight that was left unfinished. They want to complete the deed as Mino goes dashing through. Hero so prepared, gets that knock, and suddenly Sim comes in for the closure, clutches it out, and Mysterious 4 bow out of the server.
The savior Sim, he's done all his job, but now Naku is going to be saying hello as well. Does he win his 1 versus 1? He goes for the bomb, he does it again! But at the same time, he's not over yet because Soul still has 1 player left. It's going to be Joker versus Sim. Joker toying around here with the hovercraft. He's going to try and run him over as well, but Sim, his health is low. Joker is just taking advantage of this situation as he's going to try and bait him out as well. But no, 1 man against this hovercraft. He's going to take a little bit more, but he was spotted out by OG. And that will be it for Hero Xtreme Godlike. He tried his best, but his best is not enough. But Joker completely outplayed them. Meanwhile, from main island, FC just now from main island, they found themselves in the hovercraft. OG was able to spot things out. Do they take those shots is going to be the question here, because OG, they're going to be setting their sights here to try and stop FC from making it in towards the island themselves.
Look at this. They have been, the vehicle has exploded over there, as a result of which FC, they have to take the waterways. They have to take that long road of swimming. Surely would be losing a lot of calories along with a couple of points there. But for now, Delta and Neo, interestingly, has to be their game. Like you said, this time, again, trying to keep those numbers up. Failed, Delta, Neo, 2 surviving members for GDR as Vasista Esports. They're trying to close in on from the certain side. But 8-Bit find themselves in a very sweet spot. But Neo needs to find means of escape. Eyes pinned down like eagles. Cincinnati kids, they've got that higher ground. They've got a chicken dinner already. Can they double it down?
Well, speaking of doubling down right now here, God's Reign, 0 finishes with 2 players left despite having a military base as their starting point. Not a good sign for them. But like you said, FC, oh my goodness. They had to take a nosedive. They're swimming their way through. And OG, they are tapping away. They are trying to hunt some fishes. But in case you missed out on the earlier action here, this has happened 10 minutes ago. This is some of the replay moments between a massive fight between TrueRippers and Los Hermanos, which took too long. And here was a little bit of mishap here from Hydro, which, again, he was messed up because of the railings of those bridge, and he did not commit to that fight, which allowed Shadow so much time to reposition and shut him down. And by the time TrueRippers was able to double down to go in for this nosedive push there, they were already surrounded by Mysterious Fall. Very, very unfortunate run for them here. But again, OG is still continuing their hunt on the fishes there. They found 2. That's 2 knock from the side of FC, and only Dreams remain from the side of First Curiosity. And there's nothing much he can do, as even Cincinnati Kids is going to try and go in for the hunt here. OG may have gotten the knock, but it's going to be Cincinnati Kids that takes those points. And my, oh my, Cincinnati Kids, they're looking for an impossible comeback.
They surely are cooking. But for now, Some, he's cooked up a grenade. Sahil OP did not take a lot of damage there. At this point, so many smokes already deployed. Pro OP does have that slight flank angle, but escapes. He gets that opener. A knock onto it, Scary Jord and Vasista Esports find themselves again in the midst of some trouble there, as Seraph wants to find another knock, but Some on that flank should be quite pivotal. But Neo, he is somehow making Pro paranoid over there, as he's got his eyes pincered on him. It's just a matter of moments before he breaks out. How many meds does he have? That's a big ask, but Neo spotted out by Some. That's going to be the end for God's Reign, while Cincinnati Kids 8 finishes strong and still thriving.
Yeah, they are indeed as well. Cincinnati Kids took a little bit of an awkward time to be bouncing back right here. But again, it's not over until it's truly over here. They need those chicken dinners, unfortunately to say. Scary George says hello to Some, takes a freebie, and drives on by. Zeref also going to be picked apart as well. They're getting completely dismantled by Vasista Esports. as they toy with him as well. Skips gets a couple of nice sprays in, but now he's looking for those points. He almost got the confirmation, but he was shot from afar as CK goes down to the hands of OG and Vasista Esports here. OG sneakily snatching away those points from the shorelines themselves. But as of yet, Vasista Esports, they need to stabilize, and even 8-bit themselves, they've heard those commotions. Do they want to commit is going to be a separate matter as the zone forces them on towards the shorelines of Military Island.
It's going to be interesting what happens next, because we've got so many big names making it into the final circle, and then there's Blitz. They have been phenomenal so far, but this could be the game where 8-bit find their way inside this tournament once again. 2 finishes secured, but the good news is that they have all 4 players alive and the entire southern control, while Blitz happy with the eastern areas for themselves. But Orangutan, they've got their numbers up, and then there's going to be Joker. And this is the thing, right? Every single time Joker gets to be the last player alive, he does cook something.
Yeah, hopefully he's going to be able to cook something here, because Aru has been keeping that for quite some time. Hovercraft curves through. He's going to try and reposition here. And Aru making sure that he doesn't commit to this fight. But at the same time, Aru cannot commit to the spray because he's down towards his last 2 clips of bullets. So that means if everybody from OG sprays him down, they will not have enough ammunition for the end game. And it's just not worth it to commit to one player. And Joker is taking advantage of this situation. A couple of nades being lobbed over as well. He needs the knock. Unfortunately, he glides down towards the ocean as Joker repositions those hovercraft once more. OG still thinking if they should go for the rush here as well. 4 players. Seems like they are going to clean up this solo warrior. The rush comes through, but they might lose the vehicle. Oh, it's so close. The nade comes in. Joker tries to use the hovercraft as a barricade. But as of now, he's about to explode. They need to rack up some points, and Joker gets completely run down by OG, and that's going to be the restock for OG.
And then again, there's so many bodies also falling down. You also have some bodies from Hero Xtreme Godlike, so OG should not have any trouble getting some replenishments over there. But as things stand, Saurav, he's closed in. AKOP, Viscott, both well aware. And look at how well those grenades have been timed, one after the other. Still not enough to scratch Saurav as of now. As he backs off, repositions, OG, they have to be extremely cautious. Vasista Esports, they might close in on them any given time as Blitz. Even they've got their hands full, as even 8-bit, they were looking quite interested in that fight. But now they've steered their ways. Maybe Vasista Esports could be their next target.
Oh, speaking of a target right now, Blitz Esports, they've heard the commotions early on from OG. They were hesitant on going for the commitment, thinking that maybe OG was a little bit weak, but realizing that OG was 4-man strong, they are going to be going for a 2-2 split just because of the fact that maybe the circle might shift them north as well, might force OG out in the open. And even then, 8-bit, they do have a decent amount of compound to work with. However, they're also deciding whether or not should they cross the road just because of the fact that the zone may shift everybody out in the open as well. So those vehicles are going to be very, very crucial to be setting up those barricades for the inner fights. And even Vasista Esports, they've already had a very decent wide stretch down towards the west side as well. But it seems like the circle will shift on towards those houses as well, as Vasista Esports has got dips on those houses. So OG, they need the perfect timing. Meanwhile, a nade from S-Power. What a nade to try and deny the forces of Vasista Esports. And just like that, Scary John will be taken out.
Indeed, he will. And now that's going to increase at least that 1 finish. And this power hasn't been the best of tournament so far, but seems like it's far from over. As power maybe going for that ram-in, but now Vasista Esports, they have closed in on the likes of OG as Scary John. He departs. Aru, he was trying to prove quite fatal there, as a result of which Pro OP backing off a little bit. He knows that's not his fight to take, not at least against the Apes, as they have complete control. Not a lot of finishes though, but OG clearly eyeing on the chicken, I see.
Agreed, but even then, Vasista, Sahil OP, he's got dips on the houses as well. That's his only safe haven because of the fact that every single team is watching each other and keeping people in check as well. And that's the only reason why he does have the safe haven. But the moment OG goes for the slam onto those houses, everybody else is going to look to try and slam it at the same time. So that's why him being alive will keep everybody at bay. But OG, look at this, ammunition running down low as well. They're trying to find an opening knock. But on the sides, 8-bit, they get run over by Blitz. What a run coming from them. And just like that, the powerhouse of the north-south side has been shut down. And Blitz was able to find the opener. But as of yet, Somraj still holding on to the second floor for the longest of time. He needs to find a way to defend this, but he's getting completely flushed out.
Indeed he is. Chandan, he knows around the visitor is playing. Somraj just peeks around, takes a shot, not connecting as of now as Sarwar from the backline. It's going to be Wizgod who gets that opener. Somraj well aware but cannot do much as Chandan's grenade proves to be quite fatal as Wizgod, even he takes a fall, and it's going to be Saurabh from the sidelines getting all that deed done as Atanki is going to be cleaning house as OG closing in. 7 finishes secured already. Should not have any trouble trying to get up as Power closing in now. OG, they have to be very careful. I see Atanki right in front of him. He is aware that sticky bomb deployed and Atanki flushed out of cover, and there you go. It's going to be Atanki who gets that final nail in that coffin, and now OG, they will be back to full strength.
That is some insane shot calling coming from OG. As soon as Blitz and ADB went into a scuffle, they went in, rushed the houses, cleaned them out, cleaned Vasista Esports out, and the moment they cleaned out at Solo Warrior, they immediately shifted to focus in this Northern fight, and because of that, they made it towards the top too. This is the performance we would be expecting out of OG, but Aru, he got caught out by Chandan. Now it comes down towards a 2 versus 3 situation here. They are stuck on towards those Harry Potter powers, but hey, KOP, he gets picked off. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Oh no, the circle might have forced Blitz Esports out of position momentarily here. Has given the odds in towards a 2 versus 2, evening things out. Blitz Esports might have a fighting chance now.
OG need to find Mensa and fix this. As of now, Wizgod, he's going to be the hero so far. He's been exceptional, quite stellar nonetheless, as OG trying to get AKOP back to life. As another grenade gets flung over, so much pressure on Sarwar as the circle slowly but surely trying to close in. Chandan out in the open, quite helpless, gets finished off, and now all that remains of Blitz is going to be Sarwar in a 1v3 situation. Wizgod knowing exactly where he is, dodges that grenade, takes some damage, but it's not gonna amount to enough as there you go. Beautiful finish towards the end, and OG finishing this day off with a winner chicken dinner.
What a game coming from OG. What a game from everyone fighting for their dear lives to make it as the top 8. But with this performance coming from OG, is it enough to break past it towards the top 8 by the end of today? It solely depends towards the report card, which is being calculated by our marshals here. But Necro, that was a very, very awkward game of Erangel.
Yeah, to be honest, for OG, this was a desperately needed game, right? We were constantly saying that OG today has been quite lackluster. It's not the ideal OG that we've seen in the past couple of stages. Now, finally waking up, and that too with an absolute bang. They had 20 points in total, which means they've already cracked that top 8, and it's not just being in the top 8, they've also got more than 90 points.
And you know, the best movement was Aru, the bridge fight we saw. That has to be stellar. But at the same time, I feel like OG really went back to their shell. They did not make any of those ludicrous rotations. They were sticking with each other, playing to very basics. And look at this, Wizgod just dropping down, right moment, prone shot, just toggled it perfectly. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, let's not take the credit away from Blitz Esports. They were phenomenal as well.
You know, I really hated that last push coming from OG, just because of the fact that, oh, you know what, Blitz, they have to go out of those Harry Potter tower here. But knowing for the fact that, yes, they are out of position, they can do one thing, which is deny those points. And OG, they wanted those points, they went in for the push, they almost equalized it for Blitz Esports, which may result in their downfall. But the moment they realized that, oh, wait, we might have a chance to actually lose this, they back off, reset, and then took that fight very calculative here. So I really like the decision makings are like that is being made by OG, which is very tactical, very calculative, very decisive in a way where only take favorable fights.
OG once again seemed quite well coordinated in that fight, right? Communication was pretty much on point throughout the entire game. But yeah, for Godlike fans, they're extremely going to be happy with that performance, right? Crossing that 100 points marker, 101 points on the board. Now tomorrow, Godlike only needs, what, 20 points to be on the safety block, and they've already done it.
I think so, but at the same time, let's not jump the gun. We have seen those last day disasters, and this has been the case with Hero Xtreme God. Like one day they pop off, the next day they kind of go into their slumber. So technically today they've played really well. I hope tomorrow they should have no trouble qualifying. But I also feel at the same time, given the K9 domination, the cutoff's going to go pretty low. I think somewhere around that 100 mark.
Hey man, for all things considered, K9 might just say, you know what, last 4 games, I'm just going to do whatever that I want. You want points, I'll give you points. I might spoilers here. We've seen it from CK, we've seen it from Meta NINZA. But for all things considered here, bringing back towards the point coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike, interesting enough, here in the semi-finals, that's coming from them. When they play 3 games in a day, they perform really, really well. Day 1, wow, 50 over points in 3 games. That's insane. When they play 6 games, they've got what, 16 points, 17 points out of 6 games. Yuck. And then today they play 3 games, and then out of nowhere, they're performing again. What is up with Hero Xtreme Godlike, man?
Yeah, just fiddling with our minds, and it feels like they're just pulling prags back to back. And the same thing would also be said for Blitz. On day 1, they played extremely decent, and then on day 2, we saw them just completely drop the ball. And now just look at Blitz making that major comeback once again. For Meta NINZA, it's quite unfortunate the way they got third party by the players of MyG Los Hermanos, and this is another flop game on the books.
Yeah, and even then Los Hermanos also got third party. So yeah, I think it was a cursed house, to be honest. But again, I want to go back to that conversation that I had with IC right from the start of the game. GDR. The theory crafting was such that GDR and the Southern Circles, I think my theory still stands corrected.
Dude, okay, you know what? Instead of talking about GD, okay, you know what? When the circle was going through military base, I was like hoping like, hey, you know what? Godstrain's gonna be very happy about this, but 0 finishes and just getting taken out rather early. This is very, very concerning for Godstrain here because this is the only team that qualified through the semifinals relying on just strategic positioning all the way through. Even for the quarterfinals as well, they almost got cut out, and this is very concerning.
God's Reign, it's not the first time they've been eliminated with 0 points today, right? I think so. This is probably the third game where God's Reign have been eliminated with 0 points, which means out of 6 games, 3 games were absolutely bombed from them.
I think they might have a few position points because Neo did survive pretty late. It was Some maybe who got that finish, but putting that aside, for Cincinnati Kids, I must still say it was a very nice game as well because Cincinnati Kids had some 8 finishes to their name, something to latch upon. Look at this. OG, they have also reached that 90 marker, Hero Xtreme Godlike that 100. I feel like Hero Xtreme Godlike have already done their deed. I feel like they have qualified.
Yeah, I generally do think so. The fact that maybe the cutoff can actually be lower. Because just look at the cutoff right now. It's 79 points. Tomorrow only 4 games can be played. And I think so max to max, the cutoff can go high as 97 or 98 points.
So tomorrow, 6 games will pretty much decide the fates, right? So let's say 6 teams get 6 massive games. So that means about 20-30 points. I would say it's still somewhere about the 100 overall points.
It feels like, Hero Xtreme Godlike, K9, iQOO, I think OG, they will be pulling a lot of strings. It will depend on their mood as to what the cutoff will be going, right? They are like the big sharks. Everybody has to play to their tunes. But as we move on ahead, all right, so we can see some improvement from 8-bit at least in terms of their survival instincts. But somewhere down the line, Necro and IC, I feel like they should have cashed it on. They should have made this game theirs.
No, okay, it's like from 8-bit's perspective, right, the only way they make a bounce back or if a fighting chance for top 8 was that in that final game they did well. And I would say despite not having chicken dinner, they still did relatively well. They've got a decent amount of finishes, they've got a top 3 finish, which gives them that opportunity here. But on the last page here, this is where things get very, very concerning. Cincinnati Kids, they did well today. Is that enough to make a bounce back for tomorrow? 49 points for Nebula. We've got AX, we've got FS Esports. What do you think, Necro?
If we consider the cutoff around 100 points, which means tomorrow they need 55 points to qualify. Just to be around the same.
That means their remaining 4 matches needs to be chicken dinners all the way through.
I know, right? They need
or
55
one big
points.
game. Or 2 big games.
2 big games, maybe 25 points each, and they can easily qualify as well. We've also got the tournament MVP stats so far on the screen. Ninja Boy still leading the pack with 61 finishes, and I guess the main domination has been pretty much put up forth by the players of K9 Esports, so it makes a lot of sense why the man's there on top.
You know what's really interesting? Ninja Boy is currently with 61 finishes in total, followed by Goblin with 53. That is a huge gap here, or in this case, a huge lead coming from Ninja Boy. And considering how K9 has been dominating this past 3 days so far, if Ninja Boy wants to defend the MVP title, it means tomorrow K9 is going to be stomping on everyone again.
The crazy part is if tomorrow K9 Esports decides to not even play the games and just take a nap, even they're still qualified. That's what the insane part is. We've also got the best IGL on the screen, and if you guys want to know the format for the best IGL, it's there in the rule book. You guys can visit the Crafton India Esports website. But yeah, Aru's currently on top. He's right there in the top 5 seconds, too, 15 times. Winner chicken dinners, which is twice. And I guess the main reason for Aru to be there on the first phase, it's because of today's games.
I really feel like I think we need to also put some spotlight on Arib and Bunny, because these are the lesser known players, and when you look at the top 5, yeah, Jelly, this is something expected. Aru and Omega, they've been exceptional, but Bunny and Arib finding themselves in the list of being the creme de la creme or the elite IGLs, I think that is something I'm really proud of.
I don't know what you might mean by, oh, it's to be expected of Jelly and Aru, because yeah, we have always known them to be like a tier 1, tier 2 team in terms of standard, right? They have not win trophies in a while. Like OG recently won one, okay, great. But for them to be in this position now, especially when BMSD, especially when going into his IC is going to be in play as well as the global championships, I feel like they're no longer the underdogs. They are now looking to try and overcome the legends of the past.
I mean, are you talking about Jelly and Aru?
Yeah.
See, if you have to look at the graph, I think the graph has been exceptional for OG and TrueRippers, considering they had been having their bad days. If you talk about their recent official performances, previously they couldn't even qualify for a few. Now they're getting back to their winning ways. Recently, the graph has certainly gone up. And this is where I want them to, again, do well in even more. And who knows, by the end of the finals, they might get that slot. Anything is possible.
Yeah, but to be honest, tomorrow's 4 games are going to be extremely crucial, right? Anything can happen. We might just see the entire phase of the overall standing change. There's still so many teams pretty much on the desperate side of the spectrum. You've got teams like 8-Bit, you've got teams like God's Reign, and maybe even a few teams on the latter half of the board. If they do get those 2 massive games that we're speaking of, they can make a bounce back as well, guys.
You know, to be honest, you know what I'm really secretly hoping for?
What?
The best of 2025 all making it to the grand finals. The best of BGI is 2025, which is the champion of BMPS, and then also the third-party tournaments. Of course, we have OG, we have K9 as well, we're holding a trophy for this year in particular, making the grand finals. K9 has made their way. So I want to see OG, I want to see TBAX, I want to see 8-Bit also making it, but I don't know. Will it happen? Only time will tell.
Look, OG, TrueRippers, Godlike, K9, they've already made it. It's not even a question tomorrow. They just need a few points to pretty much put that nail in the coffin. For K9 and Godlike, I believe they've already made it as well. Godlike has crossed that 100 points marker. But it's all about the other teams, right? God's Reign, it's another glorified lineup that's struggling. 8-Bit is another glorified lineup. But for now, that's going to be it from us. Let's move on to the stage for a quick interview with the boys, and let's see what they've got to say.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स। और इस बार हमारे पास मौजूद हैं फिनिक्स से ऐश और ओमेगा मिस्टर स्पोर्ट्स से 2 टीममेट्स जो अब अलग अलग टीम से खेल रहे हैं, तो दोनों से बातचीत करेंगे कि आज का दिन कैसा रहा। ऐश, आपसे शुरू करते हैं। आप 6th प्लेस पर थे, गिरावट आई है, 10th प्लेस पर आ गए, क्या हुआ आज के दिन पर?
आज मतलब सनॉक तो हमारा सही गया, बट लास्ट 2 मैच जो हमारे थे उसमें थोड़ा हम लैग किए, फाइट हारे एंड थोड़ा कम्युनिकेशन गैप, कोऑर्डिनेशन गैप, तो वो कॉस्ट कर गया।
चलिए, अभी भी इतना ज़्यादा कुछ बिगड़ा नहीं है। 69 के साथ आप हैं, 12 मैचेस खेलने के बाद कल 4 मैच और बचेगा आपके पास। सेम आपके लिए सिचुएशन है, पर जब आपसे मैंने कल बात करी थी आपने कहा था थोड़ा आएगा, परफॉर्मेंस आएगा। आज आप थोड़ा ऊपर गए हैं, क्या सही किया पर क्या मिस्टेक्स रह गई?
मिस्टेक्स तो बहुत ज़्यादा हुई है, क्योंकि 6 मैच थे, 6 मैच के हिसाब से हमारे साइड 23 पॉइंट्स आए, जो कि बहुत कम है। हमारा एक्सपेक्टेशन था आज 90 टच करने का, वो तो हो नहीं पाया। बट क्योंकि चीज़ें हमारे फेवर में नहीं गई और प्लेयर्स थोड़े पंप नहीं है, हो जाएंगे। अब आज हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि कल क्वालिफाई करना है, तो हो जाएंगे, तो कल कर लेंगे 4 गेम में।
चलिए, अभी ऐश आपके दिमाग में कोई ऐसे थॉट प्रोसेसेस चल रहे हैं कि क्या पता सर्वाइवल स्टेज से जाना पड़ जाए?
नहीं, अभी आई गेस हम 10th में हैं, इतना कुछ गैप नहीं है, तो कल मैक्सिमम हर मैच में मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स का टारगेट है, सो लेट्स सी।
अभी अगर मैं वेरॉन के बारे में पूछूं तो कैसा माहौल चल रहा है, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर हैं, बढ़िया तरीके से अभी तक उन्होंने खेले हैं, पर आज के परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
मतलब आज ऐसा मतलब वेरॉन तो अच्छा ही खेल रहा है, कोई हमारे में ऐसा लैक नहीं कर रहा है, तो प्लेयर वाइज तो आई डोंट थिंक, बट थोड़ा जोन एज अ टीम हम थोड़ा चोक कर दिए आज, उसके अलावा तो कुछ नहीं।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं कि टीम इसी तरीके से खेलती रहेगी, पर आपके लिए ज़रूर सवाल रहेगा। कल आपने पेड आईजीएल के बारे में बात करी थी, बनी के बारे में कुछ आपने बोला था, आज के दिन पे उनकी परफॉर्मेंस भी अप हुई है, स्नोजॉट भी अच्छे फॉर्म में देखने को मिल रहे हैं, पर मिरामार का मैच मुझे लगता है चिकन डिनर थोड़ा मिस हो जरूर गया।
मिरामार हाँ मिस हो गया, मतलब जोन तो हमें ऑलमोस्ट सारे ही मिल रहे हैं, बट अलग अलग पिक ऑफ हो जा रहे हैं, टीममेट्स कहीं पे फाइट चोक हो जा रही है, तो वो सब चीज़ें हो रही है, तो कोऑर्डिनेशन का इशू है मेरे हिसाब से, बट वो करेंगे, ट्राई करेंगे, कल फिक्स हो जाए।
चलिए एक आखिरी सवाल आप दोनों के लिए, यस और नो में आपको जवाब देना है। क्या आप दोनों को लगता है कि यहाँ से भी आपकी टीम 69 पॉइंट्स पर आप दोनों हैं, कल 4 मैचेस के बाद आप टॉप 8 में पहुंच जाएंगे?
यस।
चलिए दोनों ही जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो बिल्कुल भरोसा रखते हैं अपनी टीम पर और उनको लगता है कि वो दोनों ही टॉप 8 के अंदर पहुंच पाएंगे। वेल, थैंक यू सो मच ऐश, थैंक यू सो मच ओमेगा हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। और आज का दिन बहुत ज्यादा मजेदार रहा, डे 3 द डे ऑफ कमबैक। हमेशा हम बात करते हैं कि कोई ना कोई टीम होती है जो कमबैक करती जरूर है, और आज भी ऐसी ही मल्टीपल टीम्स थी जिन्होंने वो वापसी करके दिखाई। पर इसी के साथ आज का दिन हम लोग करेंगे समाप्त। कल एक बार फिर से मुलाकात होगी, क्योंकि कल आखिरी दिन है सेमीफाइनल्स का। तब तक के लिए अपना और अपनों का ख्याल रखिए। गुड बाय एंड टेक केयर।
Front back, roll out. Forged colors got pig skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out. drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Force color got pink skin, roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out. Drop back, roll out. Horse color got pink skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out. Roll out. Drop back, roll out. Horse color got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse color got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse color got pink skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse color got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color, got pink skin, roll out. Leicester. Both got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left ain't nobody Wester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the six Romans blowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no sumo, boy, I want to go. My flow goes silly like Jester. Beat tell me that I'm new cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Both got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left ain't nobody Wester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the six Romans blowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no sumo, boy, I want to go. My flow goes silly like Jester. Roll out, drop back, roll out. Orange collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin.